they will move from, 0 to maybe negative, 100. And that is really bad. And that is why, as a country, Ghana, it is our responsibility. By now, I believe that, our foreign ministry and the president should be looking at how best they can move into, and discuss some of the things and try to offer a helping hand to our neighbors, because as we believe, some of them too are Ghanaians, especially our brothers and sisters from the Volta region and across, as we know, Togoland that we used to know. So they are people, they are family. We just need to move in, and then with the help of their government, trying to bring some form of stability and stabilize whatever that is going on in the country at the moment.
Prof, there's an earlier point you made about ECOWAS and also AU, and I want to further explore that point. There are many who believe that ECOWAS, AU, they do not have the teeth to bite. You see the military brutality that's happening in that country, people being whipped left, right, center, for being out there. And you ask yourself whether or not we have a regional, position on what's happening in Togo. Do you get a sense that ECOWAS and AU can actually bite?
Yes, ECOWAS certainly. ECOWAS is not toothless. ECOWAS can really bite. And ECOWAS has carried out an intervention in Liberia, Sierra Leone to bring order. And so there's a record that ECOWAS can strike. There's evidence ECOWAS has carried out intervention in some areas. What is always happening here is that the timely manner of intervention, that is the problem with the sub-region. ECOWAS usually does not interfere. ECOWAS does not intervene. ECOWAS always try to wait until we are in crisis. And that is the aspect that is worrying. Because we have a lot of preventive mechanisms that we can trigger, get in, especially as the March 2024, ECOWAS should have stepped in there because the signs were clear that they were going to amend the constitution and create this applet. That would have been the point that ECOWAS will come in there. ECOWAS, the Council of the Wise, they are there. They get in, talk to them, please respect the constitution, let us see. There's nothing intervention. We should be able to get to intervene and then to remain aloof, and then we'll get into this area. So ECOWAS can buy. It's just that ECOWAS usually will wait until we get to the West stage. And ECOWAS can move in there, give them an order, and they will restore it. I tell you that ECOWAS, if ECOWAS issue a statement on this, it can change. But usually ECOWAS wouldn't do that. They wait until we have a full-blown political crisis before ECOWAS step in there. Otherwise, I believe that ECOWAS can deal with this. And full will listen to ECOWAS. He knows what ECOWAS can do. Right now, because ECOWAS is not acting right, it is emboldening most of these leaders to do that. Because it happened in Mali, nothing happened. Burkina, nothing happened. Niger, ECOWAS said they would intervene, but they didn't. They didn't come out with a force. And so, Paul Yassine will also be emboldened that, yes, I'm going to change it. I will stay in power and nothing will happen. And so that is why gradually, if we are not careful, most of the West African states will move towards military regime. Well, that is where we are going. Because ECOWAS doesn't strike, ECOWAS doesn't step in at the right time. We wait until we have a full war or crisis, and that is worrying.
Now, the question on the minds of many Ghanaians is that our president sits here. Togo is next door. Ivory Coast is next door. Burkina Faso is next door. And Burkina Faso has their own set of troubles. Ivory Coast have had their own set of troubles. Now Togo. And some people are asking, when will our president speak? Should he be speaking at all, Prof?
Yes. You see, that is why our case is complex. You get onto this alliance of the Sahel state, the Mali, Niger, they are already military, and they have formed their own alliance. It's a breakaway from ECOWAS. That's fine. Now, Ghana and Ivory Coast, or Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, are closest to step in. And if you go to Cote d'Ivoire, the same constitutional maneuverings are going on there. It is all clear that President Ouattara has intention to run. And he is also putting himself to become like president for life. That is why he's keen. So how is he going to talk to Togo? He doesn't have the political clout to say it. He doesn't have the morals. because what he's doing is what he's also doing. So he can't intervene. And you remember when ECOWAS wanted to send delegation to Senegal, they wanted Ouattara to go to Senegal. He said they don't want Ouattara, because Ouattara is west. So they stopped him. So in this case, Ivory Coast cannot step into Togo because he's equally in that shoe. The best country is Ghana. Most of them respect Ghana, our democratic structures, and Ghana is the best one to step in there. And I'm sure that if Ghana foreign minister step in, or even our head of state, our president, His Excellency, get into it, I'm sure the people will listen to him because they know that Ghana have a very stable system and our structures work. Then that will be a better option. Ghana is in a better position than any of these West African states.
I see.
Possibly Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria is somehow better.
Now, my final question to you, Prof, is this. You look at the West African sub-region, we mentioned Niger, we mentioned South Sudan, many others who are not having it too easy, and you have military governments in place. We have seen what happened in Togo previously. What advice do you have going forward as to how Ghana can insulate itself from getting into this kind of situation?
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult. Most of this country, and I think that multi-party democracy seems not to be going on well in Africa. It's just like in the early time of independence, people were advocating that democracy is not in line with African culture. They are trying to connect democracy to African chieftaincy system where you become a chief for life. So other people advocate that we need that kind of change so that our president will be there for life. And for life also means that many people will not have the chance to rule. And governance, the power belongs to the people. So once you take the power, the people out, then it becomes a problem. So that kind of group of people are there. And if you look at our system gradually, most of our leaders, once they get into the power, they try to entrench it. They want to hold on to power by whatever means. And that is a growing trend. Whether in West Africa or the rest of them, you go to Cameroon, you go everywhere, Uganda, he has just declared he will be contesting again. So it's gradually, Africa, that is the norm. You stay in power, you stay perpetual. That is a political development, a political culture that I think is not in line with democracy. But we also claim that that is our version of democracy. We in Africa are not so much enthused with multi-party democracy, but more or less a one-party democracy. You have one party that will stay in power. You have one leader who will stay in power. That is where we are moving towards. But many Africans, we are not sure of it yet. It is the elites who are taking that path. The people don't like it, but they have less say. So I think we need a brainstorming as a continent. We need to reflect, possibly to redefine our democracy. Democracy that is there by multi-party is failing. Constitutional governments are struggling. So what is the vision for Africa? And remember, Africa have moved from multi-party democracy to military rules. We didn't experience a lot of development in Africa. And that is why we have to, from at least in the 90s, we started advocating moving towards multi-party democracy. And that is how Ghana will have to make a U-turn in 92 by adopting the same thing. And I think that democracy brings some development than some of this dictatorship, because you know that the people who have voted for you will demand accountability. You're under pressure to develop. And that is the good side of democracy. But now that our leadership are moving away from it, dictatorship, whatever you say, you don't need their vote, development wouldn't come. So it's a bit difficult situation that we are. The democracy that we have praised gradually is going back. And that is not good for us.
Prof. Kipo Sunyezi, thank you very much indeed for your time. We're grateful.
Thank you.
Julius, you have the closing thoughts. You look at coffee, cocoa, cotton, yams, cassava, tapioca, corn, beans, rice, pearl millet, sorghum, livestock. You have about 42% of the country being employed through these means. Now you have this trouble. From an economic point of view, what do you advise?
Jenny, thank you so much. I think that I like the submission, the latter part by Prof. Right. One of the things that we have witnessed, or the little research we have embarked on, is that in Africa, because our governance system emanated from the idea of kinship, chieftaincy. You see that a family will move to a particular place because they went there first. They become overlord of that place, and these are the bedrock and the fundamentals of our form of what governance or kinship in Africa, and that thing is still there. So, in as much as we adopted democracy and we want to practice multi-party and all that, still it looks like we are not there yet, and that is why we see some of these things going on. So it means that planted in our inherent minds, stemming from our culture, our traditional system, or everything, we are more of, one party or one leader ruling for life. And that is why sometimes we get to see some of these countries in Africa trying to move back. But the issue here is about development. Countries are moving, way ahead of us as an African, nation, and we also have to leapfrog. So I think that just as Prof was saying, our president will have to step in and probably issue a statement across, and then as things, he's respected within our sub-region, I believe that they will give him some hearing and listen to him so that they can restore some form of stability and peace in Togo. Because all our neighbors are just about tilting to that direction. It's just, fortunately for us in Ghana, we are a bit okay. But now, looking at the economic activities going around, Togo, and predominantly one of the economic activity is agriculture. Ghana, some of our families even have their farms in Togo. They go to farms and they move back to Ghana to come and sleep. And that is what we have witnessed within almost all our borders in the country, like Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and then Burkina Faso. So clearly, the Minister for Agric has a responsibility in this particular development that is going on. Recently, there was a launch in this agric policy that the ministry is embarking on. And I believe that some of the staples that we need will be taken into consideration so that we can get access to some of these basic commodities that we rely on and consume on a daily basis. You've just mentioned about, 7 of them. It's something that we need to support our farmers in that region. By now, the Ministry of Agri should be, sending some emissaries to the place to just go and then have some support or offer some local support to the people over there, and then also to the farmers that we have in the area. But collectively, what we should be moving now is to offer some form of security, both in person and then in household, because the way the thing is going, if there is no taking any moves to the border, our flour will be affected, and that will mean that there will be a state of emergency declarance, so at least we can, they have to close the border, which will not be, be beneficiary to us. So I believe the minister should be monitoring the situation, finance ministry should be monitoring the situation, as well as the Minister for Finance, because clearly, when it comes to import, they have a say, and then the Ministry of Trade as well. Collectively, the president clearly will have a responsibility in managing some of these affairs that is going on in Togo, so that we will not suffer too much as a country because we trade with them and they are neighbors, they are family, they are brothers. At the end of the day, once peace is restored, once stability is restored, that is where you begin to look at your economic figures and your economic activity. Without that, there's nothing economic that you will do that will prosper in that particular region and then the country as a whole. So our advice is that our people will act swiftly and they will be ahead of the situation so that it will not escalate into Ghana.
Right. Thank you, Julius Jima. We're grateful for your time. Let's go on to the other phone line now and speak with Dr. Dockett. Doc, thank you very much for your time. You are a trainer of security experts and you are a security expert yourself. If you look at what's happening in Togo, would you say they are conducting themselves in the way that ought not to jeopardize the entire sub-region?
Obviously not. I mean, what is happening can lead to destruction with regards to the governance system, not only in Togo, but we here in Ghana and then the neighboring countries. Now, this has happened before, for the record, where the realms of power was passed on to father to son. There were protests, civil society joined, People died, nothing came out of it. We've had this, president rule for long, just manipulated the constitution to suit his, personal goal. And then these were the early signs that were given per what he did, that something was going to, it was just a matter of time. Now, what have we done with regards to we sub-regional, ECOWAS, regional, AU? What did we do when we see this? Now, the problem is that the protocols of good governance and democratic practices, the frameworks on peace and security architecture, all talks about what? Security, making the people first, and then also ensuring that you rule per the governance system that we all know, which is multi-party democracy, respecting the fundamental rights of what the citizens. But this hasn't happened. And then you have very strange, protocols stating that non-interference. So then, it limits you, the regional bodies, even to interfere in internal matters. All these frameworks and protocols need a relook at. So if you tell me non-interference, then it means you don't have any right to tell me to stop what I'm doing. But then what you're doing goes against the very fundamentals that we are preaching that every leader should accept. Remember what happened in Senegal when Matusa wanted to manipulate the system and then delay elections? This same issue happened in Burkina Faso when Blaise Compaoré manipulated the constitution, and it led to what? Agitations, protests, and then the coups happened. The list goes on and on. This has a very dire consequences, especially on we, Ghana here. The regional bodies, South-Regional bodies, do not act. There wasn't preemptive actions enough with regards to picking up the early warnings from bilateral consultations. And leaders sat down, and this has happened.
If you look at how the military and other security bodies are conducting themselves in Togo, is that what you teach them to do? Because I know that a lot of them come also into Ghana to come to your school to be taught the rudiments and the way to conduct themselves. But look at what they are doing on the streets of Togo.
We don't teach the personnel that come here for training on brutalizing civilians. We build a capacity and knowledge with regards to how to understand conflict situations, analyze the conflict situations, apply the appropriate conflict tools and theories to analyze the situations, which will give you better solutions. We train people to understand how to protect civilians. We train people to understand conflict management, prevention, and resolution mechanisms. So at each point in time, to apply the various tools to achieve maximum success. And under no circumstances that a training institution such as this would train and encourage personnel or trainees to use violence against other people. That's not what we do here.
Now, Doc, before I let you go, there are concerns that the West African sub-regional power, or if you like, ECOWAS, should now be sending troops into Togo to help stabilize the situation. What do you think of that?
Under what circumstances would the ECOWAS implement that action? Okay, we had it in Niger. It didn't happen. So then, what merits that you send, on what grounds that you send, if you have a very protocol stating non-interference and non-aggression, what does that mean? Hey, do you understand my point?
Right.
So we need to look at all these protocols. Now, the only way which we understand and has worked is what? Preventive diplomacy, the mediations that have to come in. And if ECOWAS will rely on our president who has led mediation talks before, he can, he's close to the president, he can talk to him brother to brother, and then see the need to de-escalate the situation, because of the implications on we Ghanaians are even much dire than what we think. We are talking about not only the influx of asylum seekers, which we have experienced before in the 2000s, but we are talking about armed groups who could infiltrate and then find their way into Ghana. As for the economic aspect, is there, okay? But the security aspect is more, challenging. Assuming these things, escalate, we don't have antidote to it. What we're going to have on our hands will be challenging.
Prof, I want to thank you very much indeed for your time, but a popular question just came through now asking us what you suggest we do at the borders and even those porous entry points into the country so we insulate ourselves from any form of insurgency and the influx of refugees. What do you advise?
One, with regards to the unapproved routes, we should identify them, which are no authorities, immigration, customs, they know the areas, DNI, NIB. They should identify these unapproved routes, man them, and then make sure nobody gets through. The approved routes we have, you only have to boost the personnel there, and then you implement your emergency preparations procedures. What do you need to do when you have influxes? You need to involve the UNHCR, the High Commissioner for Refugees, the NADMO. You need to invite the Ghana Refugee Board who would come in. All these organizations are part of the security apparatus themselves, identifying a holding area when there is an influx for these asylum seekers to now place them. You have to conduct a thorough screening to identify who now member coming in, and you isolate all these security persons and armed elements away from the civilian population. They are given a different kind of treatment. You don't keep them in the same place so that the country would not accuse you of mobilizing or assisting or aiding to mobilize armed elements to against them. I think our emergency response mechanism should be activated by now, and we should preempt, not wait to react to the situations.
Prof, I thank you very much indeed for your time. We're grateful. We're grateful.
Thank you, boss.
Dr. Doka is a trainer of security personnel and is also a security expert, joining us here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
3FM Sunrise.
My name is Johnny Hughes. Always a pleasure to serve you breakfast, hot, sizzling, and nutritious breakfast. The Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sappo, will today answer questions at the Office of the Special Prosecutor on the Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited SMS scandal. You know, he previously worked at the KPMG, called in to investigate the SML conversation. Earlier this week, Reverend Dr. Mishadai Uswamoa was the former Commissioner General of the GRA who ratified the SML contract signed without approval from the PPA to be dragged before the OSP, was detained along with some other officials, Isaac Crenso and Mr. Soti. We are following closely this whole SML conversation. And I'm sure in the coming days we'll give you all the fine details. Happy 60th birthday to the Agricultural Development Bank. Pa Kwesi Shandorf speaks for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Is my guest in the studio. Pa, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
And how are you doing?
It's a pleasure. I'm doing well.
Great. How's the minister doing at the ministry?
Yeah, the minister is fine. The ministry is also doing okay, but of course not so comfortable because of the many issues that have to be dealt with. Yep.
At the first glance, what would you say are the key things that the ministry is focused on?
Key things the ministry is focused on. I think now there is actually only one priority, and that is to restore our lost vegetative cover, the ones that we have lost because of galamsey and illegal mining. I think that's the priority now. Of course, there are other issues.
Sunrise on 3FM.
On the priority list of the minister, but if you aggregated all of them, galamsey is the one that the minister is most concerned about, just because of the extent of devastation. And that is why yesterday, for instance, we launched the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat. Let me not say we launched; it has actually been in operation, but yesterday it was formally outdoored as that body to coordinate all galamsey swoops and operates across the country. So Galamsey is the priority for the
And who will
now.
be working there at this National Anti-Illegal Mining
Secretariat.
So
the Secretariat basically is an intelligence-led outfit.
Okay.
And so it has reps from the national security and the military and the Ghana Police Service and all our security agencies, basically.
Sunrise on 3
so
FM.
you're going to be, is this going to be another operation, Halt operation, Galamstop operation, Vanguard kind of look-alike operation, or what?
What the NIMOS, that's how we call it, what NIMOS will be doing is basically to be conducting swoops and raids into Galamsey hotspots. And so maybe it ties into what we have known by way of the ones you've outlined. That's basically what NIMOS would be doing. The intriguing layer of distinction, if I have to put it that way, is that now it's more intelligence-led. It's not arbitrary. You cannot, I mean, the NIMOS will not just get up one day and say that, okay, we are going this direction or that direction. Everything is informed by data and facts. And so far, it has actually chalked some relevant, results already, and we are hoping to see more as we progress.
So for people like Kefo Jakpasu who are interested in ending Galamsey, in the shortest possible time, because we've been at this, we've been throwing money at it, drones, military men, immigration officers, policemen. What would we say should be the trump card of the government now? We see the swoops, we see excavators being destroyed, we see chamfans being seized, and then what?
So the truth of the matter is that when it comes to the fight itself, if I have to be very honest, I don't think that anybody, no matter how well-intentioned they are, would be able to eradicate the menace now. Because if you examine and you diagnose the extent of devastation, you would logically come to the conclusion that it's not an issue that you can rectify now. For instance, as of now, we have about 16% of our land reserves that have been depleted. That is equal to some, the last time I checked, I'm not very sure, I think it's equivalent to some 5,000 or 5,500 hectares of land. Which in practical terms is also equal to some 7,500 football pitches. So let's imagine that Accra Sports Stadium, for example. We have 7,500 of those being lost to illegal mining. And that has occurred over an 8-year period. So if a new government is installed and that government is even very, very committed, like this particular administration, you may want to ask yourself and do the proportion. If 8 years, this is what was recorded over the period. When really would a new government be able to bring the issue to finality? It is not something that you can see and immediately determine. All the same, there are a lot of comprehensive measures and crucial policy interventions that are being rolled out. And so I think we should monitor and evaluate the progress by the minute, as and when. Because if you want to sit and do a one-stop assessment and say, okay, would be done by ABC, I think would be ambitious and a barefaced lie. I don't think anybody can be able to give that. So anybody who is listening and the entire Ghanaian populace, all those who are interested, including myself, wanting Galamsey to end, the assurance is that, of course, it would come to a halt. But as to a determinable period, we will not be able to.
So we can't put a timeline to
absolutely.
it.
It's very difficult because, for instance, if you want to do land reclamation, for example, now I'm saying that we have about 7,500 football pitches. That's the equivalence of the land degradation. If you want to reclaim one, the last time I did my check, it was somewhere around $30,000 or even more. That is if you wanted to embark on one exercise of a reclamation. So if we were even to multiply $30,000 by 7,500, first of all, you start thinking about the monetary implication, the cost variable. Then again, you look at how the duration when that can be done. So if you put all the factors together, you can see that there is really a lot of work to do, and that's why it's difficult for anybody to put specific timelines to it. All the same, the government is working, the sector minister is connected, and I think we can take it up from there.
It doesn't look like the sector minister wants to sleep, because he's at one interview or the other, is in parliament making statements, is at one event or the other in furtherance of this whole thing. But can he do it alone?
No, certainly not. He cannot do it alone. There is no way. He has had cause to stress that repeatedly, that when it comes to the fight against illegal mining, the efforts have to be concerted. You would need the collaboration of all relevant state agencies, even including ordinary citizens, if I have to put it that way. Because, for example, sometimes the activities have the complicity of maybe people who are perceived to be very powerful. If nobody goes ahead to feed the relevant agencies with the information, how can you then go out to even clamp down on the activities in the very first place? So it requires the efforts of everybody. I think we must treat it like the way we all embraced COVID-19. You remember when COVID struck first? I mean, it didn't have a political outlook from the very beginning. Everybody was dealing with it as a national crisis until it assumed a political dimension. I think we should all, engage Galamsey in that way, because the issues are very complex. I mean, per the briefings that I've had within my short stay and all the information that I've been privy to, I think it's more complex than we even see on the outside. So really, it requires everybody, and that's why the minister keeps saying that it's not just about. It doesn't sit with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources alone, though that may be the mother outfit in charge of administering the policies and all of that. It goes beyond the ministry. Everybody has to get on board. Everybody, actually.
The previous government brought an LI, a legislative instrument that allowed for people to go into forest reserves to go and mine. Your government, while in opposition, said that you will repeal that law when you get into power. In fact, at the last check, it was your government that was, or elements within your government that was asking for a state of emergency to be declared. Fast forward, and with the benefit of power, that law has not been repealed. State of emergency has not come. What is happening?
I want to start from the point of the state of emergency first. And I want to indicate strongly that it's not a proposition that is off the table, except that we have had cause to look at the impact of a state of emergency by way of its, practical contribution to fighting the menace that we have, the elephant in the room. Johnny, if today government were to declare a state of emergency, as the NDC had always believed, and we did not have practical policy interventions to, as it were, support it or give effect to it, it may end up looking like much ado about nothing. And on a couple of other platforms, I've had cause to use this scenario to explain the situation that we have. That, for instance, let's imagine that we have started a new year. A believer goes to church, raises their hands and says that, okay, in this particular year, I'm going to dedicate the entirety of my life to serve the Lord. I'm going to abstain from everything that is sinful. Meanwhile, that person, for instance, if he were an armed robber, is still in the company of the bandits. He has not dislodged his guns and weapons and all of that. Yet the person has made an open commitment to the fact that he's going to now stop stealing, despite the fact that he's still in their company. You realize that open pronouncement would not make any sense, or we would not see the fruits of it, because the person has not actually detached himself from the very thing that enables that misconduct. So that's the same thing. The open proclamation, if we were to declare state of emergency now, and you didn't have practical measures on the grounds to give effect to the state of emergency so declared, at the end of the day, to just be like, maybe it would be equal to maybe it would just have an optical appeal.
Are you going back on your words as a government?
No. I'm saying the point is that it's still a proposition on the table. But if you declared it without accompanying policies to give effect to it, to give proper effect to it. For instance, we have heard repeatedly over the years that government was taking efforts to clamp down on the proliferation of illegal weapons and all of that. We've heard that over and over again, but still we do have a lot of them in the system. That is because despite those open and bold declarations, there are not enough policies to actually give effect to those declarations. So it's on the table, but before you get there, put in place mechanisms that would ensure that upon declaration you start seeing results. And I've had cause to say that with the interventions that the ministry is rolling in the not too distant future, maybe the state of emergency may even declare itself just because of the policies that we have been able to roll out. So that's just for the concerns around the declaration of the state of emergency. Now, LI 2462 indeed is a very thorny issue, but the truth of the matter is that
Tony, you promised that you're going to repeal it. How then does it become thorny?
It is thorny. You have
the numbers in Parliament.
Because first off, the truth of the matter is that LI 2462 does not sit with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Right. I mean, it was enacted in November 2022. If you diagnose the law, you realize that, I mean, it is basically sits with the Ministry of Environment and Science and Technology. It doesn't really sit with in fact, it doesn't even sit at all with the Lands Ministry, despite the fact that the operationalization of the law falls within the ambit of the ministry. So what we are doing now is and this is not evasiveness, we just want the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology to have the final commentary, final pronouncement on it. And so we'll wait for
your minister, the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Minister for National Interior, not National Security, Minister for Defense, all the people you're rallying around the table, sit at the cabinet table.
Absolutely.
Are you suggesting to me that the man who stood on a platform to make the pronouncement that when we come we will repeal LI 2462, now who chairs cabinet, is not able to tell his people that, look, go to Parliament and tell them this is off the books? Thankfully, your minister is a member of Parliament for Elembele. The Minister for Environment is the member of Parliament for Tamale Central.
Absolutely.
So there's no confusion at all about that connection or liaison from the executive to Parliament. So what are you telling the people?
The point is that it is not off the table. It's honestly not off the table. Except that I'm saying we want to leave it to the ministry to do the communication around it, because all the sentiments have been heard. If you ask me, I mean, personally, of course, I can see the what appears to be the disparity or the disappointment. The fact that the NDC had said back then that it was going to repeal the law. As of now, Ghanaians are not seeing that at the moment. It gives cause for concern. But we cannot also throw our arms in despair now, simply because, I mean, the fight is a progressive one. I mean, it's not something, like I said, that can occur all of a sudden. So let's give some time. I mean, what we have now is a proposed amendment. Okay, I was citing a scenario the other day that if somebody promises to give you, for instance, $10,000 within a period of within a period of 1 month, if somebody promises to give you $10,000 and after a week the person has given you $9,000 already, there's cause to believe and reason to believe that then the person may go ahead and fulfill the entirety of the 10. So if government actually did say that it was going to repeal, and now there has been a very significant effort by way of a proposed amendment, then we should logically be expectant that the ultimate would equally be done, I mean, in the not too distant future. Because even if you look at the amendments that has been done, it is a very effective amendment. Why do I say it is effective?
Tell me.
It is basically taking away the discretionary power that was earlier captured in the law, that gives room for the president to just go ahead and grant access to forest reserves. Likewise, the minister. That has been taken away. And I have had cause again to make the point that if, for instance, we lived in a building, we lived in a facility, and there is a certain parcel of land near the facility, and the landlord himself prohibits himself from accessing it, that is the owner of the facility, who else can go ahead and access that land? The president, as of now, per the amendment that has been proposed, does not have access to, does not have the legal clearance to give any access to any forest reserve. If the president doesn't have that, if the minister does not have that right, who else can? And so if you look at the amendment, and this is not to say that the amendment is effectively maybe a compensation for the promised repeal, but then if you study the amendment in purpose, in substance, we may as well say it is as good or as satisfactory as an actual repeal.
Really?
Because what does he do? It takes away the discretionary power that earlier existed.
But there are many other provisions in that legislative instrument
absolutely,
that goes beyond the discretionary power of the president to really grant anybody the leave and license to go into a forest reserve.
Exactly, but that really is the, if you ask me, is the thrust and crux of the law. I mean, the fact that there was discretionary power abundantly given to the president and the minister. So now that is off the books, we can expect more results as we progress. Again, I'm saying that my analogy once again, if someone promises to fulfill a certain financial obligation to you, and then in the course of time the person brings something closer, you can expect that the full promise will be redeemed. And so let's not throw our arms in despair. Let's see what happens as we progress.
We see the boys and the girls in the pits arrested every now and then. Chamfan destroyed, excavators destroyed, one or two things seized. You know, they are lined up. We show them to the police. Some are kept in remand, some are jailed, etc. When are we going to start jailing the big boys and the big girls who buy these excavators, who bankroll these illegal activities, who buy the pump action guns, who buy the cyanide, who buy the mercury, who buy the carbide and all of those? When are we going to start jailing them?
This again is one of the valid concerns that we acknowledge. The fact that we have heard that the arrests that we make are basically low-hanging fruits, because those who go into the pits do not do so on their own accord. They are enabled and sponsored by higher authorities or powers. So if you do not deal with those powers, as it were, and you are only approaching those in the pits, you are really not doing anything. I would say on record that is also the focus of the sector minister. The sector minister has had cause to repeatedly explain that though he's happy with the arrest and all the swoops and raids, his primary focus is to get those behind them. But the complication that we would have to admit is that, like I've earlier indicated, the issue is a bit out of the ordinary, and so in seeking to apprehend the architects, the main masterminds behind the menace, you need a lot of tact and intelligence, so that at the end of the day you are able to get the necessary results that you are looking for. So let me just say, in respect of apprehending the real architects, it's just a matter of time. It is just a matter of time. Why do I say it's a matter of time? And this is not me wanting to hail or hype the minister. The minister, I mean, I work with the minister, of course. So
Dr. Emmanuel Kofi.
Absolutely. I've had meetings with him. I've seen his posture, his disposition. I've heard his commentary, his language on the issue and all of that. And there is a clear commitment for him to deal with it. And so I want to stick with that commitment. And I want to articulate the same commitment to our audience, that the minister is committed. And for the fact that he's committed, we can only hold our hands in expectation that very soon the big boys, as it were, who are fronting, would also be on the front pages.
I, for example, said that, look, identify the excavator, look for the VPN or the chassis number, trace it back to the ports, check the manifest, check who imported what, who cleared what, go to DVLA, who registered what, and it will lead you straight to the doorstep of whoever registered it, who bought it, whether there's change of ownership. It should not be a difficult task to do.
Absolutely, it should not be difficult. But
so what is holding you back?
When people want to do wrong, they are very tactical and hideous about it. So, for example, let me put myself in the picture. If I were a kingpin who wanted to indulge in illegal mining, if I were the one shipping excavators, I would definitely look for other individuals to do the registration and all of that. So even if you did the tracing, okay, as much as it's commendable, it just may not necessarily lead you to who you are looking for.
So that we can say that you tried, it didn't work.
No, it is actually in place, and that brings to mind yesterday during the launch of NIMOS, the minister remarked that as of now about, is it 30,000 or 3,000? I'm not very sure. Some 3,000 excavators right now have been impounded at the ports, and investigations are ongoing on how they were even, about to enter the country in the very first place. So, to the concern of my entry, it is in place. It is being done. It's just a matter of time. But like I'm saying, all of this has to be intelligence-led. It is not so much of the combative approach, the guns, and no, because it's a very complex issue. So NIMOS is now there. NIMOS is principally intelligence-led. So again, let's give some time, especially because the sector minister is committed. So we can only hope. It's unfortunate I cannot give a specific timeline because of how complex it is. But if the minister is committed, let's not lose faith yet.
Now, we're cutting down our trees, and then you say you have a tree for life.
Reforestation.
Yeah. You're allowing people to cut down the trees, and then we're going to spend money to plant trees. Is Ajana 1, Ajana 2, is it not?
That concern I acknowledge is equally valid. But what are your options? I mean, people have already felled the trees. Okay, your option is to now roll out a measure that will prevent them. But beyond the prevention, you have to now restore the deed that has been done, the wrongful deed that has been done. So it's unfortunate, but we'll make progress. Indeed, we are making progress. That is why we are rolling out this particular intervention. We seek to plant some 30 million trees over the next 1 year and more. We want to plant some. In fact, it has already begun. Last week around this time, we had a diplomatic community. They were part of the conversation. They also went ahead to do the planting. And after a determinable period, I'm sure that we would have the lost vegetative cover return to its pristine.
Your minister's predecessor, Abu Jinapor, MP for Damongo, he embarked on a similar project drive to plant trees, at least for 4 years. Figures were quoted. How much we spent? 12 million in the first year. I remember then there was some 7 million, there was some 10 million. You know, the trees were told how many trees had been planted. Have you taken time as a ministry to do an audit of how much was invested, how many trees were planted, where the trees are, how they are doing before embarking on this? Because every project needs to be evaluated first before you zoom into phase 2.
Absolutely. That's true. So that audit is ongoing. That's with all sincerity, the audit is ongoing because if you do not know the gains that you have chalked, you cannot make the necessary progress. So that audit is ongoing. In the not too distant future, we will be able to put out the report on what was done compared to what we are doing. But in order for us not to get into a place where citizens would even know what the ministry was doing in the very first place, a lot of accountable channels or mechanisms have been incorporated into this particular one, so that at every given point we'll be able to know that XYZ trees have been planted at ABC cost, so that the updates are regular. Indeed, if the updates are regular, I mean, the citizens would naturally repose a lot of confidence in the entire process, and that would remove all the concerns of opacity and corruption and all of those. So expect that we'll be providing reasonable periodic updates on, first off, the trees that have been planted and all the monetary allocations in that respect as well. But the audit is ongoing. It's a very stringent process that has commenced under the authority of the minister, and I'm sure where there are any useful findings, it would be duly communicated to the public.
This Tree for Life reforestation initiative, what form is it going to take?
Okay, so first off, there is the first layer, which is currently ongoing. That is the amenity tree planting, and that is basically commemorative. Okay, so it started on the 5th of June, ending on the 30th of June. That means that in a matter of days, we'll be done with the first phase. Now, when we are done, we are now extending it to the hot spots, those places that have truly been devastated. Because the concern again has been that if you live in Accra, where maybe Galamsey has not really impacted the communities, and you planted trees, what are you really achieving? Why don't you take it to the areas that have been besieged and impacted? So after now, that is when we are going to do that. Then we'll get into the meat of the issue itself, the reclamation. And that, in my view, is the more important aspect of this whole initiative. The lands that have been devastated, the ones that we see with all the gullies and the ditches and all of that, government wants to effectively restore them to their pristine nature by way of covering up all of them, those ones that can be restored. I mean, we do an analysis and ensure that everything returns to, its original state. That one, of course, is very cost intensive. We have to admit that's really the crux of this whole Tree for Life reforestation. So that would start somewhere in by August. We should begin. Then by the ending of October, I think we'd have a full report on all the activities that, all the actions that have gone into the reforestation initiative so far. So now it's just for the amenity tree planting. We'll now take it after 30th of June to go to the respective hotspots. Then reclamation would continue, monitoring and planting of the seedlings and all the other agricultural tendering would also be done alongside, and then by October we should be counting our gains.
What species of trees are you planting? Are you planting food?
Everything.
Or you are planting specific ones that will draw the chemicals from the earth, the chemicals, metals, and poisons from the earth? What are you planting?
So it's a combination of everything, like I was about to say, everything really. So some of the trees that we are planting have ornamental values, but others also have restorative values. Those ones that have restorative values are the ones that would basically help the depleted reserves to return to their original, state of order. The ones for the ornamental purposes, clearly, I mean, by the operation of the word, we know what it is, just to beautify the environment and to help our fight against, climate change and all the other challenges that we face in that regard. So it's basically everything. I mean, here in Accra, for the amenity tree planting, which is basically ornamental, we have done mango, we have done coconut, we've done tangerine, everything else. Maybe one of these days you could actually pass by our office, would give you a lot to also plant as well. I mean, because for that, the amenity is for everybody. So yeah, everybody is invited for the amenity.
We're wrapping up this conversation. The younger generation are very important to me regarding knowing their place in the future, knowing their role in protecting the environment, knowing their role in trying to stop the menace of galamsey, so that we don't, if we're able to fight it now, we don't have it erupting again and rearing its ugly head in future. How are you roping the students and pupils in this initiative?
Okay, so that would bring me to the 5-tier approach that we are rolling out to deal with illegal mining. As part of those 5, there is a policy that has gotten to do with the deepening of education and awareness, and that is targeted at basically young people. It's just a matter of educating them on, first off, the need to preserve the environment, and then getting them on board in the process. But there's also another aspect, just because you talk about young people, there is also another aspect that is worth mentioning. A lot of young people, as of now, because of the issues of unemployment and all of those other ills, are beginning to see mining as a very lucrative venture. And indeed, it may be characterized as lucrative, except that the approach a lot of people employ in getting into that venture is what is defective. So we are embarking on, we're going to embark in a lot of campaigns to sensitize young people on mining, but of course with a focus on doing it rightly, especially in the rural communities. So there's a new program. I don't think I have the permission to disclose the branding of the program now, but there's a new program that will replace NALEP, which has been there for, which was there in the erstwhile administration. It's going to replace NALEP, and that would be the vehicle for young people to also get on board. Indeed, government is not against mining, responsible mining. Of course, it's just the illegal small-scale mining that has always been the headache and the elephant in the room. So through some of this education and awareness avenues, young people would be brought on board. They would be given the required training and expertise, and then they can also eke a living, if I have to put it that way. And then so in that approach, you are dealing with two things. You are solving two problems. First off, you are educating them, but you're also empowering them. I mean, those who want to venture into the mining and the extractive sector.
Final question, maybe. The people of Ghana say we want to end galamsey. They are pointing, accusing fingers at mining Do you know if the Minerals Commission has issued any mining licenses since your government assumed power?
Okay, so talking about the issuance of licenses, again, in the 5T approach that we are rolling out, maybe let me just take you through all the 5 briefly. Right. So the first has gotten to do with the reformation of the licensing regime. Then again, the deployment of security personnel to the hotspots. Then again, awareness creation and education. There is reclamation, and then there is the provision of alternative livelihoods for those in the rural communities. Let's now return to the first one, the reformation of the licensing regime. So in that pool of intervention, what we are doing now is that all existing licenses are being reviewed. Every license that had been issued prior to now is currently being reviewed, and that is under the authority of the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He is chairing the committee to review all existing licenses. What that forum does is to basically appraise the licenses against, past practice and then the new protocols. Because of that, no new license as of now, to the best of my knowledge, has been issued, because we are bringing everything on the table. Let's review them. Those ones which have been defective, those ones that are not conforming to strict environmental protocols, we may, issue sanctions or do what may be appropriate in the circumstances. So based on that, I do not know of any new license that has been issued now. I honestly do not have that information because of the review process. Indeed, after the review, that is when there will be proper communication on those ones that have been cleared, and those ones which of course would have to be taken off the books and removed.
Your closing thoughts, Parkwesi?
So first off, I admit that Galamsey is a very serious national crisis. Let me put it that way. It's very serious. It sits on top of all of our priorities because not only does it affect those in the rural enclaves, those of us in urbanized settlements also feel the brunt and the ravages of that particular menace. And so I am concerned, and I'm sure the rest of our audiences are all equally concerned. But the truth of the matter is that there is a sector minister, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, who is very, very committed to dealing with the issue. Yes, he has the blessings of the president, who is equally committed. And so with that mix of resolve, I'm sure that we'll be seeing more results as we progress. Indeed, we are chalking some successes already, but we cannot afford to be complacent. So again, let's give some time and see what happens as we progress.
Parkwesi Shandov Ayerbi Aqua is my guest, has been my guest in studio. He speaks for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, led by Dr. Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa. It's now time for birthdays, but first, enjoy this song.
Conversations have been had on protecting our forest reserves, and I'm sure that recently you've heard that intensified call by stakeholders for the government to revoke that LI that permits mining in forest reserves. The other thing that also comes up as regards this issue regarding mining in the country has also been the need for us to protect the generality of our environment and water bodies. But perhaps one thing that a lot of people are not paying attention to is the food we eat, and how much of metals used by these miners perhaps have seeped into the food items that we get on the market and finally end up on our dining table? Well, that's what we want to talk about today, because I took a trip to the eastern region with some samples, cassava, plantain, your usual kontomire for your fufu or ampesi, to find out whether these metals indeed are found in our food items. And we'll be bringing you the content of that very shortly. Hello, good evening, and welcome to Agenda. My name is Beatrice Edwin. Tonight, we'll be delving into the statistics and what they are saying about how much metals are in the food items that we buy from the market and we end up cooking and ingesting daily. I do have on the panel with me Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisu-Kote. She's the Administrator, Minerals Development Fund, MDF. Good evening to you, ma'am. It's great to have you in studio.
Great to be here.
I also do have on my left side, my extreme left actually, Professor Benedicta Ofosu-Mensah. She's Acting Director, Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies, University of Ghana. Prof, good evening to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
My immediate left, I do have with me Dr. Dennis Bote. He's a private medical practitioner. Good evening as well, Doc. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Of course, we do have our video call with us, Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. He is a military doctor. He's also founding member of the opposition MPP, as well as former ambassador to Serbia and Montenegro. He joins us via video call. Doc, it's great to have you as well. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
And I was just telling you that indeed I took a trip to the eastern region, to be specific, at Tiwa West, to some communities to pick some food samples for a test. And we do have Professor Benedicta Ofosu-Mensah with us. She led that research and we'll be going into the details. But first, watch this.
For decades, Ghana has unsuccessfully fought the menace of illegal mining, and the devastating effects have been obvious for all to see. Polluted water bodies, more than half of Ghana's rivers filled with harmful metals, and many women experiencing defects on their babies. But to what extent have these heavy metals seeped into food items on the market? I took a trip to some communities infested with galamsey in the eastern part of the country to find out.
Over 280 forest reserves that Ghana has. About 43 of them have already been touched by the activities of illegal mining. It all starts from here on this farm. Don't be deceived by the lush greenery you see right here, because just some few meters away, you've got mining activities are going on. We want to take some food items to examine them to see or confirm whether or not the proximity of these farms to these galamsey activities cause the chemicals to seep into the raw food items. So let's go. This should be about from here to where the illegal mining activities are. It should be about between 300 and 400 meters.
From there, we move to other farms to pick the same samples of cassava, plantain, and even vegetables.
I'm plucking some garden eggs and pepper from the plant that are just a few meters away from the illegal mining I've been talking to you about.
We took these items to the ecological laboratory at the University of Ghana for examination and results.
I have with me right now Professor Benedicta Ofosu-Mensah. She's the acting director for the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies, and this eco department is under her office, and of course she has a research assistant with her, Amwako Ofori, and so she will start really giving us the results, and then Amwako will conclude with that. Ma'am, please tell us what you found from the samples.
The sampling is not a holistic sampling, that is not the entire eastern region, but it was just random sampling of some food stuff.
Okay, so I can see on your laptop that you have plantain like we brought, cassava, kontomire, garden eggs, pepper. Just tell us what you have. I've seen some numbers here.
Okay, all right. So 5 heavy metals were analyzed in the laboratory, and then the food crops that were brought to the laboratory were plantain, cassava, kontomire, garden eggs, pepper. So after our analysis and we found the various concentration, we also subjected it to permissible limits or guideline values. And so we chose WHO/FAO which is the World Health Organization Food and Agriculture Organization limits, as well as EU limits.
The results are shocking. Food items have heavy metals far elevated above what is permitted, causing serious health implications, including brain damage and other related neuro diseases, nervous breakdown, among others, especially in children.
Manganese recorded higher values, and these values were in contomere, they were above 1, and their units for adults were 1.14 and 2.01 respectively. However, for children, it was higher in contomere and garden eggs, and their values are 1.23 and 1.03 respectively. Then also we calculated for mercury, which is the target hazard quotient, and that one was also higher in cassava for both adults and a child, and they were 1.77 and 1.90 respectively. The next calculation or model we subjected it to is called health index, and then the health index is supposed to be the adding all multiple elements that you have analyzed together, and when you also sum them up, it shouldn't be above 1. But when we did a summation of copper, lead, zinc, manganese and mercury, all of them were higher than 1. They were in the range of 2 to 4, which means they were higher than 1, which caused some concern. So in summary, manganese and mercury had the highest concentration in all the food substances. So some of the symptoms of taking too much lead in your food sample, it could be exposure to even low levels of lead can cause damage over time, especially in children. The greatest risk is to brain development, where irreversible damage can occur. Higher levels can damage the kidney and nervous systems in both children and adults. Okay, so high levels of mercury exposure can lead to severe neurological damage, developmental problems in children, and even cause death in both children and adults.
All right, so you just got a bit of the details there from that research and the health implications of consuming these food items that are polluted with these metals. Of course, we're going to be having a conversation about this in studio and get a bit deeper into this very data that we've just received. And you're still here on Agenda on TV3. If you are just joining us, we're telling you the story about how metals used in mining, particularly illegal mining, perhaps are seeping into the very food you find on your dining table. And we just showed you that that feature, as it were, of what information was gathered and the results that we got. We're going to be delving into the content in terms of the statistics of the metals that we found. If you're just joining us again, we do have on the panel with us Dr. Hannah Louisa-Bisu-Kote. She's the Administrator, Minerals Development Fund, MDF. We also do have a video call with us, Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, who is a military doctor, founding member of the opposition MPP, as well as former ambassador to Serbia and Montenegro. We do have as well Professor Benedicta Ofosu-Mensah, Acting Director, Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana. And of course, on my immediate left, Dr. Dennis Bote, who is a private medical practitioner. And we're going to go into details of what we just watched. And I'm coming to you first of all, Professor Benedicta Ofosu-Mensah, because you led the team that investigated the samples that we brought just some weeks ago. Is there anything else we need to know beyond what was captured in that video we just played?
Well, good evening to our cherished viewers, and good evening to my co-panelists. Good to have all of you here. Well, I would say that not really much is there for us to know aside what was presented. I think the discussion is no more about whether there are heavy metals in our food or not. That fact has been established, and that is why we are calling this issue of illegal mining as environmental terrorism, and we are becoming a poison nation A nation that, if we do not take drastic measure, it will come to a point that the working force will be sick people. And that will mean that we'll spend millions of dollars trying to keep ourselves alive, because we will spend most of our times in hospitals and in pharmacy or sick bed, instead of using our productive time in engaging activities that will bring development to our nation. So the issue is not whether they are heavy metals, but the reality is that most of the food, if not all food that we eat, are virtually poisoned food. So when you have food on your table, you are eating fufu, you are eating yam, you are eating even contemporary, that takes fewer months or weeks to grow. Results from the laboratory shows that these foodstuffs contain metals or levels of metal that are above the WHO limit. And as we saw in a video, we tried to probe further to see, because yes, naturally the soil contains some amount of metals or heavy metals, but then it's above certain threshold that becomes risk to humans.
So we understand that should be one.
Yes,
a maximum
it should be
of one.
less than one.
Less than one, actually.
One and less than one. And so we try to find out if the levels that we've found are within threshold that are acceptable. And we realize that they are far more than the acceptable limit. And some are giving us 100%, which means that if you are supposed to take in, let's say, 50 milligram, and you are within a safe region, you are now having 100 milligram, which is twice the amount which is the acceptable unit. So it is an established fact that all our food crops, in fact, I will not say all, but most of our food crops have higher levels of heavy metals. And hospital data or report shows that the number of kidney failure, the number of liver failure are going up on daily basis. And that is why, as a country, we all need to be worried, because I keep on saying that, look, you may think that you are in Accra, you are very far from a mining site, but bear in mind, Accra, we do not have peri-urban area. In fact, most of our peri-urban agriculture fields have been taken up by estate developers. So most of the food that we eat here in Accra are coming from the hinterland. And it is these hinterlands that we are having illegal mining. And so we should all be worried. If you are here in Accra, you are equally eating poisonous food just as anybody that lives in a mining area. And that is why it should be of a concern to everyone. And as citizens, we should not sit to allow a few individuals, because of their peripheral interest, put all of us at risk.
And I want to get the preliminary thought as well of Dr. Dennis Botte. You're a private legal practitioner. I'm wondering what was going through your mind as you watched the details given to us in that feature, and of course the additional information from Professor Fosu-Mensah.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, and good evening to our viewers and co-panelists. Indeed, it's heartbreaking, it's heart-rendering to see what is going on in terms of quantum of these heavy metals that our food is laced with. Hitherto, we have been showing things about the turbidity of the water in our river bodies, so the water is like tea or it's like Milo. But beyond that, it's also in the food that we are eating. And you see, in nutrition, there's something we call vitamins. So we say, well, vitamins, you need them in very little amount. It's the same thing with what we call trace elements or trace metals. There are elements that we also need them in very small quantities. So something like, the body needs a little bit of magnesium, a little bit of zinc, even iron, that is supposed to help our blood in terms of increasing our blood level or our hemoglobin, is even needed in a certain amount. Beyond a certain amount, iron becomes poisonous. So you have iron toxicity, something we call hemochromatosis or hemosiderosis. All these things can come up. Now, looking at the levels of or quantity in terms of how much of these things are in our foods, it becomes alarming that in the hospitals these days, recently we were discussing as doctors, we are seeing too many young people coming with strokes. Under 40s, they are coming with strokes. This morning, I seen a young 36. It was like, I don't know why my blood pressure is 171. Today, I've seen a young person with kidney failure. Now, we are sitting in Accra. We think that we are on the periphery, but it is something that is global. It's nationwide. The water is coming through our taps. Today, we are talking about food, but water is coming through our taps. And we say that when you have taken your bath with soap and you still clean yourself, you see some dirt on the towel. So no matter how much our sewage system tries to eliminate all these from the water, the quantum of these toxic substances that come into the arena for it to be filtered means that some will still leak or seep into the water we drink. This poses a danger to all of us. No one is safe. Absolutely no one. And in our foods, you don't see what is in terms of the chemistry of the food, but they are so much laced with these things, and it's heartbreaking for us as a nation.
It's heartbreaking. I'll be going to Dr. Hannah Bisu very shortly, as well as Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, who is also a doctor as well. But let me ask you this quick question. We heard the person who gave me the data earlier saying that this is also causing brain damage as well as developmental issues in children. Tell us how bad this is. You're a medical doctor.
Yeah. So when you have these chemicals or these heavy metals in your food, it goes through the normal thing. You eat, it gets digested, it gets absorbed, it enters your blood. Your blood travels everywhere, including your brain. So the blood feeds the brain. Now, we have something we call blood-brain barrier. So at the blood-brain barrier, these metals, be it mercury, be it arsenic, be it lead, some of them can seep through into the brain substance. And therefore, they cause damage to the brain substance itself. So with time, it keeps accumulating in the brain substance. And it will bring to the fore, a neurological problem. So people have cognitive issues. Memory will be a problem. And the brain actually controls everything you're doing.
So perhaps we should even be expecting people having Alzheimer's.
Of course. So one of the things that, or eventualities, is that if we are not careful, in the next 30, 50 years, we'll have younger people coming down with dementia, memory loss at younger ages than what we are having now. And being the brain controlling every part of our body. So if the brain is so much congested with higher than normal levels of these metals, people end up having, when people get so worried about, I have tremors, I have tingling sensation, I say, it's going to be worse because the brain that controls all these functions is now polluted with these substances. And beyond that, these chemicals, they seep everywhere. It can go into your lungs, into your heart, and we say something is mutagenic or carcinogenic. So if I say mutagenic, it can cause mutations or changes even in our genetic makeup that future generations that will be born are likely to have a lot of genetic problems. And carcinogenic means that it can cause cancer. They can cause changes that will lead to more cases of cancer. So the earlier we did something about it, the better. Otherwise, we should brace ourselves for a long haul of a fight against all kinds of disease conditions that we are likely to be plagued with into the future.
We are likely to be plagued with into the future. I'll be coming to you very shortly, Dr. Togbi, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. But like I said, I do have in the studio as well with us Dr. Hannah Bisu Koto. You are a policy person, and I know that you personally, with your task force, you've gone to some of these hinter places to try and even arrest, especially foreign nationals. Having seen the data and the kind of commentary you've heard right now, what's going through your mind?
I'm trying to find the right words to describe what is out there. You were in Atiwa West. And to be precise, I started off this community engagement from Akrofufu, where a baby, I'll call him baby because 7 years old, fell in a pit and died. Because that pit was dug behind a house. So now they've actually got into the communities. Then I continue with the team to Abomusu. At Abomusu, we have a STEM school. And they've taken over the whole park of the school, and the other areas that have been reserved for future development be taken over. And they've gotten actually to the building as well. So some of the students don't go to school anymore. They are scared. And we've continued. What we do in Mineral Development Fund is to redress the negative impact amongst all the others that we have to do, is to redress the negative impact that mining has on the communities and the people where we mine. When you go to these communities, it's worse than what we see. It's heartbreaking. As a woman, as a mother, as a leader, you ask yourself so many questions. It's dangerous, apart from what we see in the metals. You know, I used to be the deputy minister in charge of water once upon a time.
And agriculture, I believe.
Yeah, agriculture was after, I was in water resources for 4 years. And from 2013 to 2017, I was in charge of livestock. And I remember at that time, we had a lot of challenges, because Ghana Water cannot treat, I don't know whether or not they have it.
But recently they told us that they couldn't.
No, then it's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same. So the intake at Chebi had to be stopped because of the heavy metals. Then we had issues in Western region. Bosumase, where the depth where we had the intake pump was 24 meters. But because of the mining in the Pra River, it had silted up to 4 meters. So I actually rushed to these areas, and anywhere I went to, I took samples of water. And I remember sending the sample in Chebi to the United States. And they did a test, and obviously, mercury was like no man's business, the levels. It was alarming. And there wasn't much that we could do. I think at the time, President Mahama actually, he had taken over then, and a small town water system was put in place. Then we had an issue of mercury presence in underground water, that's from a borehole in Kumasi.
Oh, we're actually going to go into that in the course of the conversation.
When this is something that some of us, we know that they exist. And I keep asking myself, do we know why a country like Ghana, where we are supposedly to be consuming organic food, where we have so much high prevalence of kidney problems, liver problems, now it doesn't even have age limit. When you go to the communities and you see...
And if you could be wrapping up your preliminary thoughts so I can go to Dr. Nyaho.
Okay, so when you go to the communities and you see our water bodies being mined, and whatever they pick is being washed with mercury into the very river, and you live in Obuasi, and the downstream of the river that feeds you in Obuasi, that the upstream is in one of these communities, you're as good as dead. I think that is where I'll end it.
That's where you will end it. I'm coming to you, talk with Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. I mean, you're a military doctor, you're a doctor, a medical doctor as well, and a founding member of the opposition NPP. Where did we get it wrong, aside from the seeming lack of political will to deal with this? And we've been talking about this for years.
Good evening to other panelists there, and particular to Dr. Mrs. Kote. I haven't seen her for a while. And I would like to take the opportunity to say congratulations, since we had her new appointment. I haven't seen her. Now, I will be blunt, very blunt. What we are discussing now didn't start today. It started about 25 to 30 years ago. The records are there. 25 to 30 years ago. And indeed, where we've got to If governments don't work on it, then what will happen is no one can get. A clear explanation has been made by the researcher. Very clear explanations have been made by the medical doctor there. So I don't have to go over them. Now, we started destroying our water bodies and the forest years ago, as I said. Believe it or not, as we stand now, governments have come and gone. Not a single government has made the effort to stamp this out. And what surprises me is that they campaign on this, they come to power, and they don't do anything about it.
Including the current government?
I say any government, including the present government. Including the present government. Because the fair solution any government should have taken is to stop what is going on. It's just like having a fire in a house. The first thing you do is to put the fire out.
So we've heard, for instance, the vice president ahead of the elections, we heard her say that the government, if Ghanaians voted for the NDC, would be interested in responsible mining and ensuring that people mined properly. And there seems to be the idea that that's the tangents the government wants to go on. You don't think that that's good enough in terms of dealing with this menace?
No, let's be frank with ourselves. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing nothing like responsible mining. What is responsible mining? The people really destroying this country are the kingpins, and they know them. Why they can't go after them is a big problem. The ordinary person in the village cannot afford an excavator. You know the price of one excavator? Those who bring in the excavators are those they should hold responsible. And this is a work of national security. For years, 8 years plus, we have national security who were just chasing citizens. This is their work. There are campaigns behind. The moment you get hold of them, this nonsense will stop. And I have said time and again, the first thing that should be done now is to declare state of emergency. You can't do anything without that. In areas that have been affected or in areas where this destructive operation is going on, you declare a state of emergency, get the soldiers involved. That's why the soldiers are there. Put 2 battalions there. 2 battalions will stop this. I've said about it a year and a half ago, and I'm repeating it. That is their way. Put 2 battalions, infantry battalion there, and let them flush the whole area.
Doc, I'm happy that you're a military man yourself. You trained as a soldier, and the concern is that soldiers are trained to kill. So when you send them to the bush, they'll kill people. Is that what you want?
Listen, those in the villages or those kingpins who have been making their money, the innocent people they have been killing. What do you think about that? The work of a soldier is to act on orders. If it's killing that will solve that problem, they will kill. All you tell them is that flush out anything you see in the forest. As I speak with you now, we have about 45, if I'm not mistaken, about 45 forest reserves that have been destroyed. Maybe some of them will be giving us a different, what do you call it, the number. But what I had from the Forestry Commission, 45 forests have been destroyed. They come and tell us that they have been able to rescue 1, 2, 3. No, it's not true. Now, out of these 45 or 44, I'll say, 4 are just green forests. 17 have turned yellow. 19 orange. And this is a data from the Forestry Commission. If you go there, they will give it to you. So I am telling you today that it appears the political class cannot take a decision because they have been responsible for this country. If the political class can, please let me finish. If the political class cannot take decision, the people will take decision themselves. Because people are dying. There are people that look at what the researcher just said. We are in Accra here, but we are equally guilty. We are equally, what do you call it, going to suffer just like the person in the village. Why should we sit down? What are we waiting for? A state of emergency is a state of emergency. You declare a state of emergency to state or control, to save or control a situation that will be worse. What we're getting to now, we shall get to a place where nobody can handle the whole thing now. And indeed, I have heard also that the Volta River itself is being polluted from the north. What the hell is that? Can't we take a decision? Governments come and governments go, and the same problem. A problem that can be solved by the military within a short period.
And when you say that if the political class cannot take a decision, the people themselves would, what does that mean? What did you mean by that?
Look, if you have the people suffering, I've said this time and again, what brings troubles in countries? When the people are suffering, especially, at least, if we have not seen some before, we've read it happening in other countries. And they get fed up, they do what they want to do, and nobody can control them.
Civil unrest, you mean?
When the people get fed up with the system, they do what they want to do, and nobody can control them.
And I'm glad...
we are suffering. People are suffering. We have, even hospitals are so understaffed. Hospitals don't have equipment. I mean, the country is in a pathetic state. And simple decisions cannot be taken by about 4 different governments that are passed. What is happening?
I want to come to Dr. Hannah Bisu, because you asked the question about why the government doesn't seem to want to get, quote unquote, the big fishes, but always going for those who are on site. And Doc, I'm coming directly to you on that, because earlier I mentioned that you've been going to these hinterlands yourself. You had the concern of Dr. Nyaho Tamaklu, and it's a concern expressed by a number of other people that go get the big fishes. Those on site are not really the ones who are sponsoring themselves.
That is also not generally the case. Okay, when you say those on site, so when I meet Chinese on site, they are not sponsoring themselves.
But somebody put them there.
Exactly, they're together with somebody. And the actions that Mineral Development Fund that represent the communities, the actions that we've taken, these actions that began yielding results. When you go to Etiwa West, we arrested those on site, and the one behind has appeared. Because we take you, once you touch the communities. So I was telling people, you know, when you start doing these things and you're getting results, then you have some group of persons that somehow it affects, maybe directly or indirectly, I don't know. And they will try and come up with all sort of funny excuses. Oh, it's not your mandate. Oh, it's not this.
I was actually going to go there.
No, don't even go there. As a Ghanaian, it's my mandate. That is number one.
To be going to the forest? When you have the police, the military, and other people who are supposed to be
so now
let
me also tell you, why do you arrest a thief when they come to your house? Why don't you sit down and, as said, it's not your duty to arrest a thief because you're not a police officer? Are you a police officer? No. So will you watch a thief to rob you or rob your neighbor because you are not a police officer.
So you've taken it upon yourself?
And so, no, and also, let me also clarify for you. Probably you've not seen the videos. I don't go alone. I've seen thieves. I've seen murderers. I've seen terrorists. They are environmental terrorists. They're terrorizing the communities that I'm supposed to serve. They terrorize these communities that I'm required, even by NDPC. They said the Mineral Development Fund, you should support in the prevention of mining environmental degradation and pollution and promote mining community socioeconomic environment.
And the way to do it is to go to the forest.
I'm talking about community, so I don't know why you're mentioning forest here. When you went to a Tiwa, did you go to a forest? No, you went to a community. From the time I started, I've not mentioned forest. You are the one mentioning forest. So I don't want you to push the narrative.
Yes, but the point is going to places where there are illegal mining.
Listen. You see, when you say going to the forest, you are changing the narrative that I'm putting across. And I wish that you allow me to put this narrative across because it's very important for the nation. Okay? When you come to the act, because you're also going to ask me the same question, and anybody who has asked me that question, seriously, if it's for the consumption of your viewers, it's pardonable. But if it's for your own consumption, it's not pardonable. You know, when you say, is it your mandate? And I'm like, okay, is it my mandate to drink contaminated water? Is it the mandate of that innocent pregnant woman to have malformed baby because somebody contaminated the water? Is it the mandate of that child at Old Atitim who knows nothing but a gun because people come and terrorize them with guns? Is it the mandate of that 7-year-old boy who fell in the pit dark in the community and died? Is it the mandate of that mother to have lost her son? Now, Section 5 of application of the fund, A, says we are supposed to redress the harmful effects of mining on affected communities and persons and promote local economic, those ones are put aside. You see, before we came to office, MDF had been in existence in 2016, March. I'm the second administrator. A lot of people didn't know about MDF. Now we take the books of MDF, dust them off, and decide to go by the mandate, and those that it pinches, they are crying. You went to the field, you went to a community, you saw what they've done in those communities. Have they reported to you how many people have fell in the pit and died? I've been to places where 2 people died. All that it time somebody fell in the pit and died, and they were met with guns when the community went there to try and rescue at least a dead body. And so when we go to the field, like what we just, the case that we just had, let me read those behind.
If you say the case you just had where your task force was confronted, or
now, in
the
the
one
first
after?
place, let me also say this. I don't have a task force. I'm the administrator of Mineral Development Fund. Now, when I'm moving into a community, by the request of the community, and I have letters, I received a letter from one of the big chiefs in this country yesterday, requesting that they don't trust any entity. They want Mineral Development Fund to come in and help them with all these elements from their communities. So when we get the invitation, we move in, okay? So when we are moving in, we go with the police, uniform and non-uniformed, and sometimes with the military. There are places where we're held hostage, but we were able to free ourselves. And there are places, like recent Friday, there was an ambush, but by the grace of God, we were able to discover them. You know, just that case, we arrested Chinese. We got about 8 excavators the same day, and it continued the next day. 2 days ago, those who sent the Chinese, they've written a letter to us. They came, written a letter, assumed responsibility, promised that they are going to pay for the restoration of the land that they have destroyed, the restoration of the water body, and the restoration of the community's life. And they have admitted the wrongdoing. Not just them, all those that we've arrested. And they've been reminded, those that we have in hand, the Chinese, Ghanaians, you'll be reminded, we are pushing for a polluter-pays principle. You pollute, you pay. The rest of it, the law that has to deal with you deals with you.
So aside from the payment, just so you're able to land, and then I'm able to go to the other panel members as well. Aside from the payments, those who have come forward as being behind those, what else is going to happen to them?
The law will take its course.
What does that mean?
It means that because...
I mean, we have our laws that say that if somebody is caught between 10 to 20-something years, the person should be able to face the law.
That's why the courts have these cases with them. And I want you to know that at least for every case that MDF is handling, we are getting results because those behind have come up and they've assumed responsibility. And as we speak, there are even sites per the intel that we have on the ground. People are moving in with dozers to start the reclamation and tree planting and other side, because once you know you've crossed the community, you've crossed Mineral Development Fund. We've had calls now today. I had calls from people who are into Galamsey, and they say the actions that MDF we've taken, that have actually made them feel guilty for their actions. And somebody is saying, Madam, I have stopped and I want to help. And we will show you where if it's in the forest, I will direct them, protect them by giving the information to those who have to go to the forest. But if it's in the communities, we have to redress. But how do I redress a harmful effect of mining on them? When I meet people digging in schools, around their schools, in the communities, at backyards, taking over their farms, mining in the water bodies, contaminating it, then all that I have to do is throw my hands in despair and start crying. And what will that be? You know, they live in, I just wish that we could go and see what the people tell me is dangerous, and I tell you that those who live there, they live in danger every microsecond of their lives that they live in those
And I want to ask you this question very briefly. I'll go to Dr. Togbe, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, and then we'll look at the way forward as regards mitigations. But again, you just dismissed the reports that you have a task force. Just last week, we had the small-scale miners coming out to say that, yes, they like the fact that the government seems to want to do something about the fight against illegal mining, yet they feel that the efforts are not coordinated. And so you just, like I said, dismissed the bit about the task force, but you also do have the Forestry Commission doing its bits, the military doing its bit. Just yesterday, we heard the police administration at a press conference also telling us what they are also doing. Do you have an idea as a government, what kind of are we coordinating all these efforts so that not every, and then again yesterday we had Gold Board also launching a task force. How are we coordinating these efforts so there's one focus to achieve the same objective?
I think that for military, the police, Gold Board, agencies and others, whatever they put in place, obviously there's a coordination, okay? The country is huge, and you heard Dr. Togbe, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo saying that the Volta today, I was just thinking, probably the Volta is also having its fair share.
And he confirmed it for you.
And he just said it, okay? And so when you coordinate, when Mineral Development Fund, if we have a distress call from a community and we are visited, and you go to the police, and we go to the military, and we seek for assistance for them to go with us, it's as coordinated as, because they also have their chain of command, you understand? So they come in that force, and when we finish, everything that is taken, if it's excavated, everything, it goes to the police. We don't deal with those things. Our one is to pursue, to make sure that whoever is arrested is not left off the hook per phone call or monies or any other thing, and it's yielding results.
And Togbe, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, I'll be coming to you very shortly, but the other two panelists in the studio haven't spoken, and so I want to come to them, and I'm looking at the way forward, really. Doc, what can be done? Is there any way to turn this around? Reclaiming our lands, purifying our food and our water?
Of course, because we call this existential threat, call it whatever, environmental terrorism. The only way to do it is to reverse what is going on, by whichever means. I know countries where things that like this started, And some of these methods were being used, and people were like, still going on. So it became a shoot to kill.
Kind of the approach Togbi is telling us
and
about.
once that thing was adopted, it stopped. And you see, we are all being killed gradually because we are all drinking from the same taps. You fetch water from your tap, and you just the quality or the way it looks to tell you that it is polluted. The fish in the water, they are imbibing and assimilating all these metals into themselves. Even the bird overhead that eats from this fish in our river bodies, they are all they are vanishing. You don't see the vultures and all these anymore. Why? They are assimilating all these heavy metals and they are dying off. Wherever you took the samples from, I'm sure they are quite a distance from the river body.
Some of them
and
were
yet,
a bit far.
These metals have seeped all the way, percolated all the way into the farms. So you can imagine what is going on in the river bodies and the fish that we consume. And fish is also food. So it's all there. We have no choice than to be frontal with this and fight it as a war. We just assume that these are terrorists who have invaded. And I keep saying, if terrorists invaded our country, how would we handle them?
How would we handle them? So that's there are others who also believe that perhaps there are other chemicals that they could use instead of these ones. Are there alternatives?
Yes,
Do you know about them?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, so usually the mercury that is being used is very poisonous. And sometimes lead and all these things do enter into our water bodies. Definitely, there are alternatives that can be used. They may be more expensive if they are, but at least it's more life-saving.
Doc, do you know about them in terms of the price? Are they more expensive than the poisonous ones they are currently
what
using?
I can say when it comes to our side, MDF, our research
and I'll come back to you to finish
yeah,
I just want to get
yeah,
that.
a research team with a private entity here in Ghana. We've done extensive research and we've come up with the alternative, which has gone through all the trials and it's like 0.000 toxicity. And that can replace the mercury and the cyanide, whatever.
And is it more expensive than what is being used now?
No, it's not. And very soon it will be, once we are done with all the paperwork, it will be launched out there. We are also in communication with the small-scale miners, and it will be tried. It's the best alternative so far. There may be others, but what we have done through research with our partners here, because we've not launched, I don't want to mention the name.
I will come back to you to conclude on that first. Doc, if you can finish, and I'll go to Prof.
That is very refreshing to know that at least we are looking at alternatives that will keep the population safe. And so beyond that, there must be reclamation of the land. Because plant life is more like our life depends on plant life. Because pollution of carbon dioxide, plants do absorb them. So if we destroy the forest, we end up all these greenhouse effects.
The cyclical
have it again. So we're going to have all these things seeping into the placenta of our mothers, and they're giving birth to more formed babies, and babies are actually born and their brains are destroyed already. So we are going to have more blockheads in school. For saying that out loud. So we need to take the frontal action and deal with it frontally.
And I'm coming to you, Prof. Before I come back to you finally, Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamoklo, what is the way forward for us, really, in terms of ensuring that we are reversing this? And I'm not looking at a long term. I'm looking at something we can do now. And if you have any medium-term ideas before we even think of the long term, because we need to start from somewhere.
Thank you. Well, the issue is we need to reclaim our land. Now, when you talk about land reclamation, people just think that, well, let's just cover our pits and then plant trees in our states. I don't think it's so. They are more advanced way of, but simple way of reclaiming our land. We need to do what we call bioremediation. It's not just enough that you have a polluted land and then you put in trees there. Well, the trees grow, before you realize, farmers go back and start farming there. Heavy metals are not metals that, you put in there and within a year or two, they evaporate or disappear. They are there for years. Now, plants are supposed to pick up. If we want to remediate the soil, we want to deliberately remove these heavy metals. And there are several methods of removing these metals. The remediation. The most friendly one is the phytoremediation, which is using plants to remove these heavy metals. Now, if you are using plants to remove the metal, what that means is that the heavy metal is in the tissue of the plant. What that also means is that if the plant remains there and die, the heavy metal is reintroduced into the soil. So it is not just enough to cover peat and plant, but deliberately planting trees or plants that are known to be good accumulators of these heavy metals. Now, we cannot or we should not just leave this plant there. It means that we have to deliberately harvest this plant and destroy them appropriately. That will be the only way by which we can remove these heavy metals. So once the plants are there, when they die, they reintroduce. And then when the plants grow, and we just think that, oh, everything is okay, farmers go to plants, the plants bioaccumulate these things. And you know, when you talk about the food chain.
If you could wrap up in 20 seconds,
yes,
please.
So the food chain, plants are the primary producers. So if contaminant wants to go into the food chain, it starts from plants. Once the plant eats it, animals go to eat the plant, human beings eat animals or eat the plant. It's reintroduced into the system. So it is not enough as a country to say that we are solving the problem by just covering peat and plant trees, but we should be deliberate in harvesting these plants and properly, you know, destroy.
Our time is actually up, but in the meantime, should we ban food coming from all mining areas?
Then where do we get our food from?
Okay, so Doc, I promised I was going to come back to you in like 20 seconds so we can wrap up because our time is really up.
I quickly want to say this, that at Mineral Development Fund, together with our partners of Ishintal Group, we are going to the plantation of Remy. And there are species of Remy that actually absorbs the heavy metals. In the next few weeks, their scientists will be coming down to Ghana, and our research team leaders also go and learn. So to be some of these, the species that will be absorbing will be given, seedlings will be given to some of these communities. And as Prof said, eventually they'll be harvested and pass through certain process that will now free our land. So we are doing all. When we talk about the reclamation, we are looking at reclaiming the land and actually planting trees that will take out the heavy metals. So Mineral Development Fund this time around in our communities want to make sure that at least we do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hannah Bisu. Doc, Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, if you would kindly give us your final word in just 20 seconds and then we'll wrap up. Our time is up.
My final word is straight to the point. Criminals have declared war on this nation. And when a war is declared on a nation, the soldiers in that country, they fight it. Without that, we should forget about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo. Thank you very much, Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, for joining us. Also, Dr. Hannah Bisu as well with the MDF, Professor Benedict Afusu-Mensah, and Dr. Dennis Bote. My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you so much for joining us on Agenda tonight.
And
join
please,
us again.
My surname is Bisu Kote.
Bisu Kote. Thank you very much for joining us.
President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, Right Honorable Alban Babin, Speaker of Parliament, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Julius Deborah, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior presidential staffers, honorable ministers, honorable members of Parliament, revered traditional leaders, valued investors, distinguished commanders of our security forces, our youth, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow citizens, it is a great honor and privilege to address you today on behalf of the many people who contributed to shaping the program that the President will launch in a few minutes. My remarks today will cover 3 key points: an overview of the program's format, a look ahead at our implementation plans and our facilitation of that implementation, and words of gratitude to those who have helped bring us to this point. Ladies and gentlemen, several 24-hour plus programs and documents have been in circulation for a while, in print and online. Let me briefly explain belatedly the format we used in developing the program. The program is available in a full version, an executive summary, and 8 sub-program books, each of which is self-contained but part of the whole. For example, if your primary interest is infrastructure, you can read just the Connect 24 sub-program. This will provide you with our complete infrastructure program and sufficient material to contextualize it as part of a broader program. We will soon produce abridged versions, popular summaries, and animations to help communicate program ideas and aspirations more widely. We hope you enjoy reading it and will share your reflections with us. We are also in touch with the Bureau of Ghana Languages so that we can disseminate the content of this program as simply, as effectively to all our people, everywhere, every hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in implementation mode. We have divided the program into around 50 separate commercial, institutional, and social projects. We are writing concept notes for the first 20 of these projects. These concept notes have so far been our primary tools for engaging with institutional stakeholders, including local and foreign entrepreneurs, financiers, donors, contractors, CSOs, MDAs, MMDAs, community leaders, youth leaders, and others. They will be available on our website for interested persons to engage. We are pursuing several other targets in parallel. Firstly, on an ongoing basis, we have begun to the work of aligning our project with our current and planned government initiatives to minimize overlaps and increase synergy. For example, we have worked closely with the Minister of Agribusiness, Trade and Industry, Madam, to ensure that our respective textiles and garments programs complement rather than compete with each other. This effort culminated in an industry roundtable on June 9th, where stakeholders discussed the direction of textiles and garments policy and identified locations for future textiles and garment parks. The parks will not only be in Accra or in Tema, they'll be distributed across the country so that we can industrialize every aspect of the country where it's required and deemed bankable. Similarly, we're in the process of structuring and negotiating the concession regimes for the Volta Lake Economic Corridor with Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, VRA, and the Ministry for Energy and the Green Transition. Secondly, we have presented our 24-hour plus incentives package along with its impact assessment report to the Ministry of Finance for final review and adoption. Our proposals to the Finance Minister aim to simplify incentives and eliminate unnecessary bureaucratic discretion, thereby discouraging arbitrariness and facilitating the automation of processes. Thirdly, we are conducting feasibility studies on commercial projects, aiming to have priority projects investment ready by year's end. Indeed, we have learned that some priority projects already have bankable feasibility studies that only need updating. Fourthly, and very importantly, with the guidance from the Bank of Ghana, in collaboration with Development Bank of Ghana, Venture Capital Trust Fund, and Ghana Exim Bank, we must finalize and are in the process of finalizing our SME on-lending platform and our value chain lending scheme so that funds can flow to the 24-hour economic projects and the qualified entrepreneurs who run these projects. Fifthly, ladies and gentlemen, we are activating the mobilization component of the program. Aspire 24 and Go 24 may appear 7th and 8th on our list of sub-programs, but they are not afterthoughts. Everything is integrated. Aspire 24, mindset change, digital fluency, Go 24 will ignite a spirit of self-organization and civic responsibility among Ghanaians at the community level where we live, work, school, worship, and play. Communities must be empowered to address local challenges, and ultimately we need to build a truly participatory democracy that functions effectively at the national, district, and sub-district levels. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon become a statutory authority. The appropriate legislation is being finalized for onward transmission to Parliament. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have made a significant leap towards our goal. We are very, very, very early in the long journey that the President has described. The road may be long, but we are ready, able to walk it. We hope to walk this road with all of your support. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank those who have helped us to get to this far. The program was framed, developed, tested, written up, and illustrated by a dedicated, talented, youthful workforce and professional team between January and May 2025. Their ages range from 24 to 69 years old. I'm not the 69-year-old, by the way. I am personally grateful to every member of the Secretariat for your faith in Ghana, your long nights, your imagination, your competence, and your rigor. I could not have asked for a better team. However, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretariat is the first to admit that we stand on the shoulders of others. We must acknowledge, Your Excellency, the leadership of President Mahama, whose vision for a productive, prosperous, integrated, innovative, and equitable society has driven the development of the program. The vision, however, did not take shape in isolation. Much of the initial analysis was done by the NDC's 2024 Manifesto Committee, chaired by Comrade Danso Boafo, who is currently the Cabinet Secretary. Special tribute is due to the members of the 24-hour Economic Task Force team and the Jobs and Employment Subcommittee of the Manifesto Committee. Time will not allow me to mention each of you by name, but I believe that your names are being scrolled as I speak on the screens. And thank you for your remarkable effort and dedication, and your contributions are deeply appreciated. A detailed analysis of the challenges entrepreneurs, especially exporters, face was provided by individual intrepid entrepreneurs, both large and small, who know the system intimately. These producers and their associations are AGI, Association of Ghana Industries, FAGE, Federation of Ghanaian Exporters, GUTA, Ghana Union of Traders, GAU, PFAG, Ghana National Association of Cattle Farmers, the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce, and others also highlighted the opportunity cost of our broken system. They propose well-thought-out solutions, some of which we have included in the program. We are grateful to the development financial institutions, private foundations, development banks, and international agencies, especially Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, Development Bank of Ghana, Ghana Exim Bank, UNDP, and the African Development Bank for their invaluable support in shaping both the financing and strategic architecture of the 24-hour economic program. Without the guidance of Dr. Ato Forson, Dr. Johnson Asiama, and the expert teams at the Ministry of Finance, the Bank of Ghana, the Ghana Statistical Service, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, much of this program would not have been possible. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the government, the Office of the President. The Office of the President has led the program steadily and consistently and unfailingly. The Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, has continuously provided guidance and support. The Senior Presidential Advisor on Governmental Affairs, Valerie Sawyer, has been endlessly kind, helpful, and wise. The Cabinet Secretary, Professor Danso Boafo, has on many occasions guided us safely and smoothly through turbulent waters, as well as saved us when we needed help in presenting matters to the Cabinet. And of course, Dr. Kalistus Mahama, the Secretary to the President, has always found space for us in His Excellency's incredibly busy schedule, in addition to graciously reviewing documents meant for public distribution. Our dear friend, former Attorney General Marietta Brew, now the President's legal advisor, has offered very valuable legal insights. Seth Tekpe has always been a clear voice on economic management and he's always been a good comrade. And without Mausi Jirasa, our team would never have figured out how to navigate the complexities of Jubilee House. I must recognize the profound support of the Cabinet. 24 Hours is a truly multi-sectoral program that touches every ministerial sector of government. Progress would not be possible without the active support of ministers. However, in terms of the productive industries that the program seeks to transform, we must single out the Ministers for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness, Elizabeth Ufusu Ajari, Madam. Eric Opoku, Minister of Agriculture. Madam Emilia Arthur, Minister of Fisheries. Madam Jifa Ablagomashi, Minister of Culture, Theatre, Arts and Tourism. We really do thank you for your patience and your willingness to make your institutional capacity available to drive our different sub-programs. Lastly, and not the least, I commend the leadership of our security services. With facilitation from the National Security Council and National Security Advisor, we've held constructive engagement with the armed forces, the police, immigration, prisons, fire service, customs, cybersecurity agency, and the National Signals Bureau. These institutions have demonstrated a clear understanding of the strategic implications of the 24-hour plus program and are already implementing measures to safeguard our national stability as the transformation unfolds. Indeed, I believe that ports, police, well, they've always been somehow 24-hour. Ports, police, and GRA are now on a 24-hour footing to complement the efforts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries, Ministry of Local Government, and so on. So thank you all very much. We salute all of you, your commitment. We at the Secretariat are confident that we will continue to receive constructive criticism and suggestions for further improvement. Criticism is always welcome. We see the 24-hour program as a living program, rooted in science and firm social democratic principles, but flexible enough to respond tactically to a changing environment. We will learn many lessons along the way and make numerous adjustments. The bow that doesn't bend always breaks. This is the only way the program can transform our society in the short, medium, and the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, the task that Ghana has undertaken and that our Secretariat is supporting is a challenging one. However, the social and political costs of inaction are terrifying. I'll repeat that. However, the social and political costs of inaction are terrifying. This is a sensible program with substantial upsides. The people of Ghana are very capable, very resilient, and today they are inspiringly led by Your Excellency. We can say without a doubt that our President is a true champion of responsible entrepreneurship in national transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we as a country, we as a people have what it takes. And with your support, we will succeed. Thank you, sir.
Fight against corruption. The former National Petroleum Authority board is out on bail after pleading not guilty to charges of extortion and money laundering. His co-accused stay in custody, unable to meet their bail conditions. We'll break down what happened in court earlier today. Stay with us. Also, the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Amane-Boamah, has revealed that more Ghana Armed Forces ammunition remains unaccounted for. Is this a security red flag? Well, we hear from the security analyst and the Executive Secretary of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. Stay with us. Dr. Adam Bona joins us tonight. Also, we bring you a sneak peek and key expectations ahead of the 2025 budget presentation, that's a mid-year budget review by the Finance Minister tomorrow, Dr. Kasiala Tuforcing, and what should Ghanaians really look out for. We'll have a conversation tonight. Plus, the Auditor General's report is presenting us with a conversation on how much we're losing as a state and as a people as a result of the financial irregularities in the public sector. What should be done to change the narrative of always, this report comes out, we lament about it, Public Accounts Committee will sit on it, not much is recovered, the cycle continues. That's the conversation tonight. As always, you're an integral part of the conversation. Let's hear from you. The hashtag we're using is Ghana Tonight on Facebook and on X. Let's get talking. Let's settle for Ghana Briefs.
Former National Petroleum Authority Chief Executive Officer Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid has met his bail conditions in an extortion and money laundering case involving over 280 million cedis. He and 9 others are accused of illegally collecting funds from petroleum transporters and oil marketing firms. While Abdul Hamid is out on bail, the others remain in custody after failing to meet their conditions. All have pleaded not guilty. And Abdul Hamid denies the charges, with his lawyers accusing the special prosecutor of exaggerating the facts, have also come to light. Another theft of ammunition has been uncovered within the armed forces, raising serious concerns about national security. Speaking to the media, the Minister for Defense, Dr. Omane Boama, stated that while investigations into the 2024 missing ammunition are still ongoing, more disturbing cases of theft from previous years have also come to light.
I spoke about the 2024 transfer of ammunition from the Ghana Armed Forces to the then National Security without due consultation and authorization, which the present National Security Coordinator is seeing to that investigation. Just when I thought that was being addressed, we have uncovered another one. And in that case, theft of ammunition.
Security has been tightened at Asawase F line following the brazen shooting and killing of a local chief. The incident has sparked tensions, but authorities are urging calm, promising swift action to bring the perpetrators to justice. The tragedy unfolded when 2 armed men on a motorbike ambushed Chief Azembe outside his home. Eyewitnesses say one attacker, armed with an AK-47, fired multiple shots at the Kadit divisional area chief before escaping. With tensions rising, the Asukori Mampong Municipal Chief Executive has called for restraint.
I will continue to urge calm and ask that they allow the security to finish their investigations and be able to unravel the circumstances surrounding this barbaric act.
Excavators brought into the country has been impounded at the Tema ports as part of efforts to curb the illegal use of earth-moving equipment in illegal mining. Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, taking his turn at the Government Accountability Series, also says government repossessed 9 forest reserves previously taken over by armed guards.
We have drawn a line in the sand, and I believe the president is very focused on that. We have drawn a line in the sand, and we will fight against irresponsible, reckless mining activities that endanger our very lives. Let me also assure the good people of Ghana that we are steadfast, we are committed, and focused on winning this fight of our lifetime.
The ranking member on the Health Committee of Parliament, Dr. Nana Ayew-Afriyie, has indicated that certain aspects of the newly passed Ghana Medical Trust Fund Bill will compete with the services of the National Health Insurance Scheme. He has questioned the outsourcing of 20% of funding from the Health Insurance Fund to support the Trust Fund, claiming it is not sustainable.
I would think that coming into government and promising before election is one thing. So if you have promised that you would actually repeal that act establishes the COVID levy and you will scrap that tax off, I would think that there's nothing wrong for government to be bold to say, sorry, we meant this at this time and this is the situation we find ourselves, so that the COVID fund could be earmarked to support this work of the trust.
More than 1,500 Ghanaians have died in road crashes between January and June 2025, with over 7,000 incidents reported nationwide. The National Road Safety Authority is raising alarm over what it describes as a worsening public safety crisis. The authority is now appealing to government to officially declare the road crash situation a national public health emergency.
Traveling on our roads today requires prayer, fasting, as well as a faith, because you may not know whether you could become part of the next statistics. We are calling on government to amend the road traffic regulation LI 2180 to regulate commercial motorcycles and tricycles operations with a clear licensing, training and safety standards.
More news on 3news.com. Make some time and visit 3news.com. This is Ghana Tonight. Coming up next, former National Petroleum Authority boss Mustapha Hamid is out on bail, while his other persons as co-accused stay in custody after they all pleaded not guilty to charges of extortion and money laundering. Now, we'll tell you exactly what happened in court today and how things played out, because it was a very, very important update to how things have played out, especially after last week, that information from the Office of Special Prosecutor. So, as we do know, the former National Petroleum Authority CEO, Mustapha Abdul Hamid, has met the bail conditions imposed on him by the High Court. Now, this was after he and 9 others pleaded not guilty to multiple charges of corruption and corruption-related offenses. Now, the 9 others remain in custody. That's the last time we checked, for failure to meet their bail conditions. But really, we'll just give you a sneak preview of what happened in court today. That's what you're seeing on the screen right now. And it tells you clearly the representation that these persons went into court with earlier today. And then also the fact that the 2 million cedis, we understand, bail condition that was slapped on Mustapha Hamid. We understand he has been able to meet that bail condition. We'll find out exactly what was the condition that was slapped on the others, whom we understand have not been able to meet the bail conditions. And what next for this particular case is a case of specific interest for the Office of Special Prosecutor and then also anti-corruption crusaders who have been watching how things are playing out. Dennis Paberi Esquire is with me in the studio and monitored the happenings in court earlier today. It's good to have you, Dennis, as always.
Thank you, Alfred.
Good stuff. Now, we do know, it's on record, that Mustapha Hamid, former CEO of NPA, has met the bail conditions.
Yes, that's what the OSP tells us.
Of
but
how
before
much?
we left the courtroom, he and the other accused persons were still there trying to execute the bail bond. So in respect of Mustapha Hamid himself and the second and third accused persons, 3 people. So in that case, I'll just show you. So Mustapha Hamid is here. He's the first accused person.
Right.
The second accused person, Jacob Kwamina Amwa, and then Wendy Newman. So the first, second, and third accused persons, they were given a bail sum of 2 million Ghana cedis each, with 2 sureties, one of which was to be justified with landed property. And Alfred, when you are given a bail condition, one that requires justification and has to do with landed property, usually it's quite a process for you to be able to get it done within a day. So it's quite understandable that some of these people are still in custody. In respect of the other accused persons, for them, there's the same bail sum of 2 million Ghana cedis, except that they have 3 sureties, one of whom is to be justified.
No, but look at these charges: conspiracy to commit extortion, extortion by public officer, using public office for profit. That's some tough nut that the special prosecutor will have to crack. It certainly means that he has something up his sleeves we are not aware of, is it not?
Well, so the special prosecutor, who was present in court himself to have the plea of the accused persons taken, did indicate that for them, evidence would show, beyond reasonable doubt, that the accused persons have actually committed the offences for which they've been put before the court. Even though that also was sharply rebutted by counsel for the accused persons, because in their view, what the special prosecutor had indicated, that the evidence will show beyond reasonable doubt, was not included in the facts that were before the court.
I see.
But the OSP, the special prosecutor, had to come back again to explain that he used that in the sense that, in the course of the trial, they would adduce evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt that these accused persons are indeed guilty for what they have been accused of. That is to say, he's ready to prosecute and to prove his case in court. But of course, there was also the other issue where, you remember before they even got to the courtroom, the OSP had given them bail, so they were on bail.
Sure.
And that was brought to the attention of the court. The OSP was not opposed to the court giving them bail, except to say that the first, second, and the third accused persons were flight risks. But that again, counsel for the first accused person, that's counsel for Mustafa Abdul Hamid, did not take that lightly, because in his view, that was not accurate, because he says that even when the investigation was ongoing and Dr. Mustafa was on bail, anytime he needed to travel, he sought permission from the OSP.
Right.
And that there was no indication whatsoever that he made any attempt to flee the jurisdiction.
I see.
So he did not see why that information that the OSP offered to the court, that the accused persons, including the first person, was at flight risk.
Flight risk.
So that was the information that was put before the court, for which the court was to consider the bail conditions or the bail terms for them. And eventually, those bail terms were given them. Now we are learning first accused person is the only person who has been able to meet the bail conditions as of the close of today. The other 6 people are still in custody. And here you find the 6 other persons. We've looked at the first 3. The 4th person is Albert Ankra. All of them were in court. Isaac Mensah, Bright Bediako Mensah too, Kweku Abuaji Akwa, and the rest are the artificial persons or the companies. And Alfred, it's so important to indicate that due to the high interest in this particular case, the courtroom was full, even to a point that you find people who were interested in the matter not having space in that particular court. And those who are familiar with the court spaces in the it's the case that the criminal courts usually have relatively bigger spaces. But even with that, it could not contain the number of people who were interested in that particular matter. Most of the people who had come there were people who had come to solidarize with the accused persons, especially the first accused person, who's the former NPA boss. But by and large, their plea was taken. All of them pleaded not guilty to all the charges, and their lawyers say they are ready to have their day in courts. You remember for Mustafa Abdul Hamid, his lawyers had already indicated before they came to court that their client is innocent of all the allegations that have been leveled against him.
Absolutely.
They raised concerns about how the investigation started with the figure involved, 1.3 million. They are now told that what he is standing trial for is in respect of some 280 million Ghana cedis. And to him specifically, it has to do with some 24 million Ghana cedis. So for them, they are ready to go through the trial and then prove the innocence of their clients.
I see. You're referring to the bail conditions. What were the bail conditions specifically to Mustafa Hamid and the others?
So for
that
him,
Mustafa Hamid has met?
Yes, for him and these 2, that is Jacob Kwabena Amwa and Newman Wendy, Wendy Newman, 2 million Ghana cedis, 2 sureties, one of whom is to be justified.
Right.
And in that case, they are looking at landed property. They were also asked to deposit their passports and also visit the investigator once every month. So those were the conditions in respect to the 3 of them. Now for the rest of them, they also have the same bail sum as in the 2 million Ghana cedis, but with 3 sureties, one of whom is to be justified.
I see. So how is this case going to play out in the coming days?
Well,
from what we do know.
So now the case has been adjourned to 26th of August. Parties have been asked to file the relevant documents. In this case, prosecution is required to file all disclosures and then serve same on the defense. They are also supposed to indicate witnesses that they will call if they intend to do so. And also, if they have any alibis to file, they'll have to do so. But then again, the hearing on the 26th is going to be a virtual hearing. And that will be the day that they'll come to now determine the next line of action for the progression of the case. Alfred.
Great detail there. Now, you know what? This is one that it's not just the people who are in the courts who are keenly interested in this, right? And it's just important that you put the matters in context about the public interest nature of this particular issue. And you had the courtroom full to capacity.
It was.
In fact, beyond capacity.
Yes. Even practitioners did not have space in the courtroom. I mean, at certain point in time, security had to come in to make provision for other persons who needed to be in the courtroom. And it was obvious that this was not a regular day in court where you would find maybe few people in certain courts. The court, that courtroom specifically, was filled to capacity.
You see. And we'll see how the coming days will look like.
Precisely so.
Rightly, and we'll follow this every step of the way. Dennis Peperewadam will continue to be in court and to sit through these court proceedings on specific cases like this, and then also many others that the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General are all pursuing for and on behalf of the Republic of Ghana. But this is Ghana Tonight. Stay with us. We're going into some matters tonight as coming up next, another case of armed forces ammunitions not accounted for. Is this a security red flag? Now, we'll settle for a conversation tonight on this particular issue because there's been another development, quite a concern indeed, to say the least. Now, the new information suggests another unaccounted ammunitions within the armed forces, raising serious concerns about national security. Now, speaking to the media, the Minister in charge of Defense, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, stated that while investigations into the 2024 missing ammunitions are still ongoing, you recall on Monday when Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah addressed the government accountability series, he indicated that thousands of military-grade ammunitions had gone missing. That was prior to the 2024 elections. But this time around, he's giving some more updates about further missing ammunitions belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces that they cannot find. And more disturbing cases from what we are hearing of theft from previous years have also come to light. Here's the minister earlier today. Take a look.
The 2024 transfer of ammunition from the Ghana Armed Forces to the then National Security without due consultation and authorization, which the present National Security Coordinator is seeing to that investigation. Just when I thought that was being addressed, we have uncovered another one. And in that case, theft of ammunitions. And that was even before the 2024 transfer of ammunitions from the Ghana Armed Forces to the National Security. The ammunitions found in the hands of civilians may not just have come from the ingenuity of those civilians securing them, but may have come from complicity of people who are tasked with responsibility. And so the investigations are ongoing, but the general public must know that these thefts have taken place and we are chasing them. We shall chase the perpetrators to whichever hole in which they will be hiding. Because the peace and stability of Mother Ghana is far more important than any other individual's interest.
Well, that's a troubling update that the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, gives. And this is coming on the heels of similar revelation by the minister on Monday during the Government Accountability Series, which he gave details of these thousands of military-grade ammunition that have also gone missing prior to the elections. Take a look.
We have kept our nation safe and stable, notwithstanding the irregular transfer of thousands of rounds of military ammunition in 2024 from the Ghana Armed Forces to the National Security Outfit. Ammunitions since not been accounted for. If you go back to the President's State of the Nation address 2025, he hinted at it. This is the next phase. But the reality is that to date, those ammunitions have not been accounted for. How the Ghana Armed Forces could transfer ammunitions to national security that doesn't have a fighting force in 2024 is a question that will definitely have to be answered. The Ghana Armed Forces has passed it on to the National Security Secretariat for the National Security Secretariat to investigate it, since they were the recipients of the ammunitions. These legacy debts continue to constrain our ability to invest adequately in critical defense priorities and warfare infrastructure. Alongside this, we are contending with a 17,000 unit accommodation deficit.
Well, that's Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, and thankfully we want to get a bit more into this troubling development. And what I just played to you are two different situations, or what is played out at the Ghana Armed Forces. One involving thousands of military-grade ammunition gone missing. Today, we're hearing from the Defense Minister that the government has also uncovered a case of ammunition theft within the Ghana Armed Forces, predating the 2024 transfer of thousands of unaccounted for rounds of the National Security Secretariat. Dr. Adam Bona is the Executive Secretary of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. He's joining us on Zoom right now. Dr. Bona, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Alfred, and your viewers.
Great. Now, this update we're just getting from the Defense Minister has been troubling for you and the mandate of your institution, to say the least. Is it not? Getting to know that there's been a case of ammunition theft, stealing within the Ghana Armed Forces, predating the 2024 transfer that he talked about on Monday.
Correct. Very troubling, especially when my institution, the Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission, is the mandated institution to report on firearms and munitions and the rest to various international bodies, including ECOWAS and the ATT and the rest. It is the Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission that reports on matters of arms purchase and all these things, to including, in fact, what the minister highlighted with regards to what looks like, according to the minister, thefts. And earlier on in his press briefings, he did allude to the fact that some thousands of rounds have gone missing from the military armory that was being shipped to the national security. Very troubling, if you ask me, because then since the minister's expose, I have received several calls from the sub-region, our colleagues from the sub-region, wanting to know what is going on, and receiving calls also from across, from Geneva and New York and the rest, wanting to know what seems to be going on. And we find ourselves in a very troubled sub-region, the entire ECOWAS, if I, I have to put it that way, there is chaos. You can talk about Burkina Faso, you can talk about Mali, you can talk about, terrorists almost surrounding Ghana. If you go to some parts of Nigeria, very unstable. And so to have thousands of rounds of ammunition getting missing, and also another news that we have some thefts. And these are not candies. These are not toffees. These are things that before they are procured per the ECOWAS Convention on Arms and Ammunition and the rest, before Ghana purchases these items, we must, there is something that we have signed on to that requires us to let our neighbors know, the 15 ECOWAS countries, know especially what we are doing. And so mine is that this is quite troubling, and from the small arms, and in fact, not just the small arms, for probably the rest of us, including the sub-region, if you ask me, very troubling, because then ammunitions are consumables.
Indeed.
They are consumables, and so if you are talking about thousands of them, I'm sure yesterday or so, within the week, we have heard about a Kusasi chief, condolences to who has been shot in Asawase. The police has come under a lot of gunfire from armed robbers. And they go out there chasing armed robbers, and they are not sure what the armed robbers are firing at them. Could this be part of the ammo that left the military facility?
But the question, the answer to that question lies directly within your mandate, is it not? As the Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission, isn't it?
Well, we are supposed to be part of it. Our role is to collaborate with other security agencies and try to find out what has actually taken place, who did what, because then there is a supply chain. And it's a very respected, rehearsed, complex process. If you have to move, even if you have to purchase, it's a very complex. And so once it comes in and these were shipped into or sent into a military armory, someone definitely would have allowed these ammunitions to leave the armory of the Ghana Armed Forces into, into someone's hands, and someone would have allowed the theft. And so mine is that I'm sure it is early days yet, but hey, investigations are continuing, and from the small arms point of view, we are part of the investigations. But like I said, our mandate also includes reporting to the Arms Trade Treaty, reporting to ECOWAS, and reporting to other regional bodies, making sure that these things are transparent. And so very worrying, if you ask me. And those who are involved definitely would have some questions to answer. The military hierarchy then, the CDS then, COAS especially, COAS then, all of these people would have answers to provide. They have to give some answers, if you ask me, because these are lethal ammunition we are talking about. Yeah. And so definitely there has to be some, because these are serious matters, if you ask me, from the small arms point of view, but also for our integration purposes. The ECOWAS is in turmoil, and so those who pretended over this theft definitely would have to answer, and they must help us to find where these weapons are. If they are in country, let's get them. If they've left the country, let's find out where they are, Alfred.
You went ahead of me to give pointers of who is supposed to be answering the questions in this investigation in all these two instances, because this is not ammunition that got missing, let's say in someone's home. We're talking about the Ghana Armed Forces armory. I mean, that's a big deal, right? Because the military has high standards of protocol, okay? So in the first instance that the defense minister references these thousands of military-grade ammunition that were moved prior to the 2024 elections, there certainly should have been some protocol in place. He says protocol was disregarded, it is irregular, it is unusual, it shouldn't have happened. Who made it happen? Who should be answering questions? I mean,
Alfred, I'm a public officer.
Yes.
But you remember some time ago in your studio, I told Ghanaians that the military then was headless. Maybe people didn't understand me, but probably I was speaking in parables. And so mine is that a lot has happened. A lot must be investigated. Those who are culpable must be brought to book and punished. And we must say them the way they are. Mine is that, you see, the military is one of the most respected organizations if you travel across the world, the Ghana Armed Forces. And so you expect that because sometimes the police interfaces with citizens all the time, sometimes you could have slips here and there, but to have some of these things, and some of us, I mean, it's not everything I can put out because, like I said, I'm a public officer. But I did allude, and I'm not running away from that. People ask me, what do I mean when I said the military then was headless? Because then a lot of things that those of us who work within the intelligence sector, we picked up. I mean, you ask yourself a lot of questions, but I'm sure that these things are unraveling. They are coming up, and more would come up. It's unfortunate that these things happened. They are being reported. Those who are culpable must be punished. Mine is that those who are culpable, they know themselves. They must be punished. Our investigations are ongoing. And I mean, my institution is part of, the bodies that should see to this. And my institution, if I tell you that we mark all security agencies' weapons, we mark all of them. And as we speak, the marking is ongoing. We finished with one of the wings of the military. I don't want to mention the name because of security purposes. And so we interface with the military. We work with them. And so mine is, these things shouldn't be happening for our security and safety purposes. At the moment, like I said, police officers are getting shot.
Yeah.
People needlessly are getting shot. Police officers go out there to confront robbers, and they don't know which type of bullets these robbers are firing. And if you have a father or a son or a relation in the police service, I will tell you that sometimes when you meet them and they talk to you, I mean, yes, they are trained, but the fact that you are trained doesn't mean that you might not be caught at the wrong place. And someone just got shot, the Kusasi chief. And you know what is going on in Boku, unfortunately. And these are some of the things that if you ask me, shouldn't be happening. So someone, I mean, those involved, I'm sure, but I mean, the books are there. Those involved definitely would have answers to give to investigators, if you ask me.
In 2 minutes, because now you reference the fact that you were an intelligence officer, you had all this information prior to the elections, you made certain statements. Now you are a public officer charged with the responsibility of tracking and clamping down the proliferation of small arms. So what measures are you also going to be putting in place to ensure that these ammunitions, if they have indeed found their way into the hands of citizens or private persons, you, together with the others, can track and retrieve them?
Well, we work in collaboration with the police, the military themselves, defense intelligence, the national security, immigration. We work with all of them. My men are the border, they work as part of border security. They work, at the ports, and we are everywhere. And so at the moment, we are still gathering information. It's early days yet. I wouldn't want to put everything we are doing out there, because then that has the potency to jeopardize investigations that are ongoing. But like I said, we have an important role to play. And today, I must confess, the arms bill, one of the things we've been fighting for, my minister is pushing it more than we are doing, because then it looks like, because there's lack of proper regulations when it comes to these things. If regulations were put in place properly, some of these things wouldn't have happened. But we don't have regulation. But today, our arms bill is undergoing review. Tomorrow, we are continuing. So the technical aspect were at the commission today. Tomorrow, they are going to be there. The deputy interior minister, because the interior minister was busy, sat in to listen to some of the deliberations. We are hoping that the bill can be passed before this parliament rises, or else maybe when they rise and they come back, I'm sure the bill would have gone through cabinet and will be passed. But these matters we are discussing are not, are not simple matters. They are difficult matters from where I sit. But we need to say that Ghana is still peaceful. If you have information, this is education, or putting an alert. If you have education, if you have information about citizens listening, if you have information about someone who is holding some of these ammunitions that we are talking about, I think it will be good for our own safety and security to report either to the small arms or to the police, national security, or even to the military themselves. Now we have the CDS William, my big brother William there, who is put a lot of structures in place. So we have a different set of military now, if you ask me.
And I do appreciate your time. We're going to be knocking on your doors a lot more in the coming days. And I thank you so much for making the time to join us. Appreciate you. Dr. Adam Bona is the Executive Secretary of the Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. And this is Ghana Tonight. And let's get into other matters of financial irregularities. Essentially, we talk about the state, you and I, losing money as a result of financial irregularities in the public sector. That's coming up next. The 2024 Auditor General's report reveals that an overwhelming 15.8 billion cedis, let that sink in, 15.8 billion cedis, we understand, which represents some 86.5% of all public financial irregularities originated from institutions under the Energy Ministry, right? From what we do know from the Auditor General's report, the total irregularities across the public boards and statutory bodies stood at 18.4 billion. And follow me closely. This is it. We found out in the Auditor General's report. This is it. Okay? Now, this is the total of the financial irregularities as a result of procurement breaches, diversion of public funds into private pockets, and then also some of these public institutions entering into loan agreements, deals that do not follow the required procedure, and someone essentially benefiting in the process. All of this, the Auditor General says they uncovered some 18.41 billion cedis, all as a result of irregularities. And this is an increase of 109% of the 2023 figure. So in 2023, the Auditor General captured in the report that 8.79 billion was lost or was misappropriated and essentially had to be accounted for in the public sector. Fast forward to 2024, 109%, 18.41 billion. And when we tracked, we realized that in every election year, we see a similar story. Now, out of this 18.41 billion cedis, that's the total irregularities in the public sector as a result of this, procurement breaches, procurement corruption, and so on. 15.8 billion, that's 86% of that, is as a result of financial irregularities and procurement breaches of institutions under the Energy Ministry in the energy sector. And guess what? ECG comes up first. In 2023, ECG underdeclared over 2.95 billion in revenue. Instead of disclosing the actual collection of 11.59 billion, the company reported just 8.64 billion. And this is it. So there was a shortfall of 2,953,414,599 cedis and 54 pesos. This is it. That under declaration by ECG. That's not the only one. The ECG also failed to disburse the collected revenue to state-owned enterprises and independent power producers under the cash waterfall mechanism, amounting to 1.29 billion. Remember that we've been talking about debt-owed IPPs for a while. Now, the tax obligations as well, based on the Auditor General's report, from what we captured from it, ECG also defaulted on its tax obligations, withholding but failing to remit 70.9 million cedis in taxes to the Ghana Revenue Authority. That's in the Auditor General's report. That's not the only one. ECG unpaid the invoices to Bui Power Authority. Essentially, they didn't give Bui Power Authority the monies that were due them from ECG, $729 million. Since 2020, this debt has been mounting over time. Now, as if that's not enough, another agency under the Energy Ministry, Bui Power Authority, they also went in for a loan and they defaulted on the loan. The penalty on the loan, $846,785. Guess what? GMPC as well. A number of things they did. They entered into a loan arrangement on behalf of the Ministry of Finance with no formal documentation. There's no documentation on the loan. This is absurd. You can think about it, but it's happening. Failed to secure title deeds for a $6.3 million property it acquired in Tema. That's according to the Auditor General. And then they continued to publish oil and gas reserves reports without external validation. Bear in mind that all of this, these institutions would have to appear before the Public Accounts Committee to respond to queries from the Public Accounts Committee. And then if there has to be reimbursements and penalties, then that would play out as we see on television every year. Adam Senano is the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption. Senano, we're getting into this cycle of people just getting emotional about the figures that are captured in the Auditor General's report when it comes to financial irregularities, procurement breaches, and so on. I mean, why is this happening really on a yearly basis as we're seeing now?
And I think that your question in itself underscores what has gone amiss. Ideally, when these are reported during the Public Accounts Committee sittings, the mechanisms we have in place to deal with them ought to be very robust to the extent that sanctions are swift, persons found culpable are projected, it's known publicly, and the kind of swiftness and public knowledge of the extent and severity of the sanction serves as a deterrent. To the extent that we keep talking, and after weeks and months and years, these people are not found culpable, they are not sanctioned, there is no evidence that monies have been retrieved, you will find that people think that you can continue with impunity. So I think this just is a reflection of the work we have not done. And if you want to have a different report in 2026, it means that in this year, we need to make that effort to ensure that these issues that have come up are dealt with swiftly, the sanctions are clear, they must be severe enough to serve as a deterrent, and then we'll get some traction. We definitely need to pass the Conduct of Public Officers Bill that codifies sanctions, makes it clear on what should be expected. And perhaps, like we've been saying, we need specialized corruption courts, special courts where these issues are pursued daily, not you come this week and they say come back after a month. And we can learn from other jurisdictions in Africa. As I've been saying, Kenya has 13 specialized courts just for anti-corruption, where the same cases run within 6 months, they are done and they move on. That's the way you deal with corruption and send the right message.
Well, then again, you can understand the public uproar when the Auditor General's report is published on a yearly basis, and then we see all of these infractions and the monies involved, some of which are not retrieved over time, and then we have to go through this cycle every year. The law is there when it comes to surcharge and then also retrievals. And we're in an area where this administration has promised Operation Recover or Loot as well. So what's the issue? Is it about the effective application of the law or the lack of the will to retrieve these monies because of collusion in all of this?
I think that's, the surcharge is part of it. The former Auditor General, Dr. Go, started picking up the pieces by applying it, strenuously. And then when he was sent on extended leave and then kicked out. There seemed to be no action on these surcharges. It looked like towards the tail end it picked up again. I think that the law itself in terms of surcharging is clear. I think that the actions to make sure we retrieve and then we prosecute those who are not able to pay back, etc. I think we are just too slow on that. I think we are also not publicizing it sufficiently to serve as a deterrent. And so we all need to think through the mechanisms again. How can we make this more public, hold people more accountable? How do we make sure that the speed with which these cases are dealt with is much more sooner than later? These are things we need to apply our minds to and see how we can improve the current system if we want to see change.
And my producer is just earlier when we were looking through the report, he just indicated that, look, it appears we're not angry enough, because every year we talk about billions being lost in this Auditor General's report, and we go through the cycle on a yearly basis, and not much is done when it comes to the report of how much has been retrieved. You agree with that sentiment?
Agree enough. We really are not angry enough. I mean, we went and borrowed 3 billion from the IMF, whereas it will pay back in 3 years. In those 3 years, according to the data we have, would have lost 9 billion. Now, doesn't it make sense to have dealt with the corruption, which would have saved us that? I mean, we could even have saved ourselves, let's say, half of that, which would be about 4.5 billion. You don't have to go and borrow any money again. So I think the thinking through what is really happening in the corruption, in relation to corruption, and how much we could retrieve to save ourselves, the burden of going to borrow and then have to pay interest and premium on that. We obviously are not angry enough. Otherwise, we should be telling government, please, we want to see what you're doing about procurement. If you say 86% of it is in one sector, then all you need to do is to make sure you set enough eyes and monitoring systems on that sector. Can you imagine if we cut down that 86%, down 10% by next year, just by being rigorous in every purchase procurement process in the energy sector? How much would that save government? How much and even what has been lost? The robustness with which we set after retrieving will be very critical. So there are smart, low-hanging things we can be doing to make sure that we turn the tide round.
And rightly so, Mr. Sanano. And think about it, the energy sector accounting for the 86% of this monies we're talking about. And this same energy sector has a debt of over $3 billion hanging around its neck. And so we have been levied to help government pay for the debt of this same energy sector, accounting for 86% of the irregularities captured in the Auditor General's report. It cannot get more annoying and worrying than this, right? Mr. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. He is the executive director and also the co-chair of the Citizens Movement Against Corruption. Stay with us. We're back shortly after this quick break. We'll build up to the budget. That's a mid-year budget review presentation tomorrow by the Finance Minister.
Why are more and more professionals choosing flamingo paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful, elegant look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a professional painter, I love flamingo paint because it is small paints that paint huge area, meaning more profit for me. Great value for money.
As an architect, Flamingo Paint, with its well-researched and solid
Welcome back. This is Ghana Tonight. Now, Ghana's actual public debt for the year 2024 is valued at 737.17 billion, according to the latest Auditor General's report. We have details of it we're going to put on the screen right now. This is significantly lower than the 876.8 billion reported in the government's consolidated financial statement. Now, the difference in here is staggering, okay, of a statement of some 138.9 billion. What could have accounted for this? Professor Peter Korte is the director at the Institute for Statistical, Social and Economic Research, ISEM, at the University of Ghana, Legon. Prof, appreciate your time. You've seen this detail, and clearly this definitely demands some answers to the question of what could have accounted for this discrepancy of 138.9 and over billion cedis in terms of the figures of our public debt. What could have accounted for this?
So it's good. I mean, we've witnessed a sustained appreciation of the cedi. So that's basically sets the tone. It sets the tone for businesses to predict, to be able to forecast prices, be able to forecast how much forex they need to import and also engage in other businesses. But having said that, I think if the structure of the economy doesn't change and we continue to rely solely on rain-fed agriculture, if we continue to export raw materials, we don't add much value, then of course we'll not be able to expand our production, we'll not be able to gain much from the appreciation. But also note that appreciation actually hurts exporters. But when your currency appreciates, your goods become more. Well, it doesn't surprise me too much because we have not relied so much on digitalization. We have not digitalized our records. We tend to do a lot of paperwork, a lot of paper trail. But if all this information were done, for instance, the Ministry of Finance, every time you pick their budget statement, they talk about GIFMIS system, where all MMDAs, ministries, etc., would key in their financial transactions on the GIFMIS system. However, we see a lot of off-budget spending, a lot of activities going on outside the GIFMIS system. You pick several budget statements. This keeps repeating. And even the IMF program document that we have signed, GIFMIS this keeps coming. So not until we are able to use this integrated system where all agencies record transactions real time, then we can have accurate data. If not, all these discrepancies will continue to emerge.
And this is one as well that's going to be topical during our coverage of the media budget review presentation tomorrow by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Ato, forcing the coverage, the pre-media budget review presentation discussion starts from 7 a.m. on New Day on TV3 and also on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and across all the media journal platforms. We're going to be very heavy in Parliament. We're going to be present in Parliament as well. We have a studio that's going to be set up in Parliament, interact with all the people who are going to come there, and as well as for us here in the studio. So stay with us. We have a 360 coverage of the media budget review presentation tomorrow. On behalf of the rest of the team, we do appreciate your company. My name is Alfred Okanse. Have a good night.
Ghana Tonight is brought to you by Flamingo Paint. Superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage.
Hello there, it's Friday night. This is Ghana Tonight, and I'm Kemini Amano. Let's get into our top stories. Tonight, Minority Caucus pushes for Attorney General Dominic Ayine to respond to accusations government is behind impeachment processes against suspended Chief Justice Tokonu. Also tonight, Majority Leader justifies electricity tariff increment, says it is for our own good and the sustenance of the power sector. Plus, we'll also be in Cape Coast, where more than 20 people, including children, escaped death by the hair in another building collapse, raising serious safety questions about the tourist city. Oh, those are the big stories. If you're just joining us, then you are on time for the big things to come here tonight on Ghana Tonight. Be a part of the program as you watch us on Facebook.com, 3news.com, X.com, and YouTube. Remember to use the hashtag if you'd like to comment on any of the issues we're discussing tonight. Remember to use the hashtag Ghana Tonight. First things first, let's bring you Ghana Brief.
The minority in Parliament is calling on President John Mahama and Attorney General Dr. Dominic Ayine to urgently address concerns raised by suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu regarding her ongoing impeachment proceedings. According to the member of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, Madame Tokonu deserves to receive the notice of prima facie before appearing before the committee hearing her case.
The Attorney General should be speaking to these matters. I think that the President, very respectfully, who has taken an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of this country, including the fundamental human rights, should be worried and should be concerned. And in law, there's an obligation to give a reason for a position. It's a basic right of the Chief Justice for her to know the case or the parts of the complaint which the President considers that she has a case to answer.
The Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, has charged female members of Parliament to encourage and mentor young ladies and girls in their respective constituencies to ensure they grow up to become responsible citizens. The Vice President was speaking when the female MPs paid a courtesy call on her at the seat of government.
We are very proud of the numbers we have now. 40. It's not a joke. And you all know what it takes first to put yourself out, to sustain the momentum, and to get there. So you've done very well. We are very proud of you. And for me, the important point is, so now that we are here, what are we doing with the opportunity? It cannot just be for us. It can be unto us as how we use that opportunity to bring others up.
Daniel Ofori has issued a formal statement addressing the recent media engagement by the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, in which she publicly discussed the contents of his petition for her removal and the ongoing proceedings. Ofori noted that the Chief Justice is acting in clear breach of the provisions of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which required the inquiry to be in camera. Daniel Ofori says that, despite the alleged falsehoods in her statements, he respects the constitutional process and the committee overseeing the case. The National Labour Commission has ruled that the strike by workers of the National Identification Authority is invalid due to procedural errors. The NLC stated that a divisional union lacks the authority to declare a strike during a hearing on June 26, 2025. The national union admitted the error and apologized. The commission emphasized that all industrial actions must follow the correct legal processes. Government is set to roll out the human papilloma virus vaccination to prevent the cause of cervical cancer. Speaking at the Global Vaccine Alliance for Immunization Roundtable in Brussels, Health Minister Kwabena Mintah Akando said the government is targeting to prevent not less than 80,000 cases of cervical cancer.
We are projecting that we are going to prevent not less than 80,000 cases of cervical cancer, saving more than 45,000 of lives and saving tens of millions of dollars in our economy. So at this point, we believe that we don't only want to wait till vaccines reach us, we must begin to manufacture vaccines in our country.
The Bank of Ghana has issued a strong caution to the public and financial institutions to immediately stop transacting with 10 unapproved money transfer organizations operating within the country's remittance and foreign exchange markets. The central bank says these firms are operating without the required licenses and have therefore breached Ghana's foreign exchange laws.
Ghana Brief there for you. Thank you so much once again for your company here on Ghana Tonight. Let's get into our very first matter of the evening. An MPP MP wants the Attorney General in Parliament to answer two accusations of constitutional breaches in the impeachment process against CJ Tokonu. Let's get into that right now, because Attorney General Dominic Ayine could be taking his turn in Parliament soon to answer questions from MPs if the minority has its way. Now, these urgent questions, as described by the minority, will address concerns raised by the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu in her news conference earlier this week. Now, the suspended Chief Justice in that news conference did not only question the constitutionality of the impeachment processes, but accused the government of scheming to remove her and the committee of violating her fundamental human and legal rights.
Unfortunately, every step of the removal process being undertaken against me is being done in a manner that breaks every rule on how justice is delivered in our country. And this is why I find the need to draw the nation's attention to the serious violations of the Constitution and law in the process, and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy. I applied for the proceedings of the committee set up by His Excellency the President to be held in public, so that in the interest of transparency and for the truth in the matters being raised to be made known to the people of Ghana. I did so because I knew that the secrecy of the proceedings for removing justices was not created in the Constitution as a cover-up for any agenda. The Constitution expects that only reasons for removing the Chief Justice and public officials as set out in Article 146 will be the reason for doing so. And especially, such reasons must affect public sensitive national interest or public order or safety.
As you very well know, the presidency has since rejected and denied all the accusations of this grand scheme to remove the suspended CJ. Government Communications Minister responded only minutes after Tokonu's presser.
Single public official, from the president to the speaker to the chief justice to Supreme Court judges to ministers to all public office holders, are bound by the provisions of Ghanaian law. Indeed, it was the former Australian Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, who once said that when you join the game, you play by the rules. So no public official is allowed to raise him or herself above the laws of Ghana. It does not matter how sensitive your position is. Once Ghanaian law dictates that certain processes be undertaken in respect of some alleged misconduct, the rules must come to play. That the attempts to link dastardly killings of some Supreme Court judges and a military officer to this case are most disingenuous. It's regrettable and should not find space in this sort of discourse. The committee requested that they needed facilities of a certain status that could house their activities and that could facilitate a smooth running of the proceedings. And that facility was available. It is equipped with modern amenities that will facilitate the work of the committee. She is entitled to do so, and we encourage her to avail herself of any opportunity there is to vindicate her rights.
Felix Kwachiofosu there, he is Government Communications Minister. But here's the thing, the Minority Caucus agrees with the suspended CJ. The NPP side in Parliament is also of the opinion that government's response is not enough, which is why the Attorney General must come to Parliament and answer what they say are urgent questions. Let's go to the floor of Parliament.
If the government communicators who are not at the heart of this matter have the prima facie determination, but the Chief Justice, who is supposed to respond to them, does not have them, are we being fair to the Chief Justice? She should have at her disposal everything necessary to defend herself. And in the absence of it, I think that the whole process has been undermined. In the absence of it, the process lacks integrity. The Attorney General should be speaking to these matters. I think that the President, very respectfully, who has taken an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of this country, including the fundamental human rights, should be worried and should be concerned. And in law, there's an obligation to give a reason for a position. It's a basic right of the Chief Justice for her to know the case or the parts of the complaint which the President considers that she has a case to answer. That is a basic principle of law.
So then the question will be, what more is there to say? I'm going to bring in now Mustafa Gbandi. He's Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. He's also Deputy Director of Operations at the Presidency. Mustafa, good evening to you. You've heard the minority MP, the Menchia South MP there, talk about why the Attorney General should come to Parliament and answer questions. I'll first pick your initial thoughts on what you have heard so far.
Well, thank you very much. I think that you would have heard what my minister in charge of government communication have said. But what is even more bizarre is that the position of minority is being echoed by a lawyer who himself ought to have known that what the Chief Justice sought to do is not only unacceptable, but it is also preposterous. Because when your rights, fundamental human rights, are alleged to have been infringed upon, as a Ghanaian, your remedies are before the law courts, which itself was headed by these current Chief Justice, the suspended Chief Justice. What it meant is that the Chief Justice is seeking to be herself a more better Ghanaian than all the other Ghanaians who have sought redress in the courts of Ghana. When they lose their cases, when they have their cases, they don't go to the media to speak in the media. They go to court. They win, they win. They lose, they lose. Why is the Chief Justice seeking to think that the same systems, the same laws, the same constitution, the same set of, everything that regulates our judiciary has been applied, and that she thinks that she should be given a preferential treatment? What she sought to do is to consolidate politicization of her own issues, backed by ill, conceived or ill advice. And in this regard, I would always mention that I believe that this is the Council of Apenyomakins, so that when the Chief Justice proceeds on this propaganda, the minority can then follow up with noise. But again, it hasn't got leg to stand, because for me, it doesn't meet the standard that one would say that the Chief Justice deserves some particular attention. It is just to embark on some emotional sort of blackmail to court Ghanaians' sympathy, to the extent that she believes that even the venue where the hearing is ongoing is an emotional trauma to her. Who told her that courtrooms are honeymoon mattresses for persons who go to court? Who told her that individuals who are either on remand or serving jail, who told them that it was convenient for those people to stand trial in the courtroom, and that she believed that she should have been given the Jubilee House for a hearing other than a particular place where she is now? So, I mean, we should not entertain these kind of things. People have taken this country for granted for far too long. And I believe that Justice Tokuno will go down in history as one of the worst Chief Justices Ghana have ever had. Under her reign, the judiciary is a mockery. Under her reign, injustice was pervasive. Under her reign, that you saw that Ghanaians believe that
let me bring you back into the conversation, right? All that you have said, I believe that the government communications minister has responded directly to it. Now, the minority in parliament will say that that is not enough. In fact, when you hear from the Menchia South MP, he says the process now lacks transparency and credibility, that the Attorney General now has a constitutional duty to respond to the issues of credibility and constitutionality of the process that have been raised by the Chief Justice. Do you agree?
I think that, again, it is a deliberate infringement of ignorance advanced by the minority. And what is even more dangerous is that the person who was, speaking on behalf of minority is himself a lawyer. I'm quite surprised. And it therefore goes to underscore the reason why our country has a problem, the kind of people who carry themselves as politicians. If a lawyer can speak in this manner, if a lawyer can advance this kind of lame, poor, roadside arguments to undermine a constitutional process that is ongoing, then it tells you why we have a problem in this country. And so I'm not surprised, because, you see, this whole matter, the chief advisor in the center of this is Apenyomakins. And I've said time without number that the Chief Justice will go home only to know that she was ill managed, she was ill advised, she was ill motivated by the minority leader Apenyomakins, and for that matter, politicization of herself.
Mustafa, I'd want you to check, the language at this time. Remember that the Menchia South MP is not here to respond to some of what appears to be verbal attacks you're putting on him, like roadside opinion and those things. Hang on. Please, no, Mustafa, let's not run around in circles on that. You know that you have used distasteful language on him. And I'm asking you to tone that down on that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making your point without saying those things. So let's come back to the question. So you do not think the Attorney General should go to Parliament and answer questions?
I could withdraw that if you believe it's unfair, but I believe clearly in my mind that I wasn't targeting him.
And indeed, I think that's what I'm asking, that you withdraw those things you said about the Michelle South MP.
I can fairly withdraw that, but to maintain that his arguments are not of standard, they were very empty. They don't look as though arguments that has any legal, proofreading, because you cannot say that as a lawyer. For that matter, you cannot stick to, romance something that is, procedurally flawed, something that is not acceptable. You are politicizing a judicial matter, and at the same time, they don't want the public to comment about it. I remember the last time I commented on this matter. They said that I was the one politicizing same. Today, the Chief Justice herself is in the media talking to the issue. Is not in contempt of the process, backed by members of a minority led by a lawyer who himself is advancing this kind of arguments, and we should take it serious. And so these are people who are seeking to approbate and reprobate in this matter. They will go up and cry, come down and respond, in all trying to get government mad in it. But you see, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as kind-hearted, as a good leader as he is, will decline their preposterous invitation. The processes, I believe, will continue. Ghanaians are interested in the processes. Even if the petitions that are ongoing today, there are no merits. What the Chief Justice did is judicial misconduct. It's an attack on the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. It's an attack on the integrity of the judiciary. When she was doing her press conference, students of Ghana Law School didn't follow her, judges didn't follow her, but a parliamentary candidate of Adenta constituency of the MPP was the one seen in videos following her.
And what's wrong with that?
Well, your guess is good as mine.
No, I don't have a guess. What is wrong with that, Mustafa?
I'm just saying that the issue speaks for themselves. And I'm just saying that is she afraid to go back to her own colleagues where she was a Chief Justice? The remaining judges are her own colleagues. Is she afraid that they won't give her justice? If the Chief Justice is afraid of going to the judiciary for justice, what about the ordinary Ghanaian? What have the ordinary Ghanaian endured all of the period of her reign? Does that suggest that there was injustice? Does it not confirm the fear? Does it not confirm the complaint? Does it not also confirm what Ghanaians have always complained as far as the credibility, the integrity of the judiciary in dispensing justice is? Does it not confirm? If a Chief Justice is running from her own rules, who should be subjected to those rules? What has she got to hide?
If you say the president will decline this, remember that the call is not only on the president. They have also made the call on the Attorney General. And I would ask again, this is perhaps the third time I'm asking this question, and hopefully you can give me a direct answer to it.
President Mahama and the NDC as a nation to build. We are dealing with corruption issues, how President Akufo-Addo have run down this country, using again her Justice Tokuno as a pillar to escape accountability, and of course, trying to build a Ghana that will put food on the table of Ghanaians. One of such issues is not this one of a Chief Justice going into the public to be in contempt of a process she herself knew is not right. We shouldn't be crediting some of these things. If it was done by, those of us who are politicians in general, it is acceptable or it can be pardonable. A Chief Justice should not go this low. A Chief Justice should not proceed on this path. I'm sorry, it's very unfortunate.
It is not good for even students of law that there was a Chief Justice who the law is testing, and then she runs away from the process, go to the media. But unfortunately, the committee sitting on the matter is not willing to undermine the processes by offending the provisions of the Constitution that says that the hearing should be in camera. So we will not hear from the Chief Justice who is busy on the roadside, knowing that the committee is made up of persons of integrity and credibility who will not jump the boat and go to the street. That is why she's doing this. Emotional blackmail, a politician of a Chief Justice. That is who she is.
I mean, you can say that, but again, not a fair comment to make to her. She explained her reasons for doing that. You may not agree with her.
Her only reason is that she will lose her entitlement. So all these things is about money. The fear of losing an entitlement of a Chief Justice who is misconducting herself, and that the nation should run to her sympathy, that her motive of all these press conferences that are in contempt of a judicial process is about her fear of losing money, losing entitlement.
Well, you see, that's just one part of it. And if you're watching our screen, you see we have put, 4 reasons for why she needed this. And the issue about the ESB is only one of them. There is the removal process being historic with high stakes, far-reaching implications for the process, and alleged constitutional violations and illegality of proceedings.
All of these matters are matters that finds fidelity in court. They are addressable in court. Nobody have called for her resignation. It is her own imagination. Number 2, the alleged constitutional violation is not addressable in Justice Tokuno's mouth. It's addressable in court. It's a constitutional matter, far-reaching implications. For every judgment and for the end of every matter, there's an implication. People learn out of it, students of law learn out of it. The implication is that a very bad Chief Justice would be removed out of her own misconduct or out of her own conduct. Okay? And we have not even gotten there. What if by the time the processes are through, there's no reason to remove her? Wouldn't she have jumped the boat? Wouldn't she have jumped the gun? So why is she afraid? She's been going there. Nobody follows her. Why is she coming out? She should have told them that she's not ready to submit herself to the jurisdiction of the committee. Then that is another matter. You go to court, and when the issue is going in a way that you don't like, you go to the street and you are talking about it. Is it not the same thing Godfrey Dami was doing as an attorney general? We all condemned.
Mustafa,
so when your rights are being violated, you hit the streets. You are afraid of going to the court to address your rights. So you see why I always say that the highest form of injustice came from her regime as a Chief Justice toward the people of Ghana. That is why every survey that is conducted, Ghanaians keep losing confidence and faith in our judiciary. These kind of posturing. You see, this is a clear contempt. This is a clear undermining of judicial process and trying to politicize it and to court public sympathy, which she won't get because she doesn't deserve it. She won't get it from Ghanaians. Ghanaians have experienced a reign as Chief Justice, and I don't think that anybody should be excited and jubilating about her legacy. We all know that President Akufo-Addo created all these things so that his government, a very corrupt regime, can jump accountability by the people of Ghana. So these blackmail of, a history she's trying to re-echo.
You think it's a blackmail?
Will not watch.
Mustafa, we'll leave it here. I say again, you didn't give me a response to the direct question I asked whether or not
Which one is this?
The Attorney General should go to Parliament and respond to questions. Although you said that the president will deny any invitation to do so.
I wouldn't speak for the Attorney General, and like I said, the Minister for Communication have already put out what the stance positions are, I don't think that the Attorney General, he himself is a parliamentarian, and he is not a member of the committee. Why is he going to talk about a matter that a committee is sitting on? So again, the minority is inviting the Attorney General into illegality, if you analyze the issues. And I believe that the learned Attorney General will himself advise what the processes are in due course.
Out of time, and we'll leave it here. Thank you so much for talking to us. Mustafa Gbandi is Deputy General Secretary for the NDC. He's also the Deputy Director of Operations at the Presidency. We'll stay on this matter for a tad, because remember that during that news conference, the now suspended Chief Justice looked at some of the petitions, responded to content of what she said. What she says is the content of the petition, right? And one of the petitioners, Daniel Ofori, is the man you're seeing on your screen at the moment. Remember that Chief Justice had responded in detail to the accusations Daniel allegedly made in those petitions. Again, we haven't seen those petitions. She did confirm, on that day, that what has been floating about on social media is indeed the petition. For the first time, we heard to that. But this is Daniel Ofori's response. He says, my attention has been drawn to a media engagement on 25th June 2025, that's 2 days ago, by the suspended Chief Justice, at which she publicly discussed the contents of my petition for her removal as Chief Justice and the proceedings in respect of the petition. He also goes on to say that the Chief Justice is acting in clear breach of the provisions of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which require the inquiry to be in camera. As a law-abiding citizen and out of respect for the constitutional process and the committee, I will not seek to go on the path of the suspended Chief Justice, not even to correct plain falsehoods in her statements. When it is constitutionally and legally appropriate to engage the public on matters regarding my petition and the process, I shall do so. And he ends with truth stands. So that's Daniel Ofori, one of the petitioners in the impeachment processes against Chief Justice Tokonu. He's responded to the Chief Justice, says, look, I'm not going to talk. I'm not even going to mention the falsehoods in the statement she gave 2 days ago. But when the time is right, I will discuss the process and the content of my petition. Remember, Daniel Ofori is also that witness that the Chief Justice in her statement said will not be called to the stand, so that she will have the chance, or her counsel will have the chance or the opportunity to cross-examine. Again, the legal matters have been discussed at length. I will not go over it. We will not belabor the point, but that's Daniel's response to the Chief Justice. It would appear that while he calls the process an illegality to even respond to the suspended CJ, because this is a process that should be held in confidence, in camera, the minority, as we well know, wants the Attorney General, wants the President to respond to the accusations being made, because in their opinion, it speaks to the credibility of the judicial system. We'll leave it here for now, but turn attention to something else. Something that matters very much to both you and me. The debate over appropriateness of tariff adjustment for electricity consumers continues, and tonight, the majority in Parliament is pushing back hard. Tonight, the majority leader bounces back with a response after the opposite side in Parliament challenged government's efforts to increase the cost of electricity by about 2.4%. Now, leader of government business, Mohammed Ayariga, says the tariff adjustment is part of government's plans to defray ECG debt and rescue the power sector.
PURC and the tariff adjustments. You call on us to invite PURC, but I think that it is the Energy Minister and Green Transition that we should be invited to come and brief the House. So we'll make arrangements for the Minister to come, and when he comes, don't complain about politicization of the energy sector. Because you all know that the whole of last year, and I think sometime before that, there was an effort to prevent the PURC from adjusting the tariffs. So that whole period, there was no adjustment. But you know very well that bills were accruing. Payments have to be made. ECG is accumulating huge debts, and it has to be paid for. And who is supposed to pay? Is it not the consumer? And if you are not adjusting the tariffs to enable ECG to pay, ECG is going to collapse. They are no longer going to be able to buy the inputs needed to keep the generators on. And we are going to have lights off. The bills have to be paid. So if PURC is doing its work, I don't think that there's a basis for saying that because we have improved the economy, exchange rate is stable, dollar rate is stable, inflation is relatively stable. If all these indicators are stable, it doesn't mean that the debt that has been accrued at ECG will just be wished away.
But minority plans remain steadfast. During a presser earlier, the group pointed to the same stable key economic indicators, gas prices, exchange rates, and even inflation as reasons an upward adjustment is not necessary. The caucus plans to summon management of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission to justify the new electricity tariff, which will take effect in 3 days.
Gas price has not gone up. Exchange rate is going down. These are some of the factors. Exchange rate, the highest for this year was, I think, $15.527. Okay, that was the highest in this year. The lowest was 10.20. Currently, exchange rate is 10.30. So, why increasing? And inflation rate. Okay, these are the three factors. The inflation as at March was 22.4%. April was 21.2%. May, 18.4%. And then June, the research says is going to be around 16%. So all the three factors, it has to be an increase because all the factors are going down. So we urge PURC to come up and explain to Ghanaians. And I'm going to also inform my chairman, that's the committee chairman, to summon PURC to come to the committee and come and explain to us. We can't accept this, that all of a sudden you just say you are increasing electricity tariffs to 2.45%.
All right, so let's discuss what's going into this new adjustment because I've got you covered. The space regulator, the PURC, in their own statement, identified what these indicators are, what is going into the new tariff that we will be paying in 3 days on the 1st of July. You know, they've talked about why the indicators are low, yet here we are going to pay 2.45% more for our use of electricity in this country. But the PURC has attempted to explain what is going into this. Now, they say, of course, informing us that consumers of electricity and water, that the existing electricity and water tariff have been reviewed to take effect from July 1st, 2025. Now, let's talk about that mechanism. Now, let's go back and look at from mechanism, right? They say this mechanism tracks and incorporates movements in key factors which are beyond the control of the utility service providers. Now, these are the ECG, the Ghana Water Company, and the likes, right? And what do they name? They say the exchange rate between the US dollar and the Ghana cedi, domestic inflation rate, the electricity generation mix, and the cost of fuel, mainly natural gas. Let's see more. Now, it also goes on to say that the adjustments have been carried out in line with the Commission's quarterly tariff review mechanism. So that's what the utility space regulator is saying is going into the determination of the 2025 third quarter tariff review decision that we will be paying some 2.45% more in water. I was hoping there was going to be a little bit more on this. Perhaps in the course of my conversation, I will bring more on that. Just a little bit more details on what they say is going into this. Because, for instance, on the subject of the Ghana cedi US dollar exchange rate, they look at a weighted average Ghana cedi US dollar 10.3052 cedis as the exchange rate being used to compute the tariffs, inflation. The Commission used an average projected inflation rate of 20.67% for the third quarter of 2025. We're seeing the same trend with natural gas. On the subject of energy mix, they talk about the projected hydrothermal generation mix from the quarter under review remain the same at 28.8% for hydro, 71.2% for thermal generation, which means that we're going to be buying a lot of fuel if you look at it. If you're spending if we are getting 71.2% of our generation mix from thermal. Outstanding revenues, the inclusion of an outstanding debt of 488 million cedis. Now remember, this is what the advocates or the supporters of the increment are using, that we need to defray this debt, make the sector stronger, be able to buy our fuel. They said some 488 million carried over from the previous 3 quarters are outstanding, right? Reserve capacity, they say the inclusion of reserve capacity for grid stability and reliability. And the cost of fuel, the inclusion of 27% of the cost of alternative fuels such as distillate fuel oil, heavy fuel oil, and light crude oil. So those are the things, the considerations that they have made. Just a breakdown of that into determining this 2.45% increment. But let's bring in now Benjamin Insia from the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, CEMSI. Benjamin, you think that this is coming at a very bad time, but I've just read out the statement from the PURC on why they had to do this. Does it make sense now?
Thank you very much. I think CEMSI's position when it comes to the power sector is that we always want to promote energy security and also sustainable energy. However, this must be done in a very transparent, very accountable, and also based on regulatory principles. We think that this particular tariff adjustment has nothing to do with regulatory principles, rather some government personnel wanting some huge sums of money from the power sector, and for that matter, they needed to introduce some price build-up or new policy price build-up on the tariff structure to increase end user tariff for the third quarter of 2025. And these are our reasons. First of all, the PRC agrees that cedi has appreciated more than 30%. And cedi or exchange rate is a major factor in determining end user tariffs locally. So there are certain times even the cedi depreciates, yet and that causes a lot of increment of this particular electricity within our market. Fortunately for us, the expected average price projection is on the declining side. And I think I heard one of your commentators mention that even the projected inflation for June is likely going to be around 16%. So the moving average of inflation shouldn't be the 20% that PRC is using, rather should be between 17 to 18% for the third quarter of 2025. However, they use 20%. Even that 20% is quite less than the 22% they used in the previous quarter. So in both cases, these indicators are favorable to the end user. So we're expecting that because of their favorability, price of electricity ought to have decreased. And I think I engaged their head of research on a sister platform where he agreed that price of electricity ought to have increased. However, they mentioned debt, and that is where we have a problem with PURAS when it comes to accountability and transparency in their dealings. The debt issue is that they mentioned that there's a debt in the third and fourth quarter of 2024, which the end user must pay, and the end user paid half of it in the first quarter and second quarter of 2025, and the half will be paid in the third quarter. However, they forgot that within the first and second quarter adjustments, the DISCOs, that is NETCO and then ECG, made a lot of windfall, a lot of gains. And I'll give you the example. If you budgeted an end user tariff based on 15 Ghana cedis, 69 pesos, which is almost 15 Ghana cedis, 70 pesos to the dollar, it means that your expectation is that anytime you sell power, when you are converting that cedi into dollars, it should be around 15 Ghana cedis. And that means that that is the equivalent you are expecting to pay in dollars. However, when the cedi appreciates, what it means is that you may need less cedis to get the same dollars that you would have used to settle the category A players within the power sector. So the appreciation of the cedi gave these companies a lot of windfall. And these companies are getting in excess of 1 billion Ghana cedi windfall that if the PURC has been very transparent with the Ghanaian, they should have mentioned the windfalls or the gains that these DISCOs made as a result of the appreciation of the currency. And that gain could have also been used to settle these arrears without introducing any new tariff increment on Ghanaians. Now, the second part is that the PURC added a reserve capacity. And the reserve capacity is a major tariff decision that they ought to have engaged stakeholders, because it's something new you are bringing on the tariff decision paper or on the tariff structure. Every year, every 3 years or 4 years, the last time we had a major tariff review was in 2022, August precisely in 2022. And the August 2022 tariff review indicated what we needed for our tariff review in each quarter. Reserve capacity was not part. So if you're going to add...
I see. So Benjamin, I mean, from your knowledge of the industry, what is this reserve capacity which you think should have been discussed industry-wide?
Yes, so reserve capacity is the allowable reserve that we need to have so that if a plant goes off, we bring it on board, right? And it is 18%. But sometimes it even goes as low as 12%. This year we've had several months that we have 12% of reserve capacity, and there are certain times we have about 22%. And it should be there so that if any of the plants knocks off, we bring them on board so that we don't generate any doomsday or any power generation crisis in Ghana. So it is expected to be part of the build-up, but its expectation must be in consultation with stakeholders so that stakeholders agree that yes, it's 18% or it's 12% or it's 22%, and that what is the cost of it so that we know how to infuse that in the tariff structure. That was not done. The second part is that they also mentioned 27% of fuel cost. Now, if you take the 2022 review, major review, there are two nominated fuel products for fuel recovery charge for the IPPs and also VRA. These are heavy fuel oil and also natural gas. And anytime I tell people that natural gas has always been factored in the tariff structure, it is there even today. It is $7.71 or 74 cents, depending on how you look at it, per British thermal unit. So it's factored there, and we've been paying for it. So if you are going to add a new cost of fuel, which you've indicated that is 27% of that, let us know 27% of what, and why is the Ghanaian paying 27%? And that is the opaqueness of their argument. We don't know why we are paying the 27%, and we don't even know the 27% of what
then, Benjamin,
we are paying.
this is also a matter of transparency, which means that indeed the PURC has a lot of questions to answer, not only to Parliament but to the Ghanaian people. But I did want to touch briefly on, before we end our conversation, on the justification of the increase for our debt payment. Remember, they have said that it's not just the 2.45% increment is not the only plan to pay off the debts, but it's a component of the larger plan to pay off these debts and sustain the industry. You talked about the windfall made by some of the service providers in the power sector chain. But this windfall that they made does not come to the coffers of government alone, does it?
It does, because at the end of the day, government, including, and I think someone even made an argument in the afternoon that PURC always is interested in increasing tariff because they are also beneficiaries of this tariff increment. Whenever tariff are increased, they benefit a lot of it. And for that matter, they always think of pushing tariffs higher. And that is why we're expecting that even if they were not going to decrease tariffs by 10% in the third quarter, at least they should zero it so that government benefits and then the consumer also benefits. However, they are bringing 2.45% without even giving further justification. Now, with respect to the debt issue, we have a lot of maybe levies, we have a lot of sources of revenue for the debt. The Ghanaian is paying for the debt on petroleum products. We've been paying that since 2015. The Ghanaian will likely pay for another debt maybe in August or September when government introduces the D levy or whatever they call it. Government is paying that. But the core contributors of the debt, government is not ready to resolve that issue. According to PRC or Energy Commission report, in 2023, the system losses of ECG was 27%. In 2024, it increased to 32%. Why is the PRC not sanctioning energy ECG for going beyond the benchmark that they have
Benjamin,
set for them?
I'm afraid we're out of time. We'll have to leave our conversation here, but let's pick it up again another time. Benjamin Nsia is from the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy. We've just been looking at the 2.45 increments we expected to pay in the next 3 days. And he says, based on his calculation, we should actually be enjoying a decrease and does not believe that debt payment or debt payment is enough reason for this increment. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, at least half a dozen buildings collapsed, raising safety concerns among residents in the tourist city of Cape Coast. I'll tell you more about that when we come back. Don't go away, because this is a really disturbing issue. Welcome back. It's still Ghana Tonight here on TV3 and on 392.7 FM. Now, some 26 people, including children, narrowly escaped death after 2 residential structures in the central region caved in. While no injuries were recorded in the latest incident, a previous building that gave way killed 1 person and sent 2 others to the hospital with varied degrees of injuries. The buildings, one a-story building and a construction collapse as parts of Cape Coast flooded from the downpour. These incidents have raised serious safety concerns, and that's why I'm bringing in now Cape Coast Mayor. Well, George Arthur is joining us from Cape Coast, where he is mayor. George, good evening to you, and thank you so much for staying up this late for us. But how many buildings have now caved in your city?
Good evening, and thank you. It's a pleasure having me. Yeah, so far we have about 5 buildings so far. So we have demolished about additional 5, so making 10 for now.
I see. Why are you demolishing these buildings?
Yeah, because it has never been in a good state. It has been in a dangerous and dilapidated state, so we couldn't hold it at all to ensure it also caused further collapse and further injury on people. Otherwise, it would have caused havoc on the good people of Cape Coast or those who are staying in the building. So we have decided to demolish those buildings.
I see, George. How many other buildings are likely to go down because you have identified them to be unsafe?
So far, we have actually earmarked about 3 buildings that we want to demolish. So they are all in a very dangerous state. So we can't wait. We have asked the family to vacate the place. And we have given them up to Monday to vacate the place, so we will be able to demolish it.
I see. When these families vacate their what they know to be their homes, What do you do to help them? Where do they go?
Yeah, we have identified a building that is yet to be completed, and it's a market, popularly known as an Afro market. And we are still building, the structure is ongoing. We are building the structure, but we've not completed. So we have identified that place. And today we reached the consensus. If I say we reached, I'm talking about the regional minister, Osabre Makwesata, and myself, that we should house these people for the meantime, for the next 3 months, so that we reintegrate them into the society or the system again.
I see. And when you say you reintegrate them, what does that mean?
Yeah, for instance, some of them came to me because the MP for Cape Coast South, Honorable George Kweko Reketegans, came to his constituency on Monday, wanted to support. So he left an amount of 100,000 Ghana cedis with me, and some relief items cost 100,000 Ghana cedi. So, for instance, some of them came to me that they have gotten a place that they need to go and pay the rent. So I have to give them some money, and I did so. So to reintegrate them means some of them are still searching for a place to stay. So once they get a place and they are supposed to pay something, I believe that we will support them halfway to get a place to stay.
While these buildings, cause a scene and collapse and in some cases injure people, it's raised a lot of public safety concerns considering that Cape Coast is a tourist city. What are you doing to assure people that it's safe to come to Cape Coast, it's safe to be in any building at all in Cape Coast?
Yeah, in fact, we are embarking on 2 major exercises. One of it is restoration. I mean, identifying these burdens that are not highly in dilapidated state, making sure that we restore this burden. But with this, we collaborate with some key stakeholders and some key agencies, such as UNESCO and the 2 members of parliament, Honorable George Kweko Reketegin, Dr. Kwamina Mintanyako, Osabre Makwesata, and others, regional minister as well, so that we look for some key agency or agents.
I see.
To ensure that we embark on restoration.
I see, George. One other thing you'd have to deal with, George, is the floods that hit Cape Coast, one of which exposed itself yesterday. As mayor of the city, what have you identified to be the problem, and how would you deal with it?
Honestly, it's some of them are being caused by some negligence of some citizenry within the metropolis, because they are claiming that the previous administration gave them permits to build on a waterway. I mean, they are blocking where water is supposed to pass. And that one, I have decided that we are going to revoke all these permits and ensuring going forward that we become actually careful in issuing permits to people. And the technical men would also do due diligence so that they don't give permit anyhow. Amen. We are also going to demolish some other buildings that are built on our waterway. And also, those 2 gutters will be the certain.
I see. Well, George, yes. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time, and so we'll end our conversation. Thank you so much. George Arthur is mayor of Cape Coast. We've just been discussing public safety in the city on the back of some building collapse. He tells us 5 now at this time. The very latest happened only last night where in total about 26 people escaped death narrowly when 2 buildings came down thanks to the downpour that flooded the city yesterday. There's an exercise to ensure that unsafe buildings, dangerous buildings are demolished and brought to the ground, gutters desilted, buildings in waterways be completely demolished so that waters can freely flow in the city and ensure the city is dry during rains. But that's how we end today's broadcast. I do appreciate your company with us here all the time, every Friday night here on Ghana Tonight. We'll see you same time tomorrow. But as I always do, remember that tomorrow, 7 a.m., Alfred Okanse will be here with his panelists as they discuss the week's biggest issues. And yes, you're right, the CJ's news conference will be front and center tomorrow. The OSP's issues will also be there as well. You want to make time to watch that. But I will see you on Sunday with another edition of Hot Issues at 2 p.m. when we bring you my interview with the MD for PBC Limited. You won't believe some of the things that are taking place in the produce buying company that now has lost a complete market share of the cocoa bean cash crop markets in the country. You want to stay on for that Sunday, 2 p.m. Hot Issues. But I'll go now because my producers are in my ear and it's time for me to go. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com and also live on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London. There was a little technical hitch this morning that delayed our start by just a few minutes. And we're still working on it and get straight into the conversation this morning. The most important issue is that you are with us and we will table all the matters that are of key concern to you, the Ghanaian people, this morning. And we will go straight to the point with a guest who will be joining me in a few minutes here on Key Point on TV3. We're also on 3FM 92.7. I am Alfred Okanse. Now, government this week denied allegations of political persecution against the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Saba Tokono. The Minister in charge of Government Communication, Phyllis Kwatiofosu, in a press briefing, more of a rebuttal to that earlier press conference by the Chief Justice, insisted that the judicial process the embattled Chief Justice is being taken through follows constitutional requirements. Now, the minister noted that since the inception of the process, nobody has been able to ascribe any known verifiable constitutional breach. That's the point that she made. Known verifiable constitutional breach, adding that the president had kept fidelity to the Constitution. That's Phyllis Kwatiofosu's position on this matter. Now, this is contrary to the narrative of the embattled Chief Justice. You heard the details that she put out at the press conference earlier in the week. We will get into the aspects of the issues that she raised and then the responses that came thereof. So stay with us here on Key Point on TV3. Also, this week, one of the topical issues that came up with some 5 former officers of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including 2 former commissioner generals, amongst 8 persons currently under investigation by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Following the arrest last Tuesday night, in fact, it was Tuesday night, in connection with allegations of fraudulent contract in the operations of the Strategic Mobilization Limited. I'm talking about SML. Now, a former Commissioner General, or GRA, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusu-Amoah, an ex-commissioner of customs and current general manager of SML, Isaac Rentel, and a former technical advisor at GRA and now managing director, chief executive officer of SML, Christian Tetesoti, were held in custody, and some of them have been granted bail of this institution. I'm talking about the OSP, after they were picked up in a simultaneous swoop Now, what does all of this say, especially about what has been going on with SML? Is one of 5 issues that the former finance minister, Kenneth Nana Ofori-Atta, is being wanted for. How do things play out in the coming days? That's a question that we'll get into this morning. Also, this morning here on Key Point on TV3, the new Patriotic Party is set to meet with all the presidential aspirants, and on the 3rd of July, who will publicly declare their intention because of a number of things that happened after the National Executive Committee of the party declared their intentions to conduct the flag bearership on the 31st of January 2026. We'll have a conversation this morning because some persons, senior persons within the party, have some thoughts to share with us. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us here on Key Point, and also we're live on 3FM 92.7 and on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. And we're also live on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Every rule on how justice is delivered in our country. And this is why I find the need to draw the nation's attention to the serious violations of the Constitution and law in the process, and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy. I applied for the proceedings of the committee set up by His Excellency the President to be held in public, so that in the interest of transparency and for the truth in the matters being raised to be made known to the people of Ghana. I did so because I knew that the secrecy of the proceedings for removing justices was not created in the Constitution as a cover-up for any agenda. The Constitution expects that only reasons for removing the Chief Justice and public officials as set out in Article 146 will be the reason for doing so. And especially, such reasons must affect public sensitive national interest or public order or safety. Okay. Persons who may not know me beyond my public duties, and many who think that since these proceedings seem to be carefully staged to result in my removal as Chief Justice, it would be best if I just retired or resigned rather than subject myself to an ill-motivated process. I have also received threats and veiled threats to the effect that if I fail to resign or retire voluntarily, I will be made to suffer some harm or the other. I've also heard commentaries in the media about how this process was born out of a stated political agenda to remove me and control the judiciary, and that it is a political effort that can only result in an outcome that was decided long before it started. If the nation is willing to accept these developments in its democratic journey, it must be understood that I sounded the warning and the nation took the decision to be passive about it. I cannot share the burden of those involved in designing and implementing this enterprise of pretending to use Article 146 proceedings to remove a Chief Justice through unknown and unlawful means, by keeping quiet about the violations of law and due process. Neither can I make anyone's burden lighter by resigning or retiring, instead of proving that not even one of these wild claims in a collection of petitions is even remotely true or meets the standard required for removing a judge. Resigning or retiring while Article 146 proceedings are being conducted to remove a judge. It's not an option any judge or public official can even have. There is a decided case on the matter by the Supreme Court. The suit number is J6/02/2019. Again, no one has the authority to walk away from proceedings started by the state. Judgment can be entered against you because you fail to defend yourself. And a judge who resigns or retires would still lose all entitlements that they have worked for because they failed to defend the claims and resigned or retired while the proceedings were still going on.
That's the suspended Chief Justice. Very clear in her words. Resignation or retiring is not even on the table. It's not an option, and she spelled out exactly why. And this is a matter that we'll sink our teeth into because it was topical within the week. It's unprecedented, right? It's never happened. I mean, as we've seen in the history in this country, with the Chief Justice going through this process, addressing the nation, and essentially putting out her case, because she had already earlier contended that she wanted this matter to be public. She wanted the entire hearing of this petition to be public. The Supreme Court shut down that desire that she had, but she still wanted the public to know what is going on from her point of view, her perspective, her experience. How much good has this done to her case after getting to know what she sought to say this week? That's the question that we'll ask amongst many others this morning here on Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. This is the second issue we'll deal with. I just wanted to set the tone for this morning. Remind you as well that we're live on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London. Joining me in the studio, I will start the conversation on the Strategic Mobilization Limited SML arrest that we saw this week. The Special Prosecutor's Office has been busy this week on this matter, but I've been joined by lawyer John Kwame Kwesi. He's a constitutional lawyer and also he's been lecturing in many areas. Lawyer John Kwame Kwesi. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, my brother.
Thank you so much for making the time to be here. Also joining us is Martin Luther Pebu. He is a former member of the Operation Recover All Loot Preparatory Team and also a private legal practitioner who has contributed to improving the legal jurisprudence that we have in this country with the help of the Supreme Court, as he always reminds me, that the judges had to consider the case that he brought for him to even have contributed the way he has done. But we still give him his flowers. Lawyer Martin Pebu, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Morning, Mr. Kansi. It's good to be here. Ghana's undisputed, unchallenged, incontrovertible #1 show.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good. So I think right away, I'll go on to do the rituals. Today, I want to start with the conflict in Nkwanta area. Yesterday, yes, it's sad. We appeal to the, let me call it the factions. I don't want to say what factions. Factions to let peace prevail. Yes, yesterday, a young student suffered a stray bullet, died. Yes, you see. So
they closed down a school as a result of that.
Exactly. So please, it's one nation, one people. So once there's conflict in one part of the nation, it affects all of us. So the people of Nkwanta and all the various factions, please, let peace prevail. There isn't anything that cannot be talked over, right? Yes. So let's rather choose dialogue than war. Okay, thank you.
And in adding to his also, I think I will also add my voice to the ongoing road construction, the various road construction, particularly the two main roads, the one leading from Accra to somewhere Winneba, and then also from Accra to Nsawam lanes.
Yeah.
I've used both lanes this week, and I think the authorities should do something about it. It's good they are helping, and it's good it will all come to our good. But then, in the meantime, I think they should try and give some leeways so that users can also make use of. Yesterday, for instance, coming from Nsawam to Accra, the whole place was choked. The whole place is flooded. So how do we expect vehicles, you see, to pass through and then for their normal activities? So at least, occasionally, maybe every 2 hours, authorities can go to site and find out what is happening and then try to see if they can guide and assist users of the various roads.
It's an important point, indeed. That is one road is a concern. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Okansi, so let me finish up. Yeah, so as usual, more support for the Nkokon Kitinkiti program that the government is rolling out. That's Feed Ghana. Feed Ghana. If you don't like Feed Ghana, you can call it Operation Feed Yourself, right? Or there's planting for food and jobs, whichever name you call it. But the basic principle is that we must all wake up as Ghanaians and join in the fight. It's embarrassing that with all our accolades when it comes to the democratic experiment, we still are food insecure. Food insecurity is not anything that we can be proud of at all.
Indeed.
So let's join in. I've seen a program by Stanbic Bank. They're trying to help bridge, etc. So please let more of the banks help. And the rich and wealthy in our society, so that we can get more of our young people to join in agriculture. I've been saying that when the president won the elections, a few days after, they brought a video of him on his farm. Yes, I think every time he goes there, his handlers should put out a fresh video. It will motivate young people to see that even the president farms, right?
Indeed.
And the other ministers, I think I've mentioned Mintakando, the rice farmer, and then other MPs, Kofi Adams, even the president secretary, Kalisus Mama. Mama also farms a lot, right? So let's have more programs showing these big people in our society on their farms, and then perhaps it will ginger more of our youth to go in, because this food insecurity there it's intolerable. I mean, it has no space in Ghana. It has no space in Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana. It's like we don't have our heads properly screwed on, right? Everybody, every corner, people are preaching. I'm like, what are you preaching? People are hungry, and pastors, after one house, the next house is a church. And what are you doing? Church? When people are hungry? Oh, come on. So I'll see
it's a very important point. Also complement that point that I saw a World Bank data about the farmers population, and then also the age of farmers in this country. We are aging in terms of the farming population.
Thank you.
Majority of the farmers being between the ages of 50 and 70, it cannot be the case. So it's a good point about encouraging young people to get in there with the right support.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And the structures, mechanisms in place. Good point. Yes, please, let's conclude.
And finally,
to the next issue.
Yasantua, so for Kufu, more fire. Yasantua, President Kufu-Addo's relation, who never thought that because they are relations, she should keep quiet. When Kufu-Addo misgoverned, I mean, Yasantua spoke up. You can mention the DDEP, the Kufu-Addo's program that impoverished Ghanaians, took away our savings, daylight robbery, right? And the other areas of misgovernance, the lithium contract, etc. Yasantua spoke up. So please, all those of you who have relations in government, it doesn't mean that keep quiet. No, that's not what it means. If government is getting it wrong, speak up. Don't think that, it's my family, so let me keep quiet. That is what has left us where we are now, because a lot of people are complicit. We are enablers. Because the big man is your father, is your uncle, and because of what he brings home, then you choose to look elsewhere. No. Kwame Nkrumah's time, people were trained to report their parents, the young pioneers, etc. Right? Yes. So let's look into our history. This is not the first time. So let's stop being enablers. Let's stop being enablers. The fact that somebody is your relation and is in government doesn't mean that you can't speak up. See something, say something, sorted. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And this week, we saw a lot in terms of the special prosecutor's work in this SML matter. In fact, for the past couple of weeks, we've seen some movement in that area. And I start off this conversation with an article that I saw authored by Jimmy Agla. Good morning, Mr. Agla. It says, public office in Ghana is like a mango tree in your neighbor's house. You didn't plant it. You didn't water it. But when the fruit ripens, your only job is to climb, pluck, and share the spoils, preferably before the neighbor notices the tree was ever theirs. In this beloved Republic of Ghana, corruption no longer hides under desks or behind curtains. It wears a three-piece suit, holds a press conference, waves politely, and proceeds to collect its shares before the meeting even starts. We have turned corruption into an art form, off-key, yet performed with such national confidence that even the audience forgets they are being robbed mid-performance. Public office in Ghana, indeed, we condemn corruption passionately. We mount platforms, we quote scriptures, we shake our heads so hard you would think integrity is suffering an earthquake. But behind the scenes, envelopes slide skillfully under tables. When we started this conversation on this particular press conferences by the special prosecutor, questions were raised as to what's the end game? What is he going to do beyond telling us what has happened? If you recall, the last time he spoke about SML and the investigations in there, and the officials who might stand trial, and some of them having the OSP's investigation have bought apartments with some of the monies that the OSP suspects were gotten out of corrupt and corruption-related activities involving these persons. Take a look at this.
Contractual arrangements between Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited and the Ghana Revenue Authority for the stated objective of the enhancement of revenue assurance in the downstream petroleum sector, upstream petroleum production, and minerals and metals resources value chain. 2. Termination of a distribution, loss reduction, and associated network improvement project contract between the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited and Beijing Xiaochen Technology BXC. 3. Procurement of contractors and materials and activities and payments in respect of the National Cathedral project. 4. Activities and payments in respect of a contract awarded by the Ministry of Health, initially commenced by the Ministry for Special Development Initiatives to Service Ghana Auto Group Limited for purchases and after-sales service and maintenance of 307 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter 305 CDI ambulances for the National Ambulance Service.
Well, that's Kisieja being there. And these three persons were amongst 8 individuals who were arrested this week by the special prosecutor. Let's put them on the screen right now. These are a former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Osuamwa. And then also we have Dr. Isaac Krenzel and Christian Tetesoti, both former top officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Reverend Dr. Amishadai Osuamwa was a former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. These were the first 3 who were arrested, and then some of them granted bail. And then later, we got to know that after these persons were arrested, there were additional persons as well. Ivan Seduse, Chief Executive Officer of SML, Ivan Seduse, and then one Philip Mensah, a former deputy commissioner in charge of legal at the Ghana Revenue Authority, is now a legal consultant to SML. And Kofi Nti, also a former commissioner general, and Joseph Kuruk, public procurement authority official, and together with Faustina Ajoko as well. And all we saw with this particular SML deal, as we do know, the number of infractions that the KPMG report even reported or captured. We don't have the full complement of the reports, but we know that the highlights that were released sometime last year was even pregnant with so much detail. It got a lot of us thinking and concerned. If you look at the evolution of this contract, right from the period when, according to the KPMG report, SML changed from SMEL, which was to provide transaction audit service. On the 22nd of November 2017, they changed their name to SML. Fast forward, GRA extended the transaction audit with SML. SML then transitioned to become the main contractor without, take note, without Public Procurement Authority approval on the 1st of January. This was 2019. Fast forward, we saw how it all played out. They didn't even have parliamentary approval based on what the KPMG report said. There was no needs assessment made as to exactly what was needed and why this was being engaged. According to the KPMG report, even the rationale for the procurement was made without any needs assessment. The SML provision of services was also without a Public Procurement Authority approval. The contracting of the SML was without GRA board's consideration and approval. There was no deduction of VAT by GRA for an 8-month period on payments to SML, which resulted in the loss of over 13.38 million Ghana cedis. That's financial loss to the state, essentially. And this was a period between 1st September 2020 and 30th April 2021. And then all of this, according to the KPMG report, all these laws, they said they identify potential breaches. The 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, GRA Act, Public Financial Management Act, National Petroleum Authority Act, National also Value Added Tax, Public Financial Management, Petroleum Commission Act, Minerals Commission, Precious Mineral Marketing Company Act 200-461, Ghana Standards Authority Act 2022. All these said there's potential breaches that the SML contract captures. People, I mean, here in this week, this action by the special prosecutor, these 8 persons who were picked up, and I mean, look at their profile: former Commissioner General, Deputy Commissioner, all these persons involved based on the OSP's arrests and how this case has evolved till this point, where we've seen some of these persons, top echelons of the GRA, also being picked up within the week. How do you see things playing out? Very quickly.
Well, it's the right thing to happen, right? Finally, at least finally, there's some accountability. Because, you know, Mr. Kansi, when this story broke, right, in the previous administration, you know that because Akufo-Addo was in the business of clearing agent, he quickly got KPMG to do this audit. You know that KPMG had been quite charitable to Akufo-Addo. You remember a lot of civil society organizations said, no, KPMG shouldn't do this job because it had too many government contracts, was too close to Akufo-Addo's regime. They did it, and even you see with KPMG, so we saw a lot of bad stuff going on. Of course, if we had a more independent audit firm, we expected that the results would have been worse. So the key thing is that it's good that the OSP is also, you know, finally coming up to speed to some extent on this matter, right? Because you know that OSP was being gagged. OSP was being gagged. You remember the Kisire Jabin famous Ankwanuma press conference where he kept asking Ghanaians, are you ready to fight corruption? are you ready to fight corruption? Are you ready to fight corruption? Right? I said that well, but he stopped short. He didn't match up to Martin Amidu, who could specifically call out Akufo-Addo's henchmen who were gagging him and frustrating him. And that's one thing I consistently remind Kissi Ejabe that he has to do. Look, sometimes this fight, if you want to do, he who fights and runs lives to fight another day, they may not be that other day. You see that though Martin Amidu didn't stay in that office for long, you know that when he came to the famous Ejapa deal, he called out names. He mentioned how the president and Ufuriata tried to interfere in his work. Of course, he should have stayed on. The fact that Amidu says Akufo-Addo asked him to give Ufuriata a hearing shouldn't have been enough for Amidu to resign. But that's the kind of examples we want Kissi Ejabe to live up to. Yes, Martin Amidu didn't stay long enough to do court cases like Kissi Ejabe was doing. But when Amidu had the opportunity, he was very clear. He was clear. He named and shamed people who tried to interfere. The only time I've seen Kissi Ejabe come close is what he did to Professor Jampo, that Jampo had contacted him. But that one wasn't sufficient. Kissi Ejabe, you know very well how Akufo-Addo's ministers and government appointees came to you. You never reveal those people. By Jampo, like they say, Cotton, right? So Jampo deserves to be named. But when, what do you call it? Akufo-Addo's henchmen and even Akufo-Addo himself was frustrating, you weren't bold enough to name them. But now you would want to name Jampo. I looked at it and I laughed. I said, what? Jampo's communication with Kissi Ejabe didn't go far enough to merit what happened. The people who sought you, even look, if you take the NDA case, the NDA case, Kissi Ejabe slapped the people with soft offenses.
Why do you say soft?
Yes, the initial, just the procurement offenses. It was Isidore Tufo.
But is that matter still running in court?
Yes, they've opened their defense. So Isidore came in, reviewed it, and now ratcheted up the offenses to proper corruption offenses. This was playing it soft. Look, even Akufo-Addo's friend, Napaga Clara Sulemana, because of her closeness to Akufo-Addo, she was in charge. The main person, this NDA case, Napaga Clara Sulemana, she had to, approve. The final madam to approve the transaction. How come you charge all the people and left her? We all know that she's close to Akufo-Addo.
I get the fact that I know you were neck deep in this case.
Yes.
Let's redirect back to the SML.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that, OSP had been slow, in coming to SML, had been slow. But finally, it's okay that they've come. Because I thought that, in September 2023, they got a lot of employees, right? Parliament approved earlier in the year for them to employ over 200 employees, around 230 something, right? Yes, of course, not everybody would have taken up the position. But with the numbers increase, one would have thought that some of these cases, it would have been, they would have gone much faster, because it's now that this, what do you call it, Amishada, Uso Abuaji and co have been arrested. It looks a bit slow. You have to decentralize. The system itself was too centralized, and it's still too centralized around the OSP. So remember earlier on, I'd mentioned that, look, when petitions go there, it shouldn't be left with Kissi Ejabe alone to look. It should go to a board so that there's transparency. There's transparency, because some of these cases, I'm sure if the other directors were put in, like a petition arrives at the OSP, it goes to the whole board, a committee that looks at it, there will be much speed. But where everything is centralized around the OSP, you won't get the desired speed. If we don't hold the OSP accountable, we will not get better results. So we shouldn't be shy. I'm not shy to support Kissi Ejabe. As and when I also feel that we have to put in fire for him to be more transparent in the work, etc. We have to. There's no space for shyness or the fact that I've known Kissi for over 20 years. That means that we shouldn't say anything. He's known Jampo for over 20 years. They were mates, illegal, but still, he put Jampo on the spot. So it's the same thing. We all, this matter of, oh no, don't shake this table, don't rock the boat. It's not getting us far. No, we have to hold government institutions accountable. So SML is come on. These are arrests. Every two lawyers are here, ABG and then lawyer Kwesi will tell you that as for arrests, it's just preliminary So rather than start celebrating now, we'll wait for the day the case will make it to court. We'll wait for the day the case will make it to court, because today is what, 28th?
Today is 28th.
28th. You remember the MPA, Mustafa Hamid's MPA. Kisi promised us that by end of the month, the case will be in court. Today is 28th, Saturday. So Sunday 29th. So we have Monday. Okay. Yeah. So Kisi, there have a gentle reminder. From the way he said it, I thought that by now it should have, made it to court. But 28th, we still haven't heard anything. Well, okay, we'll wait till Monday. You see. So let's see. So SML arrest good, but please, we all know you can arrest somebody and keep him in custody for 100 years. If the case doesn't go to court and if he's not convicted, we haven't done anything against his record, apart from maybe having incarcerated him, kept him in custody for maybe a few days. So I won't celebrate too much the arrest, because the arrest in itself is not a criminal conviction. So I'd rather continue to urge OSP to double up, and then let's enter court, because that is where the real game is, and then they would answer. Yes, okay. Yes, that's what I'll say for now.
Well, and talk about the NPA, because you just referenced that the current CEO of the National Petroleum Authority is just joining us in the studio, as well as a private legal practitioner in good standing, Godwin Edijitamaklo. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning to you, Alfred. Good morning to your cherished viewers and now online listeners.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
And my distinguished learned senior, my friend.
Thank you, DG.
My friend.
Thank you.
There's nobody who knows sports law, football law than this man. Anything GFA related, sports law and everything, he's a go-to person.
Thank you.
Maintain that relationship for a while.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for the platform. Yes, I know the circumstances under which I have to be here.
Indeed.
So once again, good morning to everyone. That said, you see, aspects of the SML investigation directly impacts on the work I do. Because of the revenue assurance bits in the downstream petroleum sector. Remember that this whole thing is a contract for revenue assurance and the subsequent consolidation of the agreement. And the whole idea to, as it were, audit the petroleum downstream. Exactly the place that I basically sit as the acting CEO. I am aware that my office has been cooperating, and some of my officers have been cooperating with the Office of the Special Prosecutor on this particular SML investigation. A lot have gone on. So in terms of the merit or otherwise, I'm a bit constrained, because who knows, I may be called as a witness maybe in this matter, in the sense that, you see, most of the claim relates to whether or not, and from Manasseh's write-ups, and remember that they originated this whole investigation. Manasseh, the Fourth Estate, among others.
Yeah.
And the claim has always been that there was no need, right, for the SML engagement. Because the MPA was already in the process of doing that revenue assurance, because they're able to generate the data, and we have other schemes in place that allows for the issues of pricing, the issues of ensuring that products are not diverted, among other things. And so, to Manasseh, there was no need at all for the contract. Those who signed it also believe that there was. so far, so I wouldn't want to comment so much into the merit. The only thing I want to say that a few things strike me when the OSP announced that they are effected some arrests. I found it extremely curious, and here is my curiosity, that some named officers of SML used to work with GRA.
Yes.
The contracting party.
Yes.
In the sense that it appears at the time when the contract was consummated, the CEO of SML used to be a technical advisor to
the GRA.
One wants to find out the nature of disclosures relative to our conflict of interest laws. What were the nature of disclosures that were made prior to engagement? Is it possible that a technical advisor to GRA, upon leaving office, can immediately engage in an activity with a company that, say, obtained a contract at the time that he was working there?
Right.
They have also mentioned that there used to be a lawyer for GRA,
Philip Mensah,
who today happens to, one way or the other, either consult for or work for.
Okay, so that's Philip Mensah, former Deputy Commissioner in charge of legal. He's now serving as legal consultant to SML.
And others. That is where I find it a bit curious. At this point, I will hasten slowly in making any imputation of crime or otherwise. What I do know, that there are clear rules on conflicts. So, for instance, today, I act as deputy CEO, act as CEO of the authority, and you have a situation where I am no longer in that office. A contract that was signed under my tenure, a company that, say, obtained that contract, I am no longer at NPA and now consult for that company, or I now work as CEO for that company. You see, for us public servants, the responsibility on us a bit more higher. We are put in a situation where we need to conduct our affairs like Caesar's wife. You know, there shouldn't be a circumstance where Caesar's wife will get to a point where there will even be rumor that Caesar's wife, Cleopatra, has anything to do with Mark Antony. We shouldn't get there.
Indeed.
You understand?
Yes.
As human institution as we are, maybe with the benefit of time, we would understand exactly what informed the decision by these gentlemen to be related by way of working relationship with a company that obtained some contractual relationship with the Ghana Revenue Authority. More importantly, at the time when the one way or the other worked. Does this suggest some level of insider trading? These matters will be coming up at the right time. But like I pointed out, because of the cooperation between the agency, the authority ahead, and the office of the special prosecutor, I would want to leave the merits, the nots, the have-nots, for the purpose of this discussion.
And I respect that. I respect that. And you talk about some curiosity, something that you are curious about.
Yes.
Is it what you spoke about, or exactly what tickles your curiosity about this matter, as it has evolved to this point? Maybe very quickly, I'm not going to indulge you too much.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that imagine me at the CEO of NPA acting. I enter into a contract with a company called Martin Kwebu and Sons Limited, or Martin Kwebu LLC, to do revenue assurance for the authority. Now I leave the authority, okay, and Martin now employs me, right? Employs me as the CEO of the company that obtained a contract at the time when I was CEO. It may not be, but it will create an impression that the contract was prepared ahead of my leaving the authority. Do you get it?
Yes.
And like we always say, a multitude of suspicion is not enough basis to ground criminality.
Yeah.
But that threshold, should we get there? So I am a bit mindful this morning not to say ABC. Look, on the issue of Procurement Act, I think that I have, within the past 12 years, litigated the Procurement Act very well in our court. I've litigated it so well. I've argued many aspects of the Procurement Act. You recall, in the NCA matter, my clients were convicted for breaches of the Procurement Act.
Yeah.
I remember vividly before His Lordship Justice Chebafo, when I made this argument that under the Public Procurement Act, a breach does not automatically result in criminality unless you are able to establish a mens rea, because the Procurement Act did not create a strict liability offense. So that a breach is a breach. It's like traffic offense. Once you cross the red light, no explanation is enough. Strict liability. My argument was the reverse. That under the 1992 Constitution, you must first establish that at least there is a mens rea and then there is an actus reus. You must establish a guilty mind. You must establish that ABCD. That argument, even though attractive, did not find favor with His Lordship Justice Chebafo. And therefore proceeded that to the extent that my clients entered into the contract without the approval of the PPA, it constituted their guilt and convicted them 4 years imprisonment. You understand? I remember in the Atofose matter, Sylvester Animana was also charged for breaches of the Procurement Act. In the Opuni matter as well. And many other such. I think that we've possibly gotten to a point where we may have to look at the act again. What's the threshold of guilt? Is it the mere fact that a contract was signed into without? If that is the law, like somebody said, the law is the law.
We know who said that. Yes.
You understand? That's one aspect of it. Is it an evolving legislation that we begin to appreciate its learning and the evolution of our procurement laws? So that, for instance, Section 90 of the Public Procurement Act provide a mechanism for redress. So I remember one of the arguments that I made before His Lordship Justice Chebafo, because my client, at that time, Director General of the organization, entered into the contract. So the argument I placed before him was that, look, in the wisdom of the maker of the law, the fact that he provided a procedure for cancellation ratification in the law means that he envisaged a situation where a contract can be entered into without PPA approval and therefore can go for ratification. And that is why the legislator made that provision. And so if we've not gotten to the point where an opportunity, say, for rectification, cancellation, and all of those things, where the PPA will constitute a committee to investigate the alleged breaches and others and recommend whether the contract should be rectified, or cancelled, the point of criminality has not arisen. That view was completely rejected, and they were convicted. So, if you look at the detail in the KPMG report relative to the SML, There are specific claims of breaches of the Procurement Act, among other things.
Yes.
I want to see the view that the OSP and our courts, assuming this matter ends up in court, will take, so that it serves as a guide to all of us who are into public service.
Well, it's a fair point, and let me also at this point acknowledge the presence of the celebrated Kwame Ansasai.
All of us, our boss.
Yes.
All of us, our boss. All of us, our boss.
He's a former director of the Ghana School of Law.
We've not celebrated this man enough.
Indeed.
We've not celebrated this man enough. And maybe let me just join my colleagues here in celebrating him. We thank you so much.
Indeed.
We thank you. Thankfully, today, all of us are your sons.
Thank you so much for agreeing. Indeed.
We thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for agreeing, waking up this morning to join us. Kwame Ansasari, Kwaku Ansasari, beg your pardon, is a former director of the Ghana School of Law. And then also, we understand he was lecturing this morning and had to leave to join us. I thank you so much.
His mind is so
valuable. I wonder,
made a very interesting point which I think needs to be looked at again. You see, most of the bulk of our principles are derived from English law.
Yes, sir.
Now, procurement breaches or issues or questions pertaining to contracts, sale of goods, buying and selling, entering shops, where goods are, have been shelved and all that. An English court will first look at the general law of contract to see whether there have been any violation before even crossing the threshold to go into the area of criminality. Our courts have not, done that, and therefore the illustration he gave, which is analogous to a situation that occurred in a case they are all familiar with, Fisher and Bell.
Yes.
The court did not proceed immediately to make a pronouncement, but examined the surrounding circumstances to find out, whether the display amounted to invitation to trade or offer.
Right.
And then and only then did they proceed, to look at and apply the general law of contract to the issue that had arisen in Fisher and Bell, and said under the surrounding circumstances, no offense had been committed. But here, the court begins with a mindset, and the moment that mindset is consummated, there's conviction. I think the approach is wrong. That we must, our court, our judges must do a bit of analysis before implementing provisions of the Procurement Act, because some of the things may not be offenses, but because they arise from the Procurement Act, it is assumed that an offense
has been committed.
Yes, or there have been violations or breaches of.
In fact, this matter is a rolling stone, as I indicated. It's just evolving, but it's an important point that you make, Mr. Ansasari, a former director of the Ghana School of Law. Like question on this, yes. Especially because the special prosecutor had indicated, and you're right. The last press conference that the OSP addressed, he indicated that by end of month, end of this month of June,
yes,
some top officials of MPA specifically, yes, and this whole SMM matter were going to be put before court. And today is the 28th, so yes, we'll see. Maybe on Monday something will happen. But my question, this matter does and how it's evolved to this point.
In Julius Caesar, Shakespeare's book, write-up Julius Caesar, the soothsayer had informed Caesar that on the 15th of March, he will be killed. So late afternoon or evening of 15th March, Caesar reached out to the soothsayer and said, soothsayer, you just said I'll be killed on this day. Then he retorted. He said the Eid of March had come, but not yet gone. Or
yes, exactly.
So maybe give the
Monday. To Monday. just a quick
foremost, kindly permit me to commend Manasseh Azuri and then his former colleagues at the Fourth Estate.
Right.
Without them, we wouldn't have gotten to this far. I'm always happy anytime the state takes up some of these challenges that we have as a society. Now, we keep, in analyzing this particular situation, I came to the conclusion that if we as a country, we always say we are in leadership position, we take our positions to help develop the country. And then in the end, the very people who have accepted to come and serve the country are the same people coming under this slogan, create, loot, and share. Then where are we heading as a state? And it's not one instance, it's not twice. Almost every now and then, we keep hearing this. And that is why I particularly had to commend the Manasseh and people, because it is not only this that is going on. There are several other situations. It takes the effort of some individuals or some citizens to be able to bring this to the fore. Now, let's say the OSP, whether procedurally they are correct or not, at the end of the day, they've been able to arrest some persons to kickstart the entire process. That said, I feel at the end of the day, once investigations are ongoing, by all means, they will be able to come out with something. I mentioned the create, loot, and share because if you read the story as captured from the investigators, everything points to the fact that this is a well thought out something, without necessarily trying to go into the merit because investigation is ongoing. But if you look at the persons involved, and it saddens me, at the end of the day, we had a pastor in there also, playing this sort of like double role thing. Some functionally from the GRA, at the end of the day, were also seen playing some roles in the SML. So automatically, the ordinary citizen comes to hear of this story, and then we'll be able to conclude that then straight away, it came from some powerful element within the government. Now, I will also call for a review of the PPA Act. I think it's high time we did something about it. Before, we're all relying on Parliament, that some of the contract, some of the key arrangement from government will have to pass through Parliament. Then came the PPA also. But I think the major loophole that politicians often exploit is the aspect that the same act that we say go through ABC will then come back and say you can ignore all the ABC and still go for sole sourcing. And that is where the major challenge is. Then we asked the question, 2 years ago, we had some government officials at the embezzle fund. 5 years ago, some government officials at the embezzle fund. So the question is, what then was the role of Parliament? You see? So along the line, much as I am advocating for changes in the PPA, I feel as part of my recommendation, see, we shouldn't always be criticized. Sometimes we should also propose solutions. My recommendation moving forward, I think what will help us as a country and as a state moving forward is for us to have a very robust and strong institution that will not come directly from the government, but then an autonomous body. And if permission is given me, I will recommend a body like the General Legal Council to play some extra rules. General Legal Council, because the composition itself, we might not believe this, but the few time, I have had the opportunity to meet some judges in private and then in court. I have realized that most of them are God-fearing. And then they are also principled in their doing, especially those at the Superior Court. Now, if you find the personalities we appoint to be part of the General Legal Council, I feel they will do a better job than any other body. Because Parliament has also disappointed us. And the people we appoint on to be on the PPA board, from the stories we hear every now and then, we often collude with them. So in the end, they will still siphon the state resources and so on and so forth. So moving forward, I feel we need a very strong body. That any government contracts involving finances or involving money of a certain threshold must of necessity be put before this particular body. So that in future, you and I will not be sitting here again and be discussing this.
It's a very important point.
Because before the SML came, we had issues of the PDS. Then the citizen came after it. It was shut down. At the end, the Minister of Energy at the time had to even resign and so on and so forth. Then we swept it somewhere. Then we also heard that there was an offshoot of it. That was the Japa deal. That one to the citizen did very well and then fought against that. Then at the tail end, this one is also coming. So if you trace the history, we see element of this just because there are loopholes in our laws that any executive arm of government can exploit every now and then to loot, to create loot and then what? Share among themselves. Oftentimes, we will be zeroing in and then focusing on only 2 or 3 CEOs. But then if you dig deeper, you come to the realization that it might come from some unseen hands.
And we hope that the OSP's investigations would uncover these unseen hands that you're talking about. But thank you, like I said. And while I draw down the curtains on this matter, go on to the next, the head of the Financial Intelligence Center here in Ghana, Kojo Chumboafo, says, good morning. My greetings to Uncle Kweku Ansansari. In 1996, he actively sought to encourage me to enter the law school. At that time, I didn't know about the concept of family and friends. I would have listened to him and done so, but it's not too late. You are still considering, so as you have indicated. Thank you very much. It is indeed not too late. And that leads us to the next matter, because this week, something unprecedented happened. The Chief Justice that is going through this process, as enshrined in Article 146, addressed the nation through a press conference about the removal process that she is going through. She says it has been reduced to ordinary litigation between petitioners and herself, and that the removal process is unconstitutional. It violates the dictates of the Constitution. It's illegal, and every manner of the process breaks every rule on how justice is delivered. That's her verdict. Take a look.
Unfortunately, every step of the removal process being undertaken against me is being done in a manner that breaks every rule on how justice is delivered in our country. And this is why I find the need to draw the nation's attention to the serious violations of the Constitution and law in the process, and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy. The removal process being undertaken against me is being done in a manner that breaks every rule on how justice is delivered in our country. And this is why I find the need to draw the nation's attention to the serious violations of the Constitution and law in the process, and the danger it holds for the development of the nation's democracy.
Well, that's Chief Justice Gertrude Esaba Tokono, her leadership. She has also indicated that, you are one of the first persons to have recommended or proposed to her that she should consider resigning, right?
Yes.
Right from the onset of this, she said she should consider resigning to save herself of, whatever will play out.
Yes.
She says it's not on the table. She has heard that advice that you offered, but it's not an option on the table. And this is why. Take a look.
Or retiring, while Article 146 proceedings are being conducted to remove a judge. It's not an option any judge or public official can even have. There is a decided case on the matter by the Supreme Court. The suit number is J6/02/2019. Again, no one has the authority to walk away from proceedings started by the state. Judgment can be entered against you because you fail to defend yourself. And a judge who resigns or retires would still lose all entitlements that they have worked for because they failed to defend the claims and resigned or retired while the proceedings were still going on.
Well, so to the likes of you who held that view and made that proposal, that's the answer to you. It's not on the table. It's not something that should even be considered because of the details he has just given. Council, that's a response to that proposal you made. That's just a quick one. Is it one you still stand by?
No. Oh, but you remember, coincidentally, that week, I was on the panel here with EDG. So EDG cited the Justice Amwa case. That one is even earlier, 2015. Right. That time JM was in his first term, right? And then, when each topic comes, you keep researching. You'll never finish researching. So when this press conference came and I went to look at the Justice Derry case, all right, Paul Derry case, all right, the Supreme Court mentioned that again. So, and then the Chief Justice cited a third case. But this Justice Derry case is also 2015, 2016. So, we had already, as I've said, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter. If they've said so, generally that's the law. But we can continue to advocate. Yes, I yield that there is a Supreme Court decision. But still, there is also wisdom in the proposition that resignation should be afforded people in that class in certain circumstances, right? Yes, because to every rule you find an exception. So let's look at this. Ghana as there's an evolving democracy. Now you've seen, because she doesn't have an option to resign, you see, she's fighting back, and with the way she's fighting back, you see all the things that she's throwing out. Yeah, come on. If we all look at our judiciary now and as our nation, I'm sure by now it will be clear to a lot of us that, it looks like if we could get a resignation for her, it would have been better than this fight. Yes, because now she's dragging everybody down with her.
You say everybody who?
The committee, right? The president, etc. I think too many people are being dragged down. You see, so, well, in a way, it's helping to break the virginity of certain topics. Certain topics we would never want to discuss because, we've evolved. A few years ago, you didn't even want to talk about certain things in the courts. I remember even last year when we were discussing, when Chief Justice Tokono wrote a letter to Akufo-Addo, and we said, no, it's unconstitutional, we're discussing it here. Hey, lots of lawyers were like, oh, why don't you leave this alone? So what I'm saying is that as a society, when it comes to talking about the judiciary, etc., it's a taboo topic generally. It's a taboo topic. But you see that with we are breaking it gradually. But with this press conference, too many boundaries have been broken. So now you see that the conversation is gone higher. And the way it's gone higher, so many imputations of wrongdoing and etc. It kind of affects the system. It looks like this press conference has broken too many boundaries, brought in too many topics for discussion at a go than even the system can take. So sometimes when you look at it, then you see that, hey, Charlie, if we had arranged a resignation, overall would have been better. You see, because the truth be told, at least with the wrongdoings that have been alleged, I'm not going into them. So far, I'll just use what she has said, because I still go by the Supreme Court decision that even in the Justice Derry case, that the fact that petitions have leaked or evidence have leaked, it's no justification for us to then descend and go in and discuss fully. No. In the Justice Derry case, they say if we did, it would be contempt of court. So even Chief Justice Tokoni herself has opened herself up for a contempt case.
So with the address, this press conference that she addressed, would she have possibly swayed into the arena of contempt?
Oh, yes, possibly. Yes.
With this press conference?
Yes.
Giving out the details of the petition?
Yes. And everything is done. Yes, it's up to the committee to take it up to the High Court. So let's be very clear. The committee doesn't have powers of contempt for this to itself, but it has to then refer it to the High Court. But I'm sure she did a calculated guess, knowing that because of the office she still occupies, she's suspended, she's not been removed yet. As a society, we will be slow to say she should be hauled to the High Court for contempt. Yes, I'm sure she knows that she has at least some goodwill not to be taken to the High Court for contempt. That's why she did that, right? But me, how can I guess that? So let me be careful, because it's possible that I will be hauled to the High Court for contempt and she would not be.
That is if you get into the merits of this
exactly matter. So
but
please,
she had reason.
Stay clear of
she had reason why she did this, and even addressed the press. She had 4 stated reasons. That she's the one going through it alone, but the effect reaches beyond her and so on. She had a position on the secrecy of this entire process and why she at some point, if you recall, during her application to the Supreme Court, one of the relief she was seeking was that there's some rights that she had that could be waived, and this whole process telecast so that we would see what the process of the hearing is like. The Supreme Court did not grant that. So she sought to give out the details through this press conference, which you say has slipped into the arena of contempt. But she had reason why this entire secrecy of the process, she says, will not prevent her from putting out some matters in the public so that the public will know. Those were her words, but take a look at this.
I applied for the proceedings of the committee set up by His Excellency the President to be held in public, so that in the interest of transparency and for the truth in the matters being raised to be made known to the people of Ghana. I did so because I knew that the secrecy of the proceedings for removing justices was not created in the Constitution as a cover-up for any agenda. The Constitution expects that only reasons for removing the Chief Justice and public officials as set out in Article 146 will be the reason for doing so. And especially, such reasons must affect public sensitive national interest or public order or safety.
It shouldn't be used as a cover-up for any agenda whatsoever, this secrecy of the process, as enshrined in the Constitution. So in her view, people must know.
Okay. So, Mr. Kansi, yes, you said she had a reason for doing so. But when you read everything, okay, sum up everything she's done, those are grounds for her to go to the High Court. And indeed, she's done it. So she's in the High Court too. She's filed an application for judicial review.
Yes.
So ordinarily, if I had filed such a case and I came here and started going to the details, quickly, ABG will point out that, hey, Martin, you have the case in the High Court. Stop. You can't do this. I can only mention that maybe I've sued. But to go into details like she did, lawyers would have called him contempt, right? So, Mr. Okansi, everything she said, she's already before the High Court. These are matters before the court. That's why I said that, yes, the lesson we are learning from it is that there is equality in the law, but to every rule too, there are exceptions. Yes, that's what we should learn. I mean, yeah, we are all equal before the law, Article 17 of the Constitution. But when you even go Article 17, you see positive discrimination, all right? That, I mean, you know, with certain areas of our society, people are vulnerable, etc. We should help them, right? So Chief Justice Tokonu also knows that, well, yeah, she served Ghana to the highest extent, and so people will not lightly say that, take her to the High Court for contempt. That's how come she has the leverage to do what she did. But of course, lawyers who have been very clear in reprimanding Chief Justice Tokonu that, no, please, yes, we reckon that you've served, but this one is a bit too much. So that one, we will put it on record, that it's a bit too much. But overall, it's because of the service she's rendered. That's how come she can get a bit of more leverage than the ordinary lawyer or any other person for that matter. So the reasons are not sufficient for what she's done, because the law is very clear. You read from Frankie J. Chu, all the Supreme Court decisions, like we don't have to be mentioning the name, let's just go on with the main arguments. All the Supreme Court decisions are clear that for these proceedings, we shouldn't come out and discuss their merits, and that even after petitions and evidence have leaked, it is still no excuse to continue. It is still no excuse to continue the debate. So stop. That's why I mentioned that Chief Justice Tokonu may be free. I may get into trouble if I waded in too much.
Has she done herself any good in addressing the press this week and putting out this detail? Has it helped the case for her in the court of public opinion in any way?
You see, the jury is still out, right? The jury is still out. So for that, I'll be slow. The jury is still out, because remember that she has supporters, right? And also me, even a certain part of me too, earlier on when this matter came on, I've advocated that in the next constitution, and H. Kwesi Prempeh, chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, has also put it out that we won't have that blanket in-camera proceedings anymore. No, that's anachronistic. We've gone past that. Even the Western world, look at US and co, where they came to learn civilization from us. In the US, it's done in Congress. It's open. Then they vote on the matter, right? Yes, it's done in Congress. That's open. So the hearing is done. Then they vote openly. Why are we hiding it? We've grown up as a society. I think, yes, we are still evolving. Colonialism truncated our growth, etc. But as for holding this Article 146 proceedings in public, I think we've reached there. And that's how come, maybe, as I mentioned, we make provisions for resignations to, etc. So we blend the two. Because currently, you can see that Ghanaians are yearning to know what's going in there. But, sorry, the door is shut, firmly shut on us. That's not good for our democracy. When we make it open, it's also a form of accountability to all Article 146 office holders. Let me say Article 146 office holders, because this Article 146 doesn't apply to only the Chief Justice, nor the Superior Court Justices. When we say Superior Courts, that's High Court, Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. No, it doesn't apply to them alone, but also Shraj commissioners, NCCE, and then Electoral Commission. They are also then NMC, National Media Commission. All these people is the same thing. Article 146. If you want to remove them, you go through 146. Right. So because of that, I mean, you look at it, it will help in accountability. Let's say if we knew that, hey, once you are in a certain office, when you did anything wrong and they are going to do the hearing, it will be broadcast live. Generally, every day, in everything you did, you would be careful, knowing that, hey, this thing, if it comes out, they will discuss it publicly. So that in itself will put fear in the office holders to walk the straight and narrow. You see, earlier on, Eduji mentioned the live beyond reproach, Caesar's wife's test. Yes, in the Justice Paul Derry versus Anas Tiger PI, etc. They mentioned it. The Supreme Court said, yes, Caesar's wife's test applies. Okay. So if you want to avoid trouble, it's good. So that all of us are held in check, right? So the point is that the press conference is done is advocacy for us to amend the Constitution amend it, that's in future, but this current one, we are stuck. So remember when the topic first came, like one of the times we discussed it a few weeks ago, I had said, oh, we should go and do, Musa Dankwa should do a poll, etc. But the responses from citizenry on this program and panelists and everything was very clear that, listen, once this constitution says in camera, please go by it. I agree. So these arguments about make it open, that's in the future constitution. Please, to be clear, these arguments that make it open, etc., we are talking about the future constitution that H. Kwesi Prempeh and the rest are crafting. But as for the current proceedings, the law is clear. The law is the law, no matter what I see. It says that it should be in camera. And so we are following the rules on in camera proceedings. Right.
I see. Let me bring Lady Jutamaklo on this matter, because the Chief Justice was quite clear. And we'll put that on the screen. The 4 reasons why the suspended Chief Justice did this press conference, as she put out herself. These are the 4 reasons. They said the removal process is historic with higher stakes, but then again, the position is that this process has been reduced to ordinary litigation between the petitioners and herself. The process itself is flawed, it violates the Constitution, and the manner in which it's being done breaks every rule on how justice is to be delivered. 2, the far-reaching implications of the process goes beyond her, and its effect reaches beyond her as an individual. And the alleged constitutional violations and illegalities of the proceedings, as she put out there, about her lawyer not being admitted before the committee because she didn't accompany him, and the family, and so on. And then the final one about the calls for resignation, says it's not on the table, and the alleged threats on her life. She put that there as well, that her resignation will be an admission that this flawed process is acceptable. This entire secrecy of this says it's not meant to pursue an agenda. Has this press conference done any good from what you said?
Okay, so it's quite an interesting issue. First of all, I mean, like any other Ghanaian, you can call the press and speak to them on anything that you feel strongly about. So her right to address the press is not something that you can take away from her. That is within her so to do. But what she's not permitted to do is to use the processes of a press conference to undermine a constitutionally sanctioned process. I've always maintained that in the wisdom of the framers of the 1992 Constitution, and I say this with all humility, I am not in position to say I am wiser and more intelligent than the people who put the 1992 Constitution together. No, I say this with all humility. In the wisdom of the framers of the 1992 Constitution, they envisage that the Chief Justice can be removed and proscribe or possibly prescribed the method or the procedure for doing same. Chief Justice Tokono is not the first person to have had that process triggered against him or her. Why? In 1995-96, the Ghana Bar Association, the Urban case.
Yes.
Yeah. But they use a different process, litigation, to achieve the very end of removal. And that is why if you look at the Ghana Bar Association Attorney General, the Urban case, His Lordship Justice Kwega deprecated the conduct of the Ghana Bar Association. Because what the Ghana Bar Association then sought to do was to put the grounds for the removal in a writ. And so as to put the whole matter in public, a clever way of circumventing the secrecy proceedings. His Lordship Justice Ajabin, Justice Kwega and Co. said, look, the Association of Lawyers should know better. And then underscored the constitutional reason for the secrecy of the proceedings. And said that the reason for the secrecy It's actually to protect the judiciary itself. Imagine a judge goes through the removal process, televised on the tele, under cross-examination. Lawyers can ask all kinds of questions, related, unrelated, even relevant, irrelevant. Say for the judge to say, no, this question, by which time he had asked already. We all do that under cross-examination. We deliberately will ask a question, knowing that this question is not permissible, but to color the mind of the court. Then the judge will say no, or counsel would have to object. Then the judge will say, question overruled. Ask another question. We do that all the time. So in the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, they wanted a process that would also ensure that you protect the persons involved. Because it may well be that after the proceeding, the person will not actually be guilty of what you are saying.
But everything would have been out there. Everything would have been out there.
So I found it extremely, in fact, I want to be charitable by saying that it's untenable. Professor Kweku says I shouldn't say it's untenable. And that is plain illegality.
Why
what the Chief Justice did.
Why is it plain illegality?
Because you see, cleverly, she puts the content of the petition in public and try to excite a public conversation on the merits, which invariably would defeat the constitutional reason for the in-camera hearing. I don't think, look, I think that she is ably represented by lawyers. My senior, lawyer Ayuku Otu, is not a lawyer of mean standing. A very respected lawyer, a man who had risen to the topmost position in Ghana. That is the office of Attorney General for us among lawyers. To rise to the position of Attorney General, it's not a mean thing. That is the position he got to. She is represented by such a person. What kind of argument that my senior, Ayiko Otu, cannot put before a 5-member committee? In the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, they wanted at least 2 senior judges to be on that committee. So you, let's even say, you do not trust the appreciation of law by Daniel Domelebo and the other 2 on the committee. What about Justice Asiedu? What about Puaman? Is it not curious? When Vincent Asifua issued the writ naming the Attorney General as the defendant, challenging the President's reference to the Council of State, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu empaneled 5 judges to hear the Vincent Asifua matter. Justice Asiedu was one of them. Is she her case? That at the time when she put Justice Asiedu to be among the 5 judges to hear the Vincent Asifua matter until it was reconstituted, she never trusted his judicial independence, his judicial mind, and that he had cause to believe that Justice Asiedu does not appreciate the judicial oath that he took. Where from this hypocrisy and double standard? You put Asiedu on the writ that claimed that the President ought to have notified you. You remember that incident? Asiedu was there. Who empaneled Asiedu? It was Justice Tokonu. Is it not the same Asiedu that President Mahama had put on the 5-member committee to investigate the claims against you? How come that suddenly she no longer trusts the mind of Justice Asiedu? What changed? There are many instances that she had put Justice Puaman on panels. Having become the Chief Justice of this Republic, she never trusted Puaman's judicial mind. I mean, so where from this hypocrisy? I find it extremely uncomfortable even discussing the... Look, I have avoided, for obvious reason, a merit review of the allegations against her for good reasons. Yeah. I've restrained myself, all my public commentary. I've always dealt with the legal issues on this matter. She knows. Like she pointed out, the law is the law. I've appeared before her. I wasn't happy with some of the decisions. But like again, I took it that the law is the law. And went home crying. Look, there's something that she did that I find it extremely, maybe uncalled for.
Why?
But mischievous.
What exactly are you
And at that
about?
point, I felt she was doing politics.
What exactly?
You see, she made an attempt to try and link the current proceedings to the unfortunate, insane, and dastardly murder of the High Court judges and the army officer. But try drawing a parallel between the fact that the proceedings are happening at Edu Lodge and the events of 1982. What did she do? Cleverly, she says that why is the proceedings happening in Edu Lodge? And claim and created a false narrative that the unfortunate murder of the judges and the military officer was planned and executed with Edu Lodge in mind. Complete falsehood. Look, I have a copy of the SIB report, the 85-page report, and the Attorney General's comment, 23 pages were made. If you read the SIB report, there were effectively 3 references to Edu Lodge in the report. The executive summary. In the executive summary at point 7.
While you access that, let's hear exactly what the Chief Justice Getro Tukono reference on this Edu Lodge within that press conference. Take a look at this.
Edu Lodge facility that the hearings are being conducted in featured very prominently in the planning of the murder of judges on June 30th, 1981. And this can be read about in the special investigative report on that terrible event in our nation's history. It will be recalled that there was a Major Samakwa, a military officer who was killed with the 3 High Court justices, who was the Director of Human Resource of GEHOC. He was my uncle and my guardian when I entered the University of Ghana in September 1980. I was also living with him at the time he was abducted and murdered. Was Edu Lodge chosen for my inquiry to make me feel insecure? I think so. And I continue to hold the view that there is no reason why a judicial hearing is being conducted behind the high walls.
Well, so that's the reference to Edu Lodge. They say featured prominently. These were her words in there.
First of all, the record shows this insane and unfortunate murder of the judges happened in June 1982. Correct, Senior? Good. Look, the same SIB report that she referenced, the executive summary, paragraph 9. Amatekwe and Captain Kojochikata retired met at Edu Lodge on 31st October 1982. 31st October 1982.
This is a Special Investigation Board report.
Yes. Executive summary, paragraph 9.
Paragraph 9.
Is there. So how did this feature in the planning of the murder? How? A murder that took place in June. The Special Investigative Body, established by PNDC Law 15, started this work. It was in the process of its work, left for it to submit its report, that Captain Retired Kojochikata met Joachim Amatekwe in October at Edu Lodge. October. By which time, the murder had already taken place. Why would you think that Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, would want to twist these facts? Is to basically draw herself into an event that happened 43 years ago to play on the emotional keyboards of our people. What has that got to do? Event that happened in 82, anybody envisaged that today, having become the Chief Justice, there will be any petition that will require an inquiry against you?
Well, she said it featured prominently. Her uncle was in there. She was living with the uncle when the uncle was abducted.
You see, hold on. You see, I one of the things I've always avoided publicly is a commentary on the murder of the judges and the ex-serviceman. For obvious reason. Because you see, it invokes sensibilities. And so, and you see, for us as lawyers, every 31st June, we do the Martyrs' Day, 30th of June, we do the Martyrs' Day celebration. We go to church, we do all those things in remembrance of that dastardly act. And for us never to get there. But you see, if you read the confession statement of Joachim Amatekwe, he provided the context or the reason for that insane, excuse my language, stupid decision of his. It's there. It's in the report. Whereupon he makes the point that as union leader for GIHOC, his boss, director HR at that time, was Major Samakwa, who happens to be the uncle, as Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice referenced. And that he was dismissed after they engaged in demonstration or something. And thereafter, because you are the head of personnel, he sanctioned his dismissal. So when the PNDC came, Amatekwe conveniently joined the PNDC to get back at this. And he says he went to court. When he went to court to challenge his dismissal, the judge who sat on it was Cecilia Kranche Ado. And said when he lost the case and came back and informed the wife that the case he took to court, he had lost it. The wife, who was pregnant, had a miscarriage. And that was when set off all this. It's all in his confession statement. Our country has traveled a path that we have all said we will not go there again. Why throw in this in an inquiry as to whether your conduct A, B, C, D meets the constitutional threshold for your removal? What has the events of 1982, 43 years ago, got to do? Unless, of course, to do politics. And you see, for a young man like me associated with the NDC, first of all, these events happened. I'm sure I didn't even have the mind to even appreciate them. When these events happened, where was the NDC? Where was President Mahama? Was there even anything called NDC? No. So to try to link it today, after 43 years, and said the choice of Edu Lodge was to remind you. I mean, how can you even say that? Well, with respect. How can you do that? Unless, of course, you are doing politics with the proceedings involving you. And look, I have told our party communicator, avoid discussing the merit of this matter for a simple reason. One, none of the petitioners is a card-bearing member of the NDC. None whatsoever. The panel members, none of them is a card-bearing member of the NDC. Let me point this. It is sad that President Mahama finds himself in the position of Pontius Pilate. Yes. President Mahama finds himself in the position of Pontius Pilate, where he has to receive the petition from the Pharisees and Sadducees. That is why President Mahama finds himself. But you see, the Constitution itself has some insulation for such situation. It said, don't take that decision yourself. Consult the elders. Consult the members of the Council of State. President Mahama has the history of having used Article 146 before. Loretta Lamptey, the Shrag boss. The process for her removal, among others, happened under the tenure of President Mahama. Loretta Lamptey was appointed by President Mills, an NDC appointee. But when my friend Richard Nyama and Anodompre brought the petition to MPP store, unlike these petitioners, when they brought the petition against Loretta Lamptey, President Mahama didn't say they are MPP people, so they should clear off. He said, I have taken an oath to uphold the laws of this country, which includes Article 146. Saw the process through. 2015 January, President Mahama suspended Vivian Lamptey, who was going through this impeachment process. How different is it from what has happened today? So how in God's name...
She said the entire process is unconstitutional. In fact, the manner in which it's being done breaks...
Do you know that as High Court judge,
justice is delivered?
The High Court judges that were implicated in Anas matter were not taken through Article 146. Justice Derry, Justice Paul Derry, Ado, Esel the latest, many of them, they went through Article 1. It's a leadership, the Chief Justice saying that if there are grounds for her removal as stipulated, was there any other special proceeding for her? I've been struggling. And look, the matters that she raised in the press conference are matters that are addressable through judicial process. For instance, and my senior here will teach us, and they have been teaching us. If your claim is that the petition or the organization is without locus, it's not registered through your search, that's grounds for your lawyer to raise an objection as to capacity. Any one of us here, if we accept a copy of a writ and it's an organization, the first thing we do is to do a search at the Registrar General. If we see that it's not registered, we'll go with capacity. Is that not what we have been doing for our living?
Absolutely.
So it is a matter that there is a legal remedy for. But you see, I have always relied on precedent. Madame Charlotte said, the petitioners who called for her removal, one included a dead person.
A dead person?
Yes. At the time when the petition went to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and her removal, there was a petitioner that was dead. But Akufo-Addo went ahead, went through the process and removed the 3 electoral commissioners. So what exactly are her complaints? I remember, and she made the point that a copy of the petition was not given to her.
Yes, so she said the one that she said, well, the president forwarded the petitions to her, but then she doesn't know. She doesn't want to assume that the same petition she has is what the committee has for the hearing, so she requested for it.
Please.
We
were in this country where she wrote to President Mahama for a copy of the petition, correct?
Indeed, yes.
President Mahama, graciously, she asked for 7 days. President Mahama gave her 10 days, correct?
Yes.
What did she respond to? Was it not the petition?
Well, she says she can't assume that the same petition she has is what the committee has. So she requested for the copies.
When we go to court and the writ is served on us, is the writ admitted in evidence?
Usually not.
Have you ever gone through court process where you say the writ invoking the court's jurisdiction. And if you look at even CI 47, a writ is defined to include what? A petition. You don't go to court and say, my lord, we've gotten to the point of evidence taking. First, I want to admit a copy of the writ in the evidence before. I will make that argument before her ladyship. She will rebuke me instantaneously in court. Because you don't do that. So how is she expecting that today the petition should be, first of all, tendered in evidence before the proceedings? I mean, I've been struggling to appreciate the legal basis for these claims. And let me make this point. President John Dramani Mahama, on this process, has demonstrated fidelity to the laws of this country. Have you heard President Mahama commented on this issue? No. Express a personal view on this matter? No. He has demonstrated that, look, he's a gentleman. No interference whatsoever. Go through. You have the benefit of being represented by an astute and distinguished lawyer, Ayiku Otu. What else are you fearing? But I find it bizarre when, for instance, you go before a committee of this nature and say you want your husband to accompany you to the proceedings.
Why do you find that bizarre? Exactly.
Does it not defeat the in-camera hearing?
They are support her.
Please, I know. Already you have even given a view which is contrary to the Constitution. Yes. Your view, his view does serious violence to the Constitution.
In the future Constitution after the review.
But you see, the point I want to make is that, with the greatest respect, there's a reason. If our laws begin to be applied depending on the position that you occupy, and even here, where an invitation is made directly to President Mahama, the oath President Mahama took, who administered the oath? Do you know the one who administered the oath?
The Chief Justice.
Who?
The Chief Justice.
Which Chief Justice?
Gertrude Esabatukono.
And in that, what did she read to President Mahama? On the 7th, Tuesday, 7th January 2025, she will read and President Mahama will repeat after her. She said, I shall uphold the laws, and that if I breach this, I will suffer
the consequences.
Then President Mahama will do, repeat after me. Was that not what happened? Was that not what happened? She will do, and then President Mahama will do, repeat after me. And she told President Mahama that if you go against the laws of this country, there are consequences and you face it, including removal from office. Removal from office. So far, has President Mahama done anything not dictated by the 1992 Constitution? The answer is no. So away from this invitation.
So that you straighten your argument. Oh, don't you think she's entitled to see the prima facie ruling? Yeah, but if you go to court and then there is submission of no case, you get the ruling before you continue. It shouldn't, even if it's one line, let us see. So see how you demolish that.
You see where I find this claim completely worrisome.
Why do you find it? Or why do you find it worrisome exactly?
What is the essence of a prima facie case? It's to basically inform you that you have a case to answer. And that at this point, the allegations made against you moves beyond a certain threshold. Is that not the case? So the petition was first given to you. You gave preliminary comment point by point. So to the point that they say there is a prima facie, it means that at this point, the allegations against you are not frivolous. So speak directly to the allegations. Correct.
And so give her like a one-pager. You see, like how Akufo-Addo answered Professor Asariston. It's not difficult.
I think there are two things that we are trying to. I remember in the Charlotte Osei case, right? It was when my learned senior Tadiosori appeared with Charlotte Osei before the committee that they even got the benefit of the petition.
Yeah, but now we've deprecated it.
No, please. Akufo-Addo is an astute lawyer.
Oh, he hasn't shown that in practice.
Hold on. His executive secretary then is also a very respected lawyer. Alai, was there anything that happened then that we are not seeing today? Nothing. And even the courts have said, even for prima facie, it should not be reasoned.
It's desirable.
No, please. I beg you. Line by line. In fact, if you read the Republic versus Michael Asamoah, you see the view of the Supreme Court. Because they were challenging the fact that it wasn't reasoned enough. The court said, no. It's just for a judge to say a prima facie case has been made. Open your defense. Yes.
That's not a practice generally, you see.
Please, senior. I had raised that argument previously, and I was confronted with the Michael Asamoah decision.
Yes, and they would depart.
So I would plead with Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to trust her lawyers.
You think this action betrays the trust for the lawyers, or
no? You see, an impression is created that this is a committee with a predetermined conclusion. I don't think it is good enough.
Yeah, that one.
I'll conclude on this. You see, when these matters came, I started to research. And I found something uniquely different with what is happening now. Over the period, from 79, Apalu, the famous Tufo and Attorney General, the court rallied and scuttled the process. Because once they recognized that by Apalu going before the parliamentary proceedings, the CPP stalwarts who have now come back with Liman, because Apalu has sat on the various commissions of inquiry after Nkrumah's removal, we're going to use their majority in parliament to remove him using the parliamentary proceedings. The court came in and scuttled the process. In 1995, when the Ghana Bar Association wanted to use the judicial process to get Aban removed, again the court intervened and scuttled it. When my senior brother Akwete tried removing Chief Justice Akwa, Frank Adjechum, the court at hand.
The president of the Ghana Journalists Association, Albert Jumfo, has meanwhile cautioned media practitioners to be circumspect in their coverage of the disaster.
Shouldn't hide behind disclaimers. Behind disclaimers to put images that are insensitive out there. Ethically, you can't use disclaimer to exonerate yourself. So please, let's be guided. And I know as we go, we will tell the story as it is.
Meanwhile, Ghana is seeking the assistance of international experts to probe the helicopter crash. The nation has also been assured of a transparent process in the wake of demands for regular updates.
4 out of the 8 victims of the helicopter crash are staff of the Defense Ministry. The Deputy Minister for Defense says the armed forces will uncover all the circumstances that caused the fatal crash.
The Ghana Armed Forces have already begun investigations into the incident. We have made requests for international collaboration, and we have received positive response in that regard. And so we want to assure you, our chiefs, that nothing will be covered, it will be transparent, and the public, Ghanaian public, will know exactly what happened and the cause of this tragic accident.
He highlighted the exceptional traits of the late minister, Dr. Bani Buama, and the professionalism of the servicemen, but he has cautioned the public to avoid peddling falsehoods.
We also want to caution the media and some analysts who have been churning out misinformation and untruths about this whole incident. Ghanaians should trust that the ministry and the Ghana Armed Forces are going to be diligent.
President of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, Ni Odaifio Welenchi III, made a passionate call for an end to galamsey.
If we cannot do anything about this holistically, once and for all, that will stop this thing, then these gallant men have died for nothing. This country should rise up and do whatever possible to stop this galamsey in this country.
Having signed a book of condolence at the Defense Ministry, the delegation proceeded to the Armed Forces headquarters at Bema Camp to sign another book of condolence there. The delegation from the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs made a final stop at the headquarters of the National Democratic Congress to meet the party's chairman. Johnson Asiedu Nketia, in his remarks, indicated that the government would not be cowed away from taking drastic decisions to restore the country.
You've all heard about various prophecies, some of them claiming to play the role of God, and some threatening our leadership that more calamities are on the way to happen unless certain things are done. My belief is that what will happen, and we are not going to be cowed away from taking necessary decisions that will restore this country.
On Thursday, August 14th, a mass will be held for two of the victims, Dr. Mani Buama and squadron leader Anala, in Accra, even before the national interdenominational funeral to be held on Friday. Christian Yale, TV3 News.
As the nation continues to mourn the tragic loss of 8 gallant servicemen in last week's military helicopter crash, the disaster has brought into focus serious gaps in Ghana's military readiness. Our armed forces are struggling with aging aircraft, limited logistics, and deep systemic weaknesses that threaten operational safety. There's more in this report.
Over the past years, Ghana's defense budget has grown significantly, from about 1.27 billion cedis in 2019 to nearly 3.89 billion cedis in 2024. However, research shows that much of this increase has gone into salaries and compensation, with very little invested in retooling, modern equipment or upgrades. The Ghana Armed Forces currently has no main battle tanks, their firepower limited to light armored vehicles, towed artillery guns, and a handful of multiple rocket launchers. The Navy's 28 vessels are almost entirely patrol craft, while the Air Force operates only 19 aircraft, including transport and utility helicopters. This number has now been reduced by 1 after last week's fatal crash. Security analyst Emmanuel Kuting has described the state of the forces as pathetic.
So to me, I am all for the retooling of the Ghana Army. Because if you look at the Ghana Army in general, it is relatively lightly equipped. We don't have any main battle tanks, no self-propelled artillery at all. We don't even have any defense system mechanism in place. So you realize that the Army, as we speak, we have to really thank our men and women in uniform. They are doing so well with very minimal support in terms of equipment.
On the way forward, Kuting called for accountability and urgent extensive technological retooling of the armed forces.
The Ghana Army must be accountable. All the allegations that were raised with regards to the missing ammunitions and other distance, investigation should be swiftly done. Then we can pinpoint where the fault lines are, and we must also make use of technology. And at the same time, we have to prioritize modern equipment. We still waste our scarce resources on Soviet era equipment. And if you go to the military today, we are besaddled with that kind of equipment that are that are not functional and are not fit for any modern military warfare. So we have to be intentional and apply our scarce resources to the things we really need.
As the 8 heroes are laid to rest, their sacrifice weighs heavily on the nation's conscience. Behind the statistics and procurement figures are the men and women whose lives depend on the aircrafts they fly, the ships they sail, and the vehicles they drive, and whose safety ultimately rests on decisions made far from the front lines.
In a related development, the management and staff of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, have observed the one-week celebration of their departed colleague and Deputy Director in charge of protocol, Samuel Abuaji. Mr. Abuaji was among 8 individuals who perished in a tragic helicopter crash last week, which was en route to Obuasi.
Several external mourners, including 7 legislators and commanders of state security agencies, joined management and staff of NADMO to observe the one-week celebration of their colleague, Samuel Abuaji, whose vibrant life was tragically cut short in the helicopter crash. Grief filled the atmosphere as loved ones struggled to hold back their tears while reflecting on his life. Tribute then began to pour in. Delivering a sermon on the theme, God Knows All Things, Reverend Akato urged mourners to reflect on the brevity and the unpredictability of life. He observed that life is fragile, and therefore, every individual must treat each day as a gift, living faithfully with a sense of urgency in preparation to meet God.
We believe he left home on duty with a hope and anticipation to return, but never returned. And so no matter our strength, the successes that we have, opposition, life is fragile, and we must live valuing each moment, because we cannot assume tomorrow will come.
When I heard the news, I said, why Abuaji? Young, budding talent who had great future for his family, for his community, and this country. But who are we to question God?
Director General of NADMO, Major Retired Dr. Joseph Bekanye Kunyong, in eulogizing his fallen colleague, revealed that Samuel Abuaji had willingly accepted to embark on the trip, even before it was officially sanctioned. He added that Abuaji was originally scheduled to leave for the event the previous day.
Nobody expected that the next day, if there should be any accident or whatever, he should be part of it. He was supposed to leave a day earlier. And so it became something I just couldn't, it doesn't add up. I couldn't get the wisdom behind it. Until I listened to other friends of his, then I realized that instead of going the day that I parted ways with him, there was later discussions that they should rather leave dawn that morning and get there before the president's convoy arrives. And so during the spate of leaving in the evening and leaving at dawn, there was a call from somebody who was part of the flight that there's space, so he should come and join.
The family extolled the high discipline instilled in Samuel Abuaji, a trait he upheld throughout his life. Deputy Minister of the Interior, Ebenezer Oklete Labi, also praised the selfless dedication of the 8 fallen heroes. He recounted moments when his path crossed with Abuaji's in the political arena.
Let us not forget that Abuaji, I believe, he is in the bosom of the Almighty God. May his memories be a blessing to all of us, to the family especially.
The late Samuel Abuaji is survived by a wife and 2 daughters. His remains, along with those of 5 others, will be interred on Friday, August 15, 2025. In unison, Ghanaians bid him Damrefa Due, Duene Amanehunu, Stanley Nibleu, TV3 News, Accra.
And a globally respected figure in Catholic leadership and peace building, Cardinal Peter Piatexon, is urging prophets to first seek God in prayer and intercession when they get devastating prophecies. According to him, seeking divine intervention in response to such damning revelations should be the first port of call for any prophet.
The recent helicopter crash in Ghana that claimed the lives of 8 men plunged the nation into mourning. The tragedy set into motion a commentary about prophecies. Adding his voice to the conversation, His Eminence Cardinal Peter Kojo Texing, a globally respected figure in Catholic leadership and peace building, is urging prophets to first seek God in prayer and intercession when they receive devastating prophecies. According to him, seeking divine intervention in response to such damning revelations should be the first port of call for any prophet.
The first consequence is to speak with God himself, especially if the content of the privacy is about disaster or evil or something that may befall. Since you may not have the chance to immediately communicate with whoever is concerned, the first thing, therefore, that you do is you intercede with God about what is happening. God, if it's possible, avert this. This is actually what Abraham did when God shared a story with him about destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. It was intercede bargaining, okay? God, spare. If God shares some knowledge with you, and the knowledge is about disaster or something evil that may happen, first thing is please pray about it, intercede.
Touching on the legacy of the departed, he expressed optimism that the government will take steps to properly honor the memory of the fallen men.
I trust the government will certainly do something to celebrate the memory of these 8 brave and valiant sons and politicians. Whether this will be followed up by a national institution or monument of any sort to make this permanent, this can take so very many forms. I mean, for example, this was an Air Force helicopter that crashed. Would this lead to an attempt to revamp the whole military hardware of the Ghana Army? That could be a possibility, could be a direction to go. Could that lead into a form of training for whatever? That can be a direction. Can that also lead to an establishment of an institution?
In a heartfelt announcement, Cardinal Texin revealed plans to establish the Kujopia Texin Memorial in tribute to his late brother, who tragically lost his life in a helicopter accident in January 2000.
Now, the demise of the 8 Ghanaians in the helicopter crash has drawn global attention, with many countries mourning with Ghana. Members of the diplomatic corps in Ghana, representing their respective countries, have signed the book of condolence opened at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as they commiserate with Ghana. The diplomatic community in Ghana has been mourning with the country since last week over the tragic incident of August 6. Several heads of foreign missions, ambassadors and high commissioners have been paying their last respect at the Foreign Affairs Ministry by signing a book of condolence which has been opened to afford them the opportunity to express their thoughts about their incident.
350 million of us around the world, we're mourning with Ghana today. My message to all of us is the angel of death will come to us at any time. So we have to live every day as if it's our last.
On behalf of my government, I convey my condolences to not only for the passing of the esteemed ministers, but the other esteemed individuals who passed away in this tragedy. Our thoughts are with the people of Ghana, commiseration, sympathies and condolences on behalf of the government of Malta.
Murtala Mohammed was at my residence just a few weeks ago, and we had a wonderful event where we celebrated a milestone in Swiss-Ghanaian cooperation in the field of fighting climate change. And he spoke from the heart, he was so passionate about environmental issues, and I really believe that Ghana was lucky to have such ministers, and it's a huge loss for the country, for the government, for the people, and I'm really truly sorry.
Africa to Asia, the Americas and the Middle East, representatives from various countries have prayed for strength for families of the victims and the leadership of Ghana.
When Ambassador Upton came to visit earlier on this year in May, we met both ministers and we had such enlightening conversations and hope for what the two countries can do in collaboration. So we are so saddened. We pray that God comfort all of us and comfort all the families and the people of Ghana.
Wherever they find themselves, to meet in the bosom of the Lord, I believe they're going to have a place to rest. And the only thing that I believe we can do for their memory is to, like we say, stop galamsey now. Whatever the government should try and do to save their memory, that we should find ways to stop this galamsey.
And it's exactly 1 week since the tragic military helicopter crash which claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaians. Today, the New Patriotic Party, NPP, is extending condolences to the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in what they describe as a moment for national unity.
The crash, which happened in Adansi Okrofom, sent shockwaves across the nation. 8 lives were lost, among them individuals serving the country in various capacities. The NPP has described the incident as a national tragedy, emphasizing that the loss transcends political divides. The party's leadership also expressed solidarity with the bereaved families and called for collective support during this difficult period.
On behalf of the New Patriotic Party, and more so the team that came with me to this office, we are overwhelmed with your warm reception to our team. I think this is the first time New Patriotic Party has come to your office. And it's rather unfortunate that we didn't come at a good time. But it should also mark the beginning of a friendly and cordial relationship between the NDC and the New Patriotic Party. Indeed, there are certain comments that are made by what we refer to as food soldiers, or people who are not even closer to the leadership of the party. But sometimes it is important when such unfortunate, condemnable statements are made, both divide, the leadership comes out to distance ourselves from it and also to let them know that is not the trait of our party. After these incidents, we will admit here that certain comments, even from NDC and NPP, some are claiming NPP are behind all these things, and some are also saying that they were even expecting some other people to have died. These things are not healthy for our democracy, and death is something that even your worst enemy, you shouldn't even wish death for your enemy. So, Mr. Chairman, if anything came from our side, I want to, on behalf of our party, apologize to the NDC and through you to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. It is not the position of the New Patriotic Party, and will never condone such activity from anyone who makes those comments.
The NDC, which has been mourning the death of its members and supporters in the crash, has acknowledged the gesture from the NPP, saying it reflects the spirit of unity in times of grief.
Ejina party na namu ane mampani namu ama makwaba adama se chief say aboy na man kofanye amanyosem se o NDC for anya amahunu se ministers of state ministers of state eno achi kura no se wo ye NDC for kura no eno so kura nkyere se wo munye munuanom Ghana for a motimi ade akire aba na preach boseya but kwambi so etimi kan oman no bom.
As investigations into the cause of the crash continue, both parties say the priority now is to honor the memories of those who died and ensure the families receive the needed support. The president had indicated the introduction of a fund for the children of the victims of the tragic military helicopter crash. A national interdenominational memorial service is expected to be held on Friday, August 15, 2025.
For now, political colors are being set aside as the nation grieves together. From here at the NDC national headquarters, the focus is on honoring the memories of the 8 gallant Ghanaians who died and standing with the families through these difficult times. Christabel Success Trevor, TV3 News, NDC national headquarters.
Now, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has formally joined the New Patriotic Party flag bearer contest after a group of party executives picked up nomination forms on his behalf. He becomes the third as party members expect others to shortly join the race.
Former General Secretary Kwabena J.A. former legislator Kennedy Japan have all had their forms picked on their behalf. A group of NPP party executives on Wednesday picked up the nomination forms on behalf of former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In a brief address, Dr. Bawumia expressed his gratitude and promised bold initiatives aimed at improving the lives of Ghanaians, especially the youth.
The leadership came and requested that they wanted to put their widow's mind together and pick my forms for me and have delivered the forms to me today. The youth are a major asset for our party. They represent the future, and they are an asset not only for the party but for the nation.
Let's continue with the rest of our stories. On a typical working day in Accra, busy workers rush through the hustle and bustle, grabbing quick meals from market stalls and roadside vendors just to keep going. But in the race for convenience, have you ever stopped to wonder just how safe the food we are eating is? Judith Brown in this report takes us on a revealing journey through some of Accra's most popular markets where convenience and taste might just come at the cost of your health.
Well, I'm here at the Tudu Market where you'd find a wide array of food items from fresh produce all through to cooked meals. But behind the delicious displays lies a big question. How safe is the food we're eating? Come along, let's find out.
Our checks at the Tudu Market revealed a not-so-shocking set of practices. What should raise concern is often treated as normal. Investigations uncovered unhygienic practices that many customers seem to overlook or accept as part of daily life. Cowhide, or willy, as it's locally known, is washed with bare hands and, more alarmingly, in visibly unclean water, making it unsafe for human consumption. But for vendors, these practices aren't really a problem. It's just how things are done. Nearby beef vendors display meat in varying shades. Some retain their natural color, while others are shockingly bright red. Upon enquiry, vendors explained they used artificial color. Although the use of added colorants and poor handling practices can pose serious health risks to consumers, vendors see no threat in their practices.
I added color. Customers like it a lot.
Some customers, however, are worried these practices may be harmful to their health.
The way some people treat their meat, the flies and all those things, those ones, as for me, if I want to buy meat, I select, because sometimes those insects, they will die and they will just ferment inside, you will still get them. Some people don't even wash them properly.
Next, we visited the Ashaman market.
Well, here at Ashaman, you're exposed to a wide range of locally manufactured staples, from Burkina to Pura to kebab. In fact, any kind of staple you want, you can get right here in Ashaman.
Here, the story remains the same. Limited hygiene, minimal food safety precautions, and in some cases, no cleaning of meat before it's cooked and sold. Vendors handle meat with bare hands and prepare it under unsanitary conditions. No gloves, no washing, just straight onto the fire.
This is fresh meat, we can't wash it. Now it be fresh, it dey clean, sand no dey inside, that's why. They wash everything from that side before we take our can inside.
While such practices may lead to foodborne illnesses, vendors here seem unbothered. We also visited the Burkina vendors at the Ashaman market. According to the vendors, the FDA regularly inspects their premises and ensures they have the necessary licenses to operate.
They inspect our work. We have a certificate here and we work with even hospitals.
Yet, despite these inspections, Burkina has previously been linked to E. coli outbreaks, a dangerous bacteria that can cause severe illness. While some vendors are taking food safety seriously, many others aren't. And with little regulation in parts of the market, the risks remain high. For now, this may be a stark reminder that what we don't see can in fact hurt us. And while street food is part of our culture, safety must never be left out of the menu. Judith Brown, TV3 News.
Still watching News 360 on TV3. Stay with us. Business, sports and entertainment are all coming up.
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here. Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally. Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal. Pepsodent.
Why are more and more professionals choosing Flamingo paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful, elegant look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a professional painter, I love Flamingo paint because with just small paints that paint huge area, meaning more profit for me. Great value for money.
As an architect, Flamingo paint, with its well-researched and solid composition, guarantees durability for all my buildings.
Flamingo paint, superior hiding, superior coverage, superior durability. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, that's you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the accent. Me did it, Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasso.
Come Tom Preco.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Rent back with the beer. Come on, come see what? Hey, we're Jessica. My friend, see before.
It's the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecel Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecel Play app to obtain and start winning in the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Ye did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energies.
You've sent
Get me a box of empty Cowbell coffee sachets.
Babe, those are Cowbell coffee promo sachets.
Oh, for the Cowbell coffee with you every moment promo. I could win that new MacBook I've always wanted. Or win Netflix subscriptions.
Or that vacation you've been waiting for.
Just submit 10 of these sachets to reveal a unique code printed on the inside. Dial to input your unique code.
Or you can scan the QR code, which takes you to a microsite where you can input your 10 unique codes from the sachet.
Your phone number is your entry, which makes you stand a chance of winning so many prizes.
Wait, want to know my fave?
Brand new Suzuki Jimny SUV.
Check out the website for more info.
This advert is FDA approved. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Why? The sun come out to play.
It's bright like you.
Why? Why want to play all day?
You are growing.
Why? Do I like to hold you closer very near? Why? Do we always choose soft care?
Because you get to sleep soundly.
Soft Care Baby Diapers uses liquid lock technology that absorbs water and holds it at the bottom, offering your baby long-lasting dryness.
Do we always choose soft care?
Soft Care.
Very soft.
The business segment is brought to you by MTN. Touch concentrated perfume.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to the business segment here on News 360. I am Michael Obudu. Now, the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana, COPEC, is calling on the National Petroleum Authority, NPA, to move beyond rhetoric and immediately shut down all unlicensed fuel stations. This statement follows the NPA's announcement of a renewed enforcement drive to close and decommission illegal fuel stations nationwide.
The National Petroleum Authority (NPA) Act 691 establishes a clear framework for the handling, storage, transmission and sale of petroleum products in Ghana. A core requirement of this legislation is that any entity involved in these activities must be properly licensed by the NPA. This is a critical measure aimed at safeguarding the public from the inherent dangers associated with petroleum products, according to the Executive Secretary of COPEC, Duncan Amwa. Issuing notices to owners of these legal stations undermines the NPA's authority. He argues that immediate action is necessary to ensure compliance and protect consumers.
We should cut the talk and get to work. For the NPA, I think that their regulations already mandate them to go out there to crack down on people who are holding petroleum products without any authorization. So we don't need statements at this point. They should crack on them.
Duncan Amwa expressed concern about a disturbing trend where people siphon fuel from distressed tankers.
These are very flammable products, and so the slightest of spark, once the petroleum product exists, the oxygen component exists, all that is required is to get a spark or a source of ignition or fire, and people will be in trouble. So let's also address the need for people to stay away from some of these big tankers when they find them on our roads in one distress or the other, so that they don't endanger themselves and don't endanger everybody else around.
The Bank of Ghana says it will hold top executives accountable for risky lending decisions as it works to align Ghana's banking sector with the highest international standards. Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama outlined the new measures during a meeting with commercial bank heads in Accra as part of his post-MPC engagements with relevant stakeholders.
The governor said Ghana's strong cedi, falling inflation and healthy reserves have created the right environment for banks to expand credit to productive sectors. But he cautioned that lending must be prudent and well managed.
This opens a window for you to re-examine your lending strategies. You have to broaden your access to credit, and you have to support private sector-led growth while still managing your risks prudently.
The new directives will introduce tougher rules on credit governance, including limits on loan concentration, stricter borrower checks, and stronger liquidity requirements to help banks withstand economic shocks.
A new credit risk management directive that is aligned with Basel principles will set minimum standards for underwriting, monitoring, and provisioning.
Dr. Isiama says the central bank will also tighten enforcement of foreign exchange and remittance regulations to close loopholes and improve transparency in transactions.
No remittance terminations without Bank of Ghana approval, and no application of unprescribed FX rates.
The Bank of Ghana believes these reforms will help create a stronger, more resilient banking system capable of supporting long-term economic growth.
We'll bring you updates now from the currency and the commodities market. Now be all for the business segment here on News 360. I am Michael Obodu. Thank you for watching. Up next, the sports.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka or the Sika?
Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogosuri Echumaden, the Aboyenina Yesika Mumbai, say MTN, Ana Momo Jumayeni Befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 and a Befrew. Nenumpo orin bitsao one-time password and now say upin code 80 wonso yewa femoje na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Master, I have told you to use Kojak quality oral care products like the Kojak charcoal toothpaste for strong teeth. Give me the meat.
Sis, that guy. Ajay, my teeth. Sis, haven't you heard of Kojak P&F toothpaste and their mouthwash? Right after here, get one for yourself. It helps fight sensitive teeth just like you're experiencing. Hey, sis.
Yes, do not joke with your teeth, cause it may worry you in the future. We are here to introduce you to our quality Kojak oral care products, such as Kojak charcoal toothpaste that makes your teeth whiter and stronger. Kojak regular fluoride toothpaste makes your teeth stronger, fights against toothaches, and lathers well, leaving your mouth with an improved fresh taste and breath. If you have a sensitive teeth, when you take in something cold or hot, yours is to go for Kojak P&F together with the mouthwash. Go for Kojak oral care products because Kojak dear, a quality keke. For retail, visit the Ranko Pharmacy, a Kojak Pharmacy branch at American House, East Legon, near the UBA Bank. Also available in all leading pharmacies, over-the-counter stores, provision shops, and supermarkets. This advert is FDA approved.
Intense. Fresh. Long-lasting. And strong. Touch concentrated perfume. One touch is all you need. This advert is FDA approved.
Bills, Mama Fisher Po. Afisa said, Nasika Bebre, Abamo Bia, Botomaya de. Bills, I can't move you more. You see 2025 video, and it does for homo Bia or Tuopa, or near Jumaye. But when it share bills, now beji loan, now ubit media, wow, Juma. Way a loan don't come me. We hear shade, we hear no Ghana card, a one, now Zaka Usika. Na sɛ woyɛ obi nso a woyɛ wawa adwuma a wopɛ sɛ wotrɛ mu anaa odwumayɛni a wogye bosomi akatua ɛne bills sɛ brɛ na bɛgye loan a womfa biribiara nsi awowa collateral anaasɛ deposit ane wohia mu biara.
Enti afei deɛ yɛsɛ obiara a wonni adwuma biara yɛ wobɛtumi abɛgye loan. Enti sɛ wotena fie na sɛ woanya sika no bi di a ɛyɛ wow.
Frɛ bills sɛsi a na wotumi atua wo bills. Na mmom nhyehyɛ kakra wo ho.
Volkswagen.
This BB9 Jazz Season 10. No filters, no scripts, no holding back. Cause it's 10 times the drama, 10 times the rivalry, 10 times the game. This is certified. No zero, no minus. Big Brother 9 Jazz Season 10 on Showmax.
Miss
VIP
Magnetic Perfumes.
Sports segment is brought to you by Sasso Insecticide Spray and Coil.
Hello, good evening and welcome to the sports segment here on News 360 with me, Oreku Ampofo. Let's start off with our first story of the day, where CEO of BBNE Gold Stars, Kwesi Edu, has backed the Ghana Football Association's initiative to reward the winner of the 2025-2026 Ghana Premier League champions with a staggering 2 million Ghana cedis, although he wished the policy had come a bit earlier.
It is something maybe I least expected to hear, and I want to re-echo that. I would have wished it has been announced last season, but what is it? I shouldn't be greedy. It is something that must motivate me, especially to try and maintain the league in BBNE.
Well, that was CEO of BBNE Gold Stars, Kwesi Edu. Let's do some more because the Premier League is set to begin in the next 48 hours and fans are eager to see their favourite teams take to the pitch once more. But as the wait continues, the Three Sports team shines a spotlight on Ghanaian players past and present who featured in England's top flight. My colleague Billy Shen looks at the short yet unforgettable career of Kevin Prince Boateng in England.
Kevin Prince Boateng first moved to the Premier League in 2007, becoming the only Ghanaian before Mohamed Kudus to join Tottenham Hotspur. At the time, he was regarded as one of the brightest young talents in world football. But the German-born midfielder quickly realized he would struggle for opportunities in North London, competing against the likes of Luka Modric, Didier Zokora, Jermaine Ginas, and others. He managed just 979 minutes from 24 appearances in all competitions for Spurs, later admitting he should have chosen a different destination at such a young age.
Martin Jol didn't even want me. So after 1 week training with the team and I'm getting to know everybody, he calls me in his office and says, "Hey, I see you got talent, but I don't really need you." Whoa. And I was like 20 years old, you know, I just came from home, I left my family, everything. And he told me in the face, he's like, "I don't really want you. Like, you're going to be around, but you're not going to play." But I should have checked out that there was a lot of players that were better than me in that time.
Would you have, looking back, would you have?
Yeah, I would have never gone to Spurs at that time. Really? I was too young. I should have stayed in Berlin.
After a brief loan spell under Jurgen Klopp at German side Borussia Dortmund, Boateng returned to the Premier League in August 2009 with Portsmouth. At Pompey, he became a key figure, scoring 3 times in 22 league matches and twice more as the team reached the FA Cup final that season. His game was defined by aggression, strength, and a willingness to shoot from distance. But that aggression would prove costly at a pivotal moment in his career. A reckless tackle on then Germany captain Michael Ballack in the FA Cup final forced Ballack out of the 2010 World Cup and turned Boateng into a villain in the German press.
So I land in Berlin, I go to the pass control, the guy looks at my passport and he's looking like, you're that guy. I said, yeah. He throws my passport on the floor.
No way.
So that's how I was hated. They sent me letters home.
Your family still in Germany as well at this time?
Yeah. They said, we're going to kill your kid, we're going to rape your wife, and all that stuff. Like, was crazy.
Wow. Jesus.
So I was on the low again. And then like a week before that, I announced that I'm going to play for Ghana. So all together, they're like, you're a traitor, you were born and raised here. You know, then the racism came out and all that stuff. So yeah, it was a tough time, but I was lucky I had the World Cup.
That match proved to be his last in the Premier League. Portsmouth's relegation due to financial collapse was followed by Boateng's standout performances at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, a run that earned him a move to Italian giant AC Milan. The Premier League had been unforgiving, but it forged the resilience and edge that shaped the rest of his career. As Boateng later reflected, quote, "England was tough, but it made me tougher. Without that, I am not the player I became," end quote.
And so just before we go, by way of update, Paris Saint-Germain are currently losing the UEFA Super Cup final. Halftime is 1-0 in favour of Tottenham Hotspur, thanks to a goal from defender Mickey van der Ven. You can get
in my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy mouthful. Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, a man swing, and a sansu mama hotel so a will beg you.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Come on, let's go.
Darling Natural Twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling Natural Twists get better every day, just like you.
Every dream starts with a prayer. And every prayer ends with a promise. At Blue Financial Services, it is our passion to make you smile, to show you that your smallest deposits can lead to major financial wealth. From the early days, taking that first big step to the days of joyous maturity, we will be with you so that when it is time to dream again and you're ready to invest your hopes and dreams into the future, we will still be here with you. So dream again and trust in Blue Financial Services. Visit our branch today for a better future tomorrow and trust in Blue Financial Services.
See, Master, I have told you to use Kojak quality oral care products like the Kojak Charcoal toothpaste for strong teeth. Give me the meat.
Sis, that guy.
Ajay, my teeth.
Sis, haven't you heard of Kojak P&F toothpaste and their mouthwash? Right after here, get one for yourself. It helps fight sensitive teeth just like you're experiencing. Hey, sis.
Yes, do not joke with your teeth, cause it may worry you in the future. We are here to introduce you to our quality Kojak oral care products, such as Kojak charcoal toothpaste that makes your teeth whiter and stronger. Kojak regular fluoride toothpaste makes your teeth stronger, fights against toothaches, and lathers well, leaving your mouth with an improved fresh taste and breath. If you have a sensitive teeth, when you take in something cold or hot, yours is to go for Kojak P&F together with the mouthwash. Go for Kojak oral care products because Kojak dear, a quality keke. For retail, visit the Rancor Pharmacy, a Kojak Pharmacy branch at American House, East Legon, near the UBA Bank. Also available in all leading pharmacies, over-the-counter stores, provision shops, and supermarkets. This advert is FDA approved.
You dey sleep. That's Madina.
Sentuntum say wunna ma de jume ma wonsa.
Efrema bema Daniel ba.
Ma wonsa.
Sentuntum amwa sumuda ma wonsa.
That shall not slap. Having black mosquito wear. Common tontom. Na empum visie bebre. Na emma wo mowa. Na emma wo nsham. Na esham.
Having insecticide spray. Eye sham. Ne sansu kumu a wotu any omo ria nyina. Now having naphthalene balls and having perfumed insect repellent no epam. Wa warrior. Nothing just share with
Having black mosquito kwe, empum visie bebre, and say wo hene so. Esham kama. Bueno, na jumo size no.
Intervene and scuttle the process. Why is it that in this particular case, all the judicial attempts, all the processes, the writs, the applications, what have you, have all been roundly dismissed by the courts? What is it about her
that insecticide spray and coil, powered by 3 Entertainment?
Well, good evening and welcome to the Entertainment News segment here on News 360. My name is Noella Dongo. Now, as the nation mourns the tragic loss of 5 government officials and 3 military personnel, broadcaster and fashion icon Kofi Otre Daku, popularly known as KOD, has emphasized the need for a holistic and national education campaign on the environmental and societal impacts of illegal mining.
The nation mourns the tragic loss of 5 government officials and 3 military personnel near Obuasi in the Ashanti region, which has left a deep scar in the hearts of many Ghanaians, especially the families of the fallen. But as creatives, how can we best honor and celebrate the lives and legacies of these national heroes? Veteran actress Akofa Ejini believes the most powerful tribute lies in storytelling and true film.
Is to use the creative, tell the story in film so that it stays forever. Our children, our great-great-great-grandchildren will know of them, know of their life, know of their story, and know of what happened. And if there are any corrections, any lessons to be learned, things that we don't have to repeat, things that we can avoid, it won't be learned through film.
Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Film Authority, James Gardner, shares the same sentiment.
Well, as a creative, I definitely advocate that, their legacy would be celebrated very well. They lost their lives in rendering services to the country. who knows, we could even also make a film as well, since we are the National Film Authority, to tell the story and everything around it, so that we can have that memory and hold on to it and cherish them forever.
To broadcaster and fashion icon KOD, this tragedy is a painful reminder of the need to intensify the fight against illegal and unethical mining, locally known as galamsey. He emphasizes the importance of a holistic national education campaign on environmental and societal damages caused by illicit mining.
What these gallant men stood for, and in their quest to fight against galamsey, that narrative needs to change now. We should use this as an opportunity to go all out and educate our people to know what galamsey does to us as a people. Also engage the chiefs and elders in these communities to collectively fight against this menace.
And that's it for the entertainment news segment here on News 360. My name is Noella Donko.
Thank you, Noella. And that's it for News 360. I am Martin Esiedu Date.
And I am Portia Gabo. Good evening.
Generating that kind of response. Maybe we've gotten to the point where we may all have to do some level of sober reflection. What is it? Why are my own colleagues not rallying? What is happening? Maybe he is an elderly man. Maybe with the benefit you will share insight about life and how to live it. Insight about life. Because you see, you may well be in a privileged position where you think you can use the position, possibly to destroy even your own colleagues. Make them feel bad. And so the urge to rally becomes a difficulty. Maybe. We've gotten to the point where she may want to look within. It is my prayer that she will go through this. If at the end there is no merit in the grounds, these are very honorable people. Don't do what is honorable. I have appeared before His Lordship Justice Pwaman before. I've appeared before Justice Asidu before. And these judges at least have distinguished themselves that they are men of great honor. At least for now, there's no proving record otherwise. And I'm even saying, and I conclude on this, that her leadership herself saw the wisdom in even putting Justice Asiedu when a writ was issued challenging her removal by the MP for Tafo, Vincent Asefua. What has changed?
You see, and a question, you have the strong position that the suspended Chief Justice's reasoning that the committee's failure to indicate the specific allegation in respect of which a prima facie case has been established, as well as the reasons for saying had some legitimacy. ADG has espoused quite clearly that I mean, if you reference specific cases, she may not have any merit in raising that particular concern. You still stand by that?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity again. Honestly and arguably, I'll still stand by my point that in this particular instance and in this particular issue, I would say that the issues are not very strong as against the Chief Justice. But then there are several issues, okay, that come into play. Now, if we follow keenly her press conference, she did mention that the allegation, one of them said his case had been transferred from one judge to the other, and it was sanctioned by this particular Chief Justice. Another petitioner was also of the view that she had traveled and then involved her daughter. Now, like Edu was trying to say, there's been several petitions against former Chief Justices. But in all the instances, when the issues came up, the court itself was able to either cover up or at least rescue the Chief Justice at the time. Now, in analyzing this particular instance, like I've said, really, it shouldn't have been an issue. But that if you do the analysis properly, it comes to the fore that there are some debilitating issues or some factors that have accumulated over the period and then has resulted in this. Now, like I have rightly mentioned, transferring one case from a judge to the other is something they do all the time. Again, to some political functionaries or appointees are able to travel with some family members and so on and so forth. And I said, even that should have been the main issue. But then, looking at the amount involved, they mentioned $14,000. And then this lady spent around $4,000.
Are you not doing a marriage review of the petition?
No, they asked me the question.
But what I'm just saying is that that's exactly what
I didn't ask for the specific detail. And
so maybe we can.
Okay,
then let's try
straightforward. But that said, I feel the press conference was wrongly done because there's a procedure to be followed. And then you go past the procedure and you come out with your side of the issue. So technically, you are telling the public and the entire world that this is your version. And if the committee comes to say anything contrary to yours, then it means there's an injustice somewhere. In siding with my brother, he mentioned that
Martin
yes, Martin. He mentioned that at least they should have afforded her the opportunity to defend herself. Going by the 1992 Constitution, that's Article 19. It talks about fair trial. It gives some conditionalities and some provisions where one can follow. That is if you want to go about fair trial. Now, in that provision, we have the aspect that the respondent or whoever is being accused be given adequate, resources to enable the person to defend herself. Maybe in her case, she feels that the particulars or the charges should have been given her to enable her. These are some of the challenges and the loopholes that the Constitution is frowns upon. But that said, I am of the view that this has also some governance and political underpinnings. This governance and political underpinnings are things that you cannot go again. And it's not only in Ghana. Everywhere